I wouldn't say that necessarily this patch is like our thing now. Like I think we've always been good at playing together, buying auras and taking fights well, which kind of favors us a little bit right now. But then also just general things from, I think we're just in a really good mood, great atmosphere, like we're just having a good time together and like we don't choke on the stage, we're confident to play, we just want to show what we've been training for and we're back.
I'm happy to hear it, and you're showing it. But it's encouraging to hear that these processes of the losses earlier in the year didn't break you guys down. And if it did, then you've rebuilt stronger than ever. That all these experiences that you've shared with these guys, of the challenges, it seems to have just made things stronger for you.
In a way, yeah, we also get to know each other like really well because we spend a lot of time together, and there can be things when someone has a bad game and he's down or someone puts blame on someone. Like, I feel like we're out of that. Like, people just have a bad day, they have a bad game or whatever, and we just build each other up. And you also know like people's habits. If I wake up late and like I show up to breakfast, like people know like, okay, give him some time, it's all good.
Well, whatever it is, you seem to be making magic happen right now, Tofu. And now that you've secured your place in Grand Finals, the best of 5, Tundra, Falcons, or Liquid? Any preference between the 3?
I honestly don't really care.
Because you're going to beat them no matter what. Tofu, welcome back to Grand Finals. Welcome back, Gaming Gladiators, to Grand Finals. Congratulations on the win, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Gaming Gladiators back to the Grand Finals. It has been a little while. Of course, we saw them at TI and online. They've been at the Grand Finals as well, but it has been a while, and it's such a dominated series here. Effie, this was not close.
Unfortunately, it was not. I mean, even from the end of that drafting phase, that Dazzle coming out posed so many problems for Liquid. They just did not have the capacity within their draft to deal with it. It countered Ember super hard. It made it so that Liquid supports had to rotate very early on to mid and kind of sack their side lanes. And then you see the side lanes completely popping off. Alchemist was just a unit that nobody could cross. The Brewmaster was just unkillable. His Rulings got full duration off. They disrupted all of their spells, and the sieges were so easy. When they went high ground, there was literally nothing Liquid could do to stop the high ground push. I mean, we just saw them hit racks with no engagements, nothing.
They tried their best. I mean, Nisha was cutting waves. They were throwing spells and into Pipe Greaves. It just wasn't doing anything. And I really do agree that it all goes back to the Dazzle pick. We were theory crafting OD because, and honestly, Liquid was also looking at what is going to hard counter this Ember mid. They banned the SF, they banned the Huskar, but Dazzle just is not really on anybody's radar. And it paired so nicely with the rest of the heroes where they could group up. It countered the Trolls well.
Minus armor.
It was minus armor with the Alk and against the Troll. That was just a flawless Dazzle pick, honestly. There was nothing that they could do.
Yeah, it's very rare that we see a pick that's perfect for the lane and perfect for the game. And at the end of the day, it wasn't the most exciting series, probably one of the least exciting series. But Dota, there's a lot of cool highlights. There's Black Holes, there's Echo Slams, but it's also a very strategic game. And gaming just, it's incredible to kind of, everyone knows what they're going to do conceptually, but they've just whipped it out time and time again this tournament with different heroes, different strategies of doing, or different ways of pulling off the same strategy. And you have to admire the fact that the best teams in the world can't figure this out.
No, and you gotta also admire, I mean, our previous series was very exciting, but we heard from both sides that mistakes were made on both sides, and that makes it exciting. A little bit of mistakes here that someone plays off of, and the other way around goes as well. But if a team just makes the least amount of mistakes possible, then you are gonna end up with a game like this. So Gaming Gladiators, they crushed it. We do have a couple of highlights still to take you through, and I believe, Effie, the first one is yours. It's already pretty late in the game. This one is actually 24 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, they're just pushing the racks here. They took the range one with absolutely no contest. They go back in for this melee, then they decide to disengage just to be safe. The Mortimer's Kisses comes out into the Glimpse back, and normally you think, wow, Glimpse back into Mortimer, we're gonna kill somebody. They cast all their spells, but nothing really came out of it. Look, CM gets graved by the Dazzle at the very end. Alchemist is just going ham on the Sand King. It just feels so hopeless for Liquid at this point because the spell casting is there, but there's just nothing they could do.
I got a question. How do we feel about the kinetic fence? I just want to put the cards on the table right now. What do you guys think about this?
We saw it work once.
Continue.
We saw it work once, right? You place the fence, he's like, can't go through the fence. I gotta go around. Oh no, here's another fence. And you know, it caused some confusion. I don't know if it's better than a field though.
Can I point out that fight was 5v4? Like, Tofu at TP top. Like, literally
There you
right as that
go.
fight started. That's why Liquid took the fight.
I didn't even know.
Ideal conditions for Liquid, but nothing can be done. On your question, Choose, I prefer the field personally, but maybe we just haven't seen enough of the fence. We saw Insania doing cool stuff like cut off like ramps so that they couldn't go up ramps, so there's definitely room for it there. But I think also having the Thunder Strike in the static field is extra damage and it's more valuable.
Yeah, Brian,
Probably.
before you give your opinion, we also have a highlight of you. Maybe we'll see the kinetic fence come into play?
Heck yes, we will, as it's going to be a fight right in the same spot, because it's always just gaming, kind of ramming their heads into the Liquid base, as Liquid's actually going to push back this one time where Troll's got the Axe, he's finally got his BKB, or he doesn't even have his BKB yet, excuse me, but you're thinking, okay, we can purge the Solar Crest, we can purge these other, like, debuffs on us, but here's what basically happens. You chase far enough. This is why you can see that Liquid was basically doing nothing in terms of letting Gaimin just hit the buildings. It was the first time they actually step out of the base, the first time they actually try to fight their way into Gaimin head on. Eventually, the sustain just becomes too much. You see the only hero that ever gets low on the side of Gaimin is Dazzle. That's pretty much the story of every single fight. That's because they had to focus him. Anybody else who's getting focused is just getting graved and healed consistently. It's depressing to think that, like, all of Gaimin's just 95% HP at the end of a 30-second long fight.
Yeah, and then with, I mean, they gotta play to win, right? You gotta make these plays. Team Liquid's trying to make a play with their last highlight. They try to contest the Roshan. I think that's the idea, Effie.
Yeah, you want to take this on, Jenkins? Or do you want me to talk over
Yeah, I could take this one. Well, of course, Mickey was really trying his best here, jumping onto the Dazzle in the back line, which I think is the play that he needs to make, because otherwise the Grave is going to come out, and it's multiple Graves are going to come out, but the issue is this also splits up the Liquid backline, which means that the Sand King and the Sapphire on the side do end up going down, and yeah, he gets the Dazzle, but for what?
And we also just saw the Grave into Static Storm. Again, I mean, it's so difficult to play versus these save heroes like Dazzle and Oracle when you're super far behind, but when it also counters another hero's ultimate, it's pretty tough, Sheaves.
It was a very tough game for Team Liquid, but then all the credit goes to Gaming Gladiators. And for our PlayStation MVP, we did have a couple of choices. It's like in a game like that, it's hard to really pick one person that really stood out. But this time around, our PlayStation MVP goes the way of the Racho, who gets thrown the Alchemist, you know, that he's ready to play whatever he needs to, and he delivered that game as well. Hello, the Racho. Thank you for joining us. Look, it's you
on the screen.
But why me MVP? I got surprised.
Because I heard that you wanted a PS5.
Oh yeah,
You want a PS5?
That's not.
the second one. Yeah, why not?
The second one. I already
Yeah.
gave you one?
No, I already have one. I bought it myself.
Second one.
Yeah, second one is okay.
What's your favorite game on the PlayStation 5?
Spider-Man, the last one. I
Yeah, that's a good
completed on 100%.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's really, I love this game.
It is a good game. Did you play the previous one as well?
No, I mean, I bought it and I tried it to play with gamepad on PC,
Yeah.
but I just dropped it.
No. You gotta
That's
play it on PlayStation. It's fun. It's
Maybe.
You should. You got some time. You know, you got some time.
Not yet,
before
not
it's-
yet. After a tournament, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, after tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah. maybe. No, congratulations on the
Thank you
series.
so much.
I have to ask. This series was very one-sided. you
Yeah.
know?
You know why?
Why?
Because we have auras, they don't have auras. And that's why. And also, I think we lane, all three lanes really good. Like mid, Queen died a couple times, whatever, but both side lanes is really going really well for us. Especially first game. This Beastmaster has no game. Like, and my Ench is free to gate gank, and that's what we did. And it works out really well.
Yeah, but did you expect it going into the series?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest, I mean, I expect to go our safe lane like this because we scream them a lot.
Yeah.
And I hate this team because they all love doing this pull, break the lane. Bro, I know what you're gonna do. I'm gonna chase you forever. I'm gonna kill these sneaks. I'm not gonna let them pull the wave. My sub can farm. I don't care. I'm just gonna chase them. And that's what happens.
Yeah,
It worked out.
Celery went through the portal. on
Minute
the
5, yeah.
Yeah, you're just completely free farming. How's that feel as an Ursa Bear?
Feels pretty good, yeah. I'm free farming. I'm like, I wanna kill them, but I don't. They're not really coming to my lane, so I just hit creeps.
It creeps. That's
Yeah.
hard for you.
It's really hard for me. For me, it's really hard.
Okay.
I have to control myself. I really want to tip. I really want to go and kill them.
Right, but it's free farming. Blitz called Quinn dishonorable in the pre-game interview because of the Dazzle pick mid. What do you think about that? Do you think that your teammate is a dishonorable player?
I don't know what this word means.
Like he's a bad guy for last picking Dazzle and just...
To be honest, they also did it to us. They also did it the same. They last picked Dazzle against us in some tournament and they smashed us because we cannot kill them. I remember I played Bristol against Brew and Dazzle and I'm always flying in the air because of the Brew.
Yeah.
We also lane against Brew Io and like I give them infinity mana and infinity HP and they smack us with last pick Dazzle, so I don't think it's fair.
So you think Blitz is a hypocrite then?
Yeah.
Can you look into that camera and say Blitz William Lee is a hypocrite?
Who?
Blitz William Lee is a hypocrite.
Hypocrite.
Yeah, hypocrite.
Blitz William Lee is a hypocrite.
Clip it.
I have one more final thing. Do we have the...
Yeah, we do have the clip ready. If you could look at the... Actually, that screen is easier for you.
Yeah,
Okay, let's
If you
go.
look at the screen.
Peter, let's get the replay going. So this is
I know. To be honest, I expect them to fight me and kill me here.
Yeah.
And I was ready for it.
Right.
I also put this on. Yeah, I was ready to D-word.
But I noticed that you press the stun when you're in the fountain. You
It happens.
expect
At least I used my sentry and spray. But I expect them to be here and I thought they're gonna fight me and I can kill them.
Right.
The spray, very important.
Yeah, you played perfectly.
I think some of them are died or like we didn't lose anything from it. Or I only tip it base and then I ran to the medium camp and double stack it and farm and it's not bad for me.
Yeah.
I just didn't die the second time, but I was expecting me to fight until the death.
That sounds like a very drastic thing to say. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I was looking at your guys' Liquid PD, and you guys have been a team for about 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Which is like a really long time for you guys to stick together. Like, what do you think is so... What allows you guys to play through such a stressful game like Dota, many patches, many years, and be able to like maintain such like a close-knit that Tofu was talking about? You guys know each other's habits. You're good friends, all that kind of stuff.
Like why we are playing for so long time?
Yeah,
I think because we like everyone, we like how we are working together and the way we are talking with everyone. Like if you don't like something, we can straight up tell it. Because I also remember during the Falcon games, we almost have a fight during the first game. Because it's really cold. And Celery is saying, it's really cold. For me, it's also, I'm shaking. I cannot play last 5 minutes. And like then Tofu is saying, it's not cold for me. And then then it's, you know what can happen.
That's when it really heated up.
Yeah. And this game is also stressful. So I think everyone is like already used to each other and we understand everyone, like each other in our team. So yeah, that's why we are playing for too long. And we know how to fix conflicts, I think.
That seems important because it's really awesome to watch you guys come back from a loss. I feel like
I'm also happy. I hope we're gonna win.
How do you feel in this upcoming grand finals versus all the other grand finals you've been in? How confident?
I'm confident. I also think if Falcons gonna beat Todra, they might be in the finals tomorrow, and I hope we're not gonna lose to them like in the previous Dream League. So I hope we're gonna be ready.
Because do you think, because you know there's 3 teams left remaining, do you think it will be Falcons over Tundra?
If they
and Liquid?
beat tomorrow, if they beat today Tundra, so yeah. But Tundra is actually I think like it's a 50-50 game.
Okay.
I also the previous match for Falcons, I thought they're gonna lose it, but Quest like I think they are stressed during the late game, and they just throw it. But from my perspective, they might win this game. They have a Giga Farm Brood, like they cannot do anything. Also, I got surprised Kitter is not buying BKB until the end of the game. I think he didn't buy it, so I thought they're gonna lose because of it.
They came very close. That was a very back
This
and
is a
forth
spicy
series.
game.
Yeah, it was. So you guys' series was one-sided.
Pretty chill, yeah, because we have ours, as I said.
Well, congratulations
Thank you so
on
much.
making it to the grand finals and on being our PlayStation MVP.
Really?
Yeah.
I really receive it?
No, no.
Jake, is you sick, man?
You're not going to get a PlayStation.
I was
but the
ready for
MVP is called the PlayStation MVP. So,
Okay.
but we
You're the
misled
MVP.
you.
That's what matters.
I thought I'm gonna get the second one.
I think you can afford a second PS5
Okay.
if you want.
I'll get you a PlayStation 2. How's that sound?
No.
PlayStation
I don't need it.
Yeah, like one of the old ones. It's expensive.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah,
Richard, thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
so
joining
much.
us. We're going to let you have a good night. We'll see you again for the
Yeah,
grand
see you
final
guys
tomorrow.
tomorrow. Thank you. Cheer for us. Bye.
See you tomorrow. And we're going to take a look at the brackets as we now know our first team in the grand finals tomorrow. Gaming Gladiators, they do it again. They look like they are on top of their game. It seems like maybe Falcons in their head would give them a spicy grand finals, but he seems very confident. For the upcoming series, though, he doesn't seem that confident. Effie, 50-50. Tundra, Team Falcons.
Yeah, I think Tundra are a team right now that can always bust out something that you don't think will work against you, but it does. Like the mid Rubik from yesterday, they have a lot of ideas that work for them, but And Falcons, they had a really, really exciting series earlier, and I think that definitely got them warmed up. That definitely got them like itching to play and prove themselves. So this one, I will give the edge to Falcons because of that.
Okay, well, we're going to find out one best of 3 between Tundra and Falcons, and making it to the final day here at Riyadh Masters. Which team will prevail? You'll have to wait and find out. We'll be back after a break.
A grenade. Go, go, go.
Yeah, blacked out for now.
Snap, snap, snap. I stun troll.
Troll. Snap.
Hitting once. Give me hit. I crit. I critted, bro.
This guy is gonna have some extra bracers and extra reach.
But Nico still wants blood.
It's a bit close to it, but it looks like James going to at least... Yeah, they're definitely going to keep their weapons now inside of Temple. He'll pray away. And that's 5 rounds in a row from G2. So this Dust 2 momentum, it hasn't stopped. It's still going here for G2. And you have to remember, like, the start for VP, they won, what, the first 3 rounds, and then there was a Monacy clutch
On Dust 2.
And then they haven't won a round since then, have they? So it's become really tough in this series for Virtus Pro. They have disappeared.
It's been an 18-1 run going back to the first map, which is crazy to think about. Just how long it's been since Virtus Pro had anything to be happy about. Once again, late towards middle, little delayed take, flashbang into the sky. Fame just turns and Snacks comes through the smoke.
Pushed up is Electronic. This position can be strong, but it's all about finding these quick kills. And Electronic, he is certainly going to do that. Monacy has to trade it out, but he's lost 2 of his teammates. And G2 is the most compromised setup they've had so far on Ancient. Other than perhaps the pistol round and Snacks. He's got 2 players coming towards him, and he's got Nico to back him up. He knew that peak was coming. He's seen the shadow coming his way. And James now with a 1v3 ahead of him. And you've got to feel at this point, you've got to start winning.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Set on taking this opening on Fame. Monacy, it was a tough shot to hit. He doesn't connect it. You gotta hope that Electronic gets a multi-kill out of this 5-7. You gotta hope that G2 stub their toe entering this A site, and Mobs and Monacy combined just destroy the initial setup. Flit is the next player up, and he's only got a UMP, and there's nothing that SMG can do. It is gone. It is 7 rounds in a row for G2.
Mobs was quiet on Dust 2, playing a low active, I mean, wasn't really needed on the CT side, didn't get a whole lot of attention over at Long, and when he did, Nico was there to get all the kills, but now on Ancient, you're seeing his impact on this T side. Confidently leading the way in the pack, confidently taking middle. Now this time the A bomb site. And G2's hitting critical mass.
Plenty of money for VP, and I guess that's the only silver lining. They can get another good buy with all that loss bonus. But will it be enough to bail them out? There's even a sign. There he is. There he is. Finally, a face to the voice.
Yep, we've got him.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah, get loud, baby.
Go and catch it. Thanks for coming out again. We got Monacy boosted up. He's looking for that initial piece. There's nothing from VP coming from long side. Instead, it's Flit underneath him, and Monacy is so fast. We say it time and time again, and he never fails to surprise us. He
No way!
Keep peeking, Monacy. Keep dying. VP down to just 2 players. This is Fame now trying to defend. He's done a decent job at getting one, but there's not much else Fame can do here. This has got to be one of the most frustrating halves of Counter-Strike the Virtus Pro have played in a very long time, if not ever.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Like, look at what's gone against VP. Like, you have that peak from Jaguar that he has the advantage over Snacks, and just as he's making the peak, a flashbang pops and he's blinded. Same thing over towards A ramp. Another peak's coming out, and Monacy's just able to do a 180. I mean, individually, VP's been knocked out of their games, so they're not as sharp as they'd like, but everything is going in the favor of G2. All the timings. And it's given them so much confidence.
Terrorists win.
21-1 run for G2 since round 4 of the first map.
Those aren't pretty numbers if you're VP, but beautiful if you're G2 at the moment. Here we got to see it again. Just that flip down onto Flit. And you got to feel if you're the rifle of that, you're going to have the event. At least a second extra to react, or a millisecond, but honestly, just so fast. So clinical.
Nice.
No surprise who has called this timeout. It's VP with the second.
You guys are absolutely mental. You've all lost it. 4 rounds left in this first half. 4 rounds left for Virtus Pro to do something. Anything. Any kind of opportunity for a comeback in the second half. Anything positive to think about during the halftime break.
Two players taking middle. Snacks and Mobs. VP don't have the resources to fight for mid. They're worried about an A play.
They're worried about everything.
They've got the AWP over here, though. And this AWP is going into the donut, and it is gone. It is just gone. Nothing more to add. It's just out of there. VP collapse again. Electronics out of ammo. G2 have 9 rounds in a row.
It's done, man. Someone throw in the towel. This This is crazy, this level we're seeing G2 hit.
10 and 5 on Mobs, 10 and 1 on Nico. 1 death for Nico so far in Ancient.
There's one single opening kill in this half on Ancient for Virtus Pro, and it was Flit in the pistol round. That's it.
Welcome to Boulevard City here from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the penultimate day of games at the Esports World Cup, where keys keep your hopes of tournament success alive and the dreams are crushed of the losers. Falcons stay alive in the Dota 2 lower brackets.
One final chance for Mama. GG is called. Falcons will close up this game 3. They'll be moving on, and they knock PSG Quest out of the competition.
I don't know, we kind of lost ourselves in this series, and hopefully we're gonna regroup and play better.
PUBG Mobile takes to the SDC arena with the debut of the green group, as well as the red group taking to the stage. Here on your screen, Shan destroying Alliance to secure those points towards the survival stage.
Shan with a 1 versus 3 for Tiamba. They do not stop. It's 11 eliminations, and the solo warrior himself there to play.
Counter-Strike 2 semi-finals start between G2 Esports and VP. With a shot at the EWC Grand Finals on the line, G2 take the early lead.
And it will be a convincing victory from G2 in this opening map of the semi-finals. They crash down on Virtus Pro. Their opponent's map pick collected, and this G2 squad are looking so good here in Riyadh.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Esports World Cup Week 3, Day 3. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. We're about to dive into the penultimate day of games for Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2, and only the second day for PUBG Mobile. You can see on your screen the live games happening in our respective arenas. My name is Quickshot, and I'm once again blessed to be joined by the ever-bubbly, effervescent, and happy Suns fan, the gorgeous and built Mac, and Toby. Hi guys, Toby, how you doing, my man?
I'm good. I was really good, like 4.5 seconds ago, and I was anticipating my introduction, and then now I'm a little sad.
Now, Toby, that's because we get like 5 more days together for PUBG Mobile.
Yeah,
I have to say goodbye to my experts for Counter-Strike and Dota. It's only 2 more days.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah,
we do get more games.
Mac, how you doing?
I'm great. It was almost 50 degrees today, so I was sunbathing, basking in the glory of Riyadh, and really enjoying what has been a great series of CS2
It
so
basically feels like the Outback. It's just like home for you, right?
Yeah, just like
home.
Except
And
less water.
Shannon, how accurate was my intro there? Effervescent. You like that word?
Yes.
How are you?
Good.
Have you enjoyed Dota?
Yes, actually. It's
I have-
quite the day of Dota.
I have thoroughly enjoyed being on the sofa with you for these last 7 days. I am going to miss you after the finals conclude tomorrow. There's still so much to talk about, so much to cover. Let's talk a little bit about what's happening here at EWC. Something that was pretty huge and pretty fun yesterday was Neighbor was in the audience. He was watching Furia, frankly, get stomped. Of course, we have other football stars around as well. Diego Giotto from Liverpool was also spotted in the Amazon Arena. Mac, do you reckon he's there to console Neymar? Wasn't the best day, but it was a tough series for Furia.
Yeah, someone has to really give him a little pat on the back after that one. But he inspired Furia to play out of their minds. You know, Mao's had a little bit of a rough day at the office, but it was really interesting to see how that series played out.
Out of interest, is it soccer or football where you're from?
Soccer. Football.
Football. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Oh,
Soccer.
it's the game
I
where
forgot.
they kick the ball.
That
with their
kicked,
feet.
oh, yeah, because the actual football, they throw it, right?
Handball, hand egg.
Hand egg. I like that one.
Yep.
Obviously, we're not here to do famous people spotting. I want to talk about what is going on at EWC. And of course, we're on the third day of our third week. This means it's lower bracket eliminations for Dota 2. We're in semi-finals of the single elimination bracket for Counter-Strike. And PUBG Mobile, we have the final 8 teams from the green group taking the stage. Is that right, Toby?
Yes, the final 8 that hadn't played yet are joining the party, and then yeah, now everyone, by the end of today, everyone has been on the server except for the 4 in survival.
You did get to watch the games earlier. PUBG Mobile has already concluded for the day.
Correct.
Were they exciting games? It's
incredibly exciting.
Well, I tell you what, why don't we take a look at exactly what has happened throughout the course of today, look at some of the results, and that means diving into our EWC catch-up powered by STC. Well, the important story for me right now is the lower bracket for Dota 2. There are several more teams competing, several more teams that can get eliminated, and that means several more keys that need to be crushed. Before I reveal to you what the bracket is, I'd like to check in with my new best friend, Tsunami.
Hey, Quick Shot. Sorry, I'm not my usual cheery self. I shouldn't show biases as a broadcaster, but we all love the underdog, right? And unfortunately, PSG Quest, their Cinderella story, has finally come to an end as the Falcons, as time and time again had proven, got the victory over them and eliminated them. Still, a top 6 result is nothing to be ashamed of. After all of the keys that they crushed on the way, it's a feat that they were even able to manage to get this far. But still, the MENA Kings of Falcons will be continuing their run, and later today, they'll have to go up against Tundra. In the meanwhile, we got a Gaiman versus Liquid. I can, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think Sunsfan can catch you up on maybe like 5 of their matchups over the past 12 months, 16 months. It's a storied matchup. I can't wait to see your history lesson about it, and I can't wait to see it happen on the stage behind me. I'll catch you later.
Tsunami, I think you are allowed to share your emotions and your feelings. I don't like the word bias. It means you care about the game and the teams, and I think when we look at PSG Quest, and frankly, the fight they put up against Team Falcons, it was a 60-plus minute epic in Game 3, and they were pushing into the Radiant base before that fated team fight ultimately sealed the deal for PSG Quest's elimination. Team Falcons will be taking on Tundra. That will then set them up for a matchup against Team Liquid. This is what the lower bracket looks like. We'll break this in further detail down once I get Sunsfan, but importantly, because of the fact that Gaiman Gladiators were able to defeat Team Liquid very handily, 2-0, they are waiting in the grand final for the Riyadh Masters 2024. We'll dive deeper into exactly what those results mean, exactly how those games played out with Sunsfan later on. To turn our attention to CS2, the first semi-final is underway, and it's time to head down to Darth Mike for his Counter-Strike update.
What's up, Central boys? Now, Suns fan, I hear you were a CS pro once upon a time, maybe a century or two ago, but now this is a young man's game. This is a new era, and no team demonstrates that better than MOUZ. And they came out strong yesterday, doing away with the Brazilians of Furia, moving on into the semis. We also had Na'Vi looking like the major winners that they are, escorting FaZe on out of the tournament. And maybe the most surprising result from yesterday, VP toppling Vitality in dominant fashion, making their way on into this semifinal where they've got a date with G2, and this date has started out hot. G2 looking strong on Dust 2 to start out the day, but I'm curious to hear what you boys think.
And that is 100% correct, Darth Mike. The old man Shannon, I'm kicking him off my sofa because I'm keeping Mac, the young gun, the new expert in Counter-Strike 2, this week as well as next week. To dive into those results, though, I think highlighting the fact that Mouse were able to pick up that victory, are waiting for Na'Vi later on in the day. That series will be going live while we, the Central Boys, are live on air. We'll keep you updated. What I will say, though, G2 are absolutely obliterating VP for the time being, and I cannot wait to dive into exactly how they did it, why they're doing it, and explain that game to you later on in our central broadcast. Now, these two games are obviously reaching the conclusions of their respective tournaments, whereas PUBG Mobile is just getting warmed up. So after the second day of group stages, let's find out what Jinro thinks about the games.
Hi guys, Ginny here for EWC Central, and I hope you guys are having a great broadcast so far. Thought I'd do a bit of a checking in terms of where we ended the day here at PMWC. We've had match 4, 5, and 6 happen. So in terms of an update, Alliance on match 4 were able to get their second chicken dinner of today. The first team in the entirety of PMWC who were able to get 2 chicken dinners. So congratulations to them. Now for match 5, this was a little bit more of a slower one. The high ground was secured by Xavier, and they were able to get their placement points as well because of their chicken dinner. And match 6 is where a lot of the action took place, was the final match of today as well. And Alliance was genuinely so incredibly close to being able to get their 3rd chicken dinner, but it was not the case for them this time around. It was 4 American Vibes that get theirs. They've already had one yesterday as well, but they get another 10 placement points. And that's it from us for today. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your broadcast, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Jinro. I also had a chicken dinner this evening, but I wasn't a winner of any games, unfortunately. You can see the standings behind me after the overall rankings. I think crucially, if you're not familiar with PUBG Mobile and not super comfortable with understanding all the scores, the placements, the eliminations, I think the important thing to keep your eyes on is how many matches have been played. As a reminder, there are 3 respective groups, and each group will play for 2 out of our 3 respective group stage days. You can see 1 through 8, the score leaders, 122, 106. It is a significant drop to 5th in 69 points. Nice. And as we turn the page to the next stage, there's 9 through 16. I'm not sure if we're going to dive into all the numbers here throughout the catch-up. We will use Toby to explain this to us, really help us understand exactly who's going to have a shot at advancing to that next stage. If you'd like to keep an overview of all 3 respective tournaments, make sure you stick with us. EW Central, Thursday through Sunday, 7 to 11, twitch.tv/EWC. That does it for our EWC catch-up, powered by SDC. Welcome back. I'm on the sofa. I've rejoined the ever zesty Suns fan. And the reason I'm coming to you, Suns fan, is we're going to check in the Kidia Arena in just a moment. EWC_Dota 2. Tundra versus Falcons is starting in a few minutes. The question I'll ask you is, what are your expectations here? Because
Falcons are winning.
The favorite. Yeah,
Falcons are winning.
Yeah, but listen, even you were nervous. Even you were nervous in that PSG game.
Yeah, I mean, they've played against each other a lot. I mean, we talk about the Gaming Gladiators versus Liquid matchup the last year. It's kind of the same thing with PSG Quest and Falcons. Falcons, kind of the gatekeepers in that region, and PSG Quest just cannot get over the hump. It was close, though. You're right. I was sweating, partially because of my morbid obesity, but also because the game was really close.
The one thing that Shannon did, which I've not seen in spending 2 weeks with this gentleman, is he actively leaned forward into the screen to see what's happening.
It takes great effort.
It truly does. You can actually see the players walking out on stage. As I mentioned, that series is underway as the players are being introduced to the fans in the audience by the ever energetic and amazing Tsunami. Reminder, EWC_Dota 2. That's not the only thing that's ongoing at the moment, because of course the Counter-Strike semifinals are happening. Mac, we're gonna look in at the Map 2 scoreline. I'm just gonna let you kind of intro. What happened on Dust 2?
Well, I saw the first half, and then I was maybe recording content for the second half and missed exactly what happened, so I couldn't tell you what happened.
Okay.
Scoreline-wise, it was a dumpster. With G2 smacking VP on their map pick, which is unheard of.
And what was it, 13-4, 13-5, something like that?
The thing is, G2 are just not only demolishing VP right now, but they are demolishing any expectation anyone had for them in this tournament. No one expected them to make it here, and it's very close to the point.
And anyone had for them? Anyone had for them? I fully expected this. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Any Counter-Strike 2 expert.
Oh, you got me there. You got me there. The thing that I'm going to ask you as well is, like, it felt like when they played against Spirit, Spirit did not live up to their expectations.
No, but
We've not watched this closely, but VP should be better than... I think they lost 9 rounds in a row in the first half here. I mean, like, that's shocking, isn't it?
maybe they're just the kryptonite of all the Eastern European teams.
Wow, okay, maybe that's it.
That
So
could just be it.
that is ongoing right now. As you saw just a moment ago, it was 11-3 is the scoreline. Twitch.tv_EWC_CST or / EWC CST. We'll get there. Let's move on. Let's start a new segment so I can get a nice video. It's time for the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC. As is always the case in our club championship updates, I like to talk about a couple specific teams that have either gained points or can no longer gain points by being eliminated from contention in their respective titles. The Gaming Gladiators have reached the Dota Finals. This has secured them a minimum of 600 points and has bumped them all the way up to 6th in the overall standings. And in just a few mere minutes, G2 will qualify for the CS2 finals. And I hope this is not the most powerful caster curse ever. This will give them a significant boost in points as they've once again dropped lower down to 9th. Na'Vi still sitting in 10th as well. And as we see the results coming in for both Dota 2 as well as Counter-Strike 2, we'll be able to update you on the projections for teams to potentially score points.
May I ask, does Selangor Red Giants have any other teams?
At the moment, I believe they have one team that has secured points. However, there are still ongoing qualifiers for remaining EWC tournaments. And it's a good reminder to everybody at home that if you want to win that EWC Club Championship and that $7 million prize, you need to take first in at least one game. You also need to have beaten more than 2 teams securing top 8 across the respective tournaments. 21 games, 22 tournaments, 5.5 weeks remaining for EWC 2024. That does it for our Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. That was exceptionally well planned and genuinely not scripted. I appreciated the question. It's actually interesting when you do look at the different clubs taking part and who are in the partner program and who are in the extended just EWC ecosystem. But it's still wild to me to see that there are several tournaments, a couple of games where there are still opportunities and a few slots left. I mean, I'm here for another 5.5 weeks. Right?
Yeah.
This is my seat now, but it is great to watch and it's fun.
It's just one of those things because I'm not familiar with that organization or club, and I'm not familiar with a couple of the games that are here at the Esports World Cup. So I just thought maybe there's a chance that they stay up there.
I'm going to give a little early announcement. You'll be with us on the show next week as well, which is great. Which also means you'll get to be introduced to some of those organizations because Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the Women's Invitational, will be next week.
True.
We are way ahead of ourselves because that's not the content that we have planned, but I'm excited for it. What I would like to do before we dive into our respective lower bracket semi-final matches between Dota and CS, let's talk about the PUBG Mobile World Cup. Day 2 is underway. I mentioned in the opening, green and red groups took to the stage. Toby, break down for me a little bit of what's happening. I think we've got a collection of all of the final circles from the respective games. So over to you.
Yep, thank you so much. Yep, it was a hectic day of PUBG Esports. History could have been written had Alliance managed to get themselves the final game of the day, but we start things off differently. As you can see here today, as you just said, Trevor, Group Red and Group Green was playing yellow. They played yesterday, they will sit out today, and then they'll come back playing against Group Green tomorrow, meaning Group Red played all their final games today. Tomorrow, they'll sit back, they'll watch, and they'll hope that the points they were able to accumulate today and yesterday are going to be enough to get them through to the grand final.
And that's 6 matches a day?
Correct.
So total of 12 matches for each respective group. So when we do get to the standings, that's what I really want you to help me understand, zone in on.
Yes.
Because the team I picked to win is Alula, and I want to see how they're doing.
Exactly. Here we see the first match of the day on Sanhok. Team Liquid off to a really, really good start. A team I think a lot of people expect to come out guns blazing to kick things off, and they did not disappoint. Spoiler though, the rest of the day, despite them winning the first match, did go a little bit downhill.
I mean, this moment there, it looks like 1v3, right?
Yeah.
And Team Liquid eventually pick up their kill. That's exactly what you would be expecting in a numbers advantage.
Exactly. Really, really good start for the Brazilian teams as we head on over to match number 2. And on the far eastern side of Erangel, kind of out in the open, as you can see as well. Difficult area to play through. And Talon, solid fight in the end, but it's actually TJB, the Chinese team, that comes out victorious. This, to me, is a huge win because they didn't play yesterday, and and they have never played on LAN before. So being able to like kind of right off the bat get into a global stage and bring yourself home a win, a lot of confidence coming through to the next game.
How many big LANs like this actually take place in PUBG Mobile? Because I know from the other mobile games we have, there's significantly fewer. So
there are quite a few. I mean, not only are most of the regional tournaments played in, like, not just necessarily stadium, but at least in like a recorded venue where they're sat all together, but they do have quite a few global events a year. So there's a lot of chances for teams to go out and play global tournaments. But of course, that also means that there's a lot of competition to try and qualify for said tournaments. The last, or the second to last, Erangel game of the day ended here on the western side, just north of the swamp area. And Alliance able to get themselves the first of what would be 2 wins in said match. Vampire, though, again, their first games of the day were played here. The back-to-back champions of this tournament, able to, at least for Tony K, a guy everyone is talking about a potential MVP prize coming for him this time around again. 5 eliminations in this match, almost 1,000 damage done for him. Huge game for him.
But aren't Vampire sucking a little bit in total points as the back-to-back win? I mean, I know
there's a whole breakdown we can do.
Oh, okay, we're coming to it later. Okay, got it.
We can get into it. Alliance, again, dominating from the high ground, taking out Falcons, and as we see, as Janiro said, to a back-to-back chicken dinner. Something that, yes, it does happen, but it's rare. But clear to see that Alliance, despite not having a ton of global experience, really thriving off the momentum that they get going. And then here, off to the match that we actually sat and watched together, where Quickshot got really excited because his team was just about to bring home the win, but Xavier, they had a chance
just
to
look at the grenades. I'm sorry, but that's just pure artillery.
There was nothing he could do. 1v4, they didn't even go for the guns. They just lobbed nades on over. They get themselves a win. Solid finish for the Vietnamese team there. And then in the final match of the day, for Miracle Vibes, yet another team that a lot of people have way high on their anticipations list for this tournament, able to bring home a win against an Alliance who almost brings home the 3-peat on a day, which is, again, it's happened before, but we're talking once a year, twice a year sort of scenario, especially in global tournaments. They get second place, Alliance here, but they do so with 14 eliminations. So phenomenal day for Alliance.
That happens about as many times as a 1v4 goes in favor of the one
player.
Say
so.
It's not very often.
You can say so. You see here, Alliance able to bring home the 2 Erangels. You do Alliance there in the middle. Liquid, as I said before, solid start, able to get themselves the chicken dinner to kick things off, but just couldn't really keep up the momentum moving forward.
Okay, so that's a breakdown of each of the individual games. What I would like to do is take a look at those standings.
Yes.
And this is where I was really kind of focusing in. You can see the 12 matches played for the respective teams for day 1 and day 2. There's still 6 more games to be played for the other 2 groups.
And just for comparison, Alliance here sat in first place. They just played their second day. They got themselves 3 out of 12 potential chicken dinners. Well, they won themselves 3 of their 12 games. Just to compare, last year in the same tournament, there was an award, and there is this year as well, for most chicken dinners total. It was shared between 2 teams, and it was 4 throughout the entire tournament. And they've already claimed 3 in the first 2 days.
So, Toby, when I look at these scores, right, 122 goes down to 50, and now we look at the second page.
Yes.
This is perfect.
This is the important area, because as we know, top 12 will be going straight through to the grand finals. Bottom 12 will be fighting for survival in the survival stage come next week. And right here, you can see the call-off right now. It's 1 point.
Wow.
It is a single point, a single elimination, a single stolen frag anywhere on the map can be the difference from whether you make grand finals or you go home.
I mean, the question I have for you is Vampire Esports sitting, what, 18th, 19th at the minute? They had 26 points across 6 matches?
Not optimal. I mean, when you average under 5 points per match, it's not what you want to have. But again, it is a little skewed because a lot of the top, if not almost all the top teams, has played twice the amount of games as the rest, or at least there are quite a few teams with 12 matches played already. So some of the guys down the bottom right now will have a good chance of climbing to the top tomorrow.
I think it's perfectly split, by the way. The whole first page was 12 matches.
Exactly.
And then it went 6 for the rest of the next page.
I mean, that also shows you, but
which makes sense.
That then sets the benchmark, right? We had a discussion around which, if you could pick the group that you would play in, which would you prefer? The question that I'm going to ask Mac, you and I, the challenge is, we need to translate his eternal optimism into some level. It's suboptimal to get 5 points a game, be the back-to-back defending champions, only have 26. No, it's a sucky day. A little bit later on in the broadcast, Team Liquid's coach, Knight, with an extra T, will be joining us to break down some of the PUBG Mobile World Cup, as well as talking a little bit about the game, the performance from his respective team. Before he does that, we're going to continue to teach you things here on EWC Central. So, Toby, you're going to show us a couple of different ways of holding the phone. Is that right?
That is correct.
So what have you prepared for me?
I will show you when... I'm just going to do it again.
Just do it. Go for it. Yes. We have a very small studio.
I'm waiting for the camera to change and everything, but they just don't want to let me walk.
Okay.
They do not want want to let me roll. But no, that's true. We had some really good looks into how people play today. Yesterday, we got to see how Mac plays this video game. And, well, safe to say that both him and I clearly are not anywhere near the level of what we see here. First off here, this is what we call a make that a 4-finger, actually. 4-finger claw grip. You can see the way that he's holding his movement is on the left with the thumb. The thumb is always on the screen, therefore nice to protect your skin on your thumb there. Then he has 3 fingers over the top of the phone.
Wait, why doesn't he use it on the other thumb as well?
Well, because he uses that for tapping. The first one is constantly on the screen. It's your movement. You're always with contact to the surface. The other one, you have quite a few chances to release it from the pad itself. Could also just be personal preference, but I would imagine that is the case. And then we can't see exactly what's happening on his screen, but you can see that the way he's set up here, for the most part, what people will do is that they will have their movement with the left thumb. Then they will have, with the top left, they will shoot with the top left, and then they will spread out, again, very different from player to player, but they'll spread out their assigned roles. So the bottom could be you scoping in, it could be you crouching, proning, all these things, and then you have obviously the aiming on the top side as well. So a lot of different options you can do, but this right here is a perfect example of a bit of a shift, actually more of a 5 grip, because you can see this finger up here is actually above the screen as well, so more of a 5-finger claw grip that we got on this one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very self-explanatory. It's about fingers that you can go, but let's take a look at the next clip that we have lined up for you. Here we go, once again.
Oh, that's really
I'm gonna walk to the other side. You can see the movement that he has here. You got 1 finger, 2 finger, 3 finger, 4. So only... I'm doing math for you. What are you laughing about?
That was a really good song.
What are you laughing about? So holds over the top. A finger
he's
left.
using sleeves on both thumbs.
He's using
you
sleeves
said
on
that people didn't do that.
I never said they didn't. I said that
you implied
he didn't. I implied that he didn't. Well, this guy does.
Why are they not finger socks?
That's true. That's a better name.
Is it a soccer thing? Okay, it's not important for now, but it is. I love the side-by-side of seeing the actual aim and the mechanics of the thumbs.
No, it's absolutely amazing. And as you can see here, what he does is, yes, he uses 1 finger less. It just means that whichever finger, well, I mean, one of his fingers has more tasks, essentially, because if you could, you would want to play this game with 12 fingers. There's so many buttons, there's so many things you can do and would want to be able to do at any given time. But it's about how you dedicate, how you allocate the different options that you have available with the phone that you're playing with. It's absolutely amazing to see the different layouts of these players, and I'm sure that we can get a deep dive into the specific layouts of some of these.
There's no players that have 6 fingers in this tournament.
Well, I mean, all of them hopefully have 10. But for the sake of their playstyle, there are definitely the players that will use what we call the 6-finger claw grip.
Are you allowed to use your toes if you hook it up?
I think we should go to the admins for that. And while we might go there, let's take a look at the next video that we've prepared for today. This one right here, I'll stay on this side, is yet another example of a full finger grip, but a little better lined out, because here we can actually see what's going on. Again, movement is on the left thumb, as we've seen with most other players. It's kind of the norm, so to speak. Over here, again, right now he's controlling his crouch. Up at the top right, you can see there's a lot of buttons available. He can vault over, he can reload with the top right button. He has his leans on this side of the screen as well, so you can shoot and then lean at the same time. That's a smart thing. You shoot, and then you can just kind of flick your thumb upward to then be able to lean while you're shooting without having to go out of your spray. This means that you can make it harder for opponents to headshot you.
Keep doing that, please. Do that again.
I will do it again, just for you.
Okay, thank you.
There you go. Yet again, another solid 4-finger claw grip, but differently positioned again. And you can see here too how far out on the edge, we talked about this yesterday too, how far out on the edge of the monitor itself he actually keeps his hands to make sure that he has as big or as much vision on the screen as possible. As we can go to the next and I believe final clip of this otherwise amazing.
I mean,
Toby, there are no more clips, so I'm just going to leave it here.
I'm actually very happy that you have shown us this. The game is incredibly complex. I mean, you look at the gear, you look at the different, just the gameplay mechanics. Seeing how the players actually interact with their respective phones is pretty wild. And it's not something that I was familiar with because I just have not played any of these multiplayer games to that extent. Welcome back to the sofa. That was Toby just rejoining us here. But I mean, what is your preferred style? And is there one that's like, are there any that are like mocked or preferred or?
I mean, obviously there is a story that there was a player once upon a time, one of the very OGs of the game, Powerboy, who back in the day when the game first came out, won absolutely everything there was to win. A lot of people said he's playing two-thumb style, which is the Mac play style there. I'm just holding my phone. I've never played this game before. I'm just kind of, as you would on a joystick, I suppose.
Yes.
Playing like that. A lot of people said that's how he played back then, and they were going like, how did he manage to win global championships with just two fingers?
That's how good his aim was. Just before I get Mac to have an opportunity to defend his two-thumb style, obviously news update, if you were paying attention to the screen, down the bottom you will have seen the results coming in. The first semi-final has concluded from Counter-Strike 2, and G2 have managed to qualify for the finals. We will break down that game, that series, look at some of the replays a little later on, but I want to stick with us here for PUBG Mobile because obviously those games have concluded already. So let's find out exactly what some of the opinions are around PUBG Mobile and who's going to do well.
I am Toby. I'm joined by John Allen, who just casted 3 PUBG Mobile games here at PMWC. John, first off, nice to have you. How has the games gone today?
They've been really quite interesting. It's a really exciting start to the day. Some pretty bombastic performances. It's been basically Tiamba all through.
Okay, so well, that pretty much segues me into my first question for you. I know it's still early days. We're only 2 days into the tournament, still group stages, but now we've seen everyone play. Has there been any big surprises to you and the team?
I think that coming into this tournament, people wouldn't have really necessarily expected Tiamba to be as dominant as they have been in this last day, but they still got the second half of today to play, so we'll have to see if they can hold on to that top spot on the tables. I think the big surprise for me is that Team Liquid, despite that first chicken dinner, haven't really been able to follow it up with too much more from that. So I'm expecting them to try and turn up the heat. It is still their first day as well.
Are there a team that, to you at least, usually start off a bit slower, then get going as the tournament goes on? Are you saying this because you're used to seeing them coming like right out of the gates full speed?
What, for Team Liquid? Yeah, I think that certainly their prowess has really come from like rotational play, and I think they've made a few missteps there in the early parts of the day, in the second and the third match, right? And it's unfortunate. They mistimed a couple of their plays. Their first map was very, very good, but they're not showing the firepower that some of the other teams are. So maybe they need to set that up a notch.
It's global PUBG, man. They gotta be on point. They gotta be on point if you want to bring it home. Now, this goes straight into my next question. Now, I know you, Tiamba, they've been playing not only well today, but yesterday as well. But who do you predict? Group stage winners? It's just Tiamba.
I think it has to be Tiamba right now. They still, as I say, have to play the rest of today, but we're seeing a really, really high average scoring. About 10 points average per team is like really, really good at the top of the tables, and they are meeting that metric so far.
Okay, so any run-ups? Because I feel like Tiamba is the easy pick, and I want to challenge you on this one. Who's second place out of group stage? Who do we go with?
I mean, you've got quite a lot of teams to pick from on this one, right? And a lot of the teams that you might have expected at the start of the day, D+ Kia, for instance, who have not done very well so far. They've had a big fall off. It's pretty foul, to be honest, that they've had. I don't think that they're going to be really in the mix of it. I feel like Team Liquid, I'm still looking at them as a second place team. I think also team that isn't playing today, Alpha 7. I think that is also a very, very big hope for second place. I think overall, I would go Alpha 7.
They would be where they belong, right? In second place.
For sure.
So,
well, first place, technically, really. I mean, Alpha, that's... Oh, wait,
I see what I did.
I get it. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Alpha 7. That's them through and through.
Exactly. So last question. I will leave you in the spotlight for this one. So you love PUBG. You've been there for a while. We've casted together way back in the beginning of mobile. I want to hear from you. What is it, for all the viewers out there that might not know PUBG Mobile too well, what is it to you that makes the game so special?
What I find interesting about PUBG Mobile and Battle Royale in general is that it's basically a big multifaceted strategy game in the guise of a shooter, right? There is so much going on at the same time. There's 16 teams playing, dropping into this island, trying to figure out their path through. I think that the underlying strategy is incredibly deep. The utility usage as well plays into that. Obviously, there is a mechanical element to it, the shooting. It gets exciting. You've got these shotguns popping off. I love the sound of the DBS, ka-chunk, just going straight in. It's absolutely brilliant. But yeah, I think that strategy, that underlying puzzle solving that goes on over the course of these Battle Royale games is so exciting. It's so interesting to watch, and you guys definitely need to check it out because it is not going to stop here.
And if that is not enough to sell you on PUBG Mobile, then I do not know what is, because I could not have said it any better. Well, thank you so much, John. Enjoy the rest of the games today. Enjoy the rest of the group stage tomorrow. And yeah, we'll see you for more action in the future.
For sure.
There you go. Back to you guys on the desk.
I think Mr. Allen has probably one of the best voices of any broadcaster in any esport ever. and it's been a long time since we worked together, my friend. Greetings. If I can quickly segue to Toby, what's your favorite gun sound, and what do you think is prediction specifically Team Liquid? Because we're going to be inviting a TL guest in just a minute.
I'm going to go with the DPS and Chanel, the ka-ching, ka-ching. I'll go more like ka-chong, ka-chong.
Ka-chong,
when I shoot it, yeah, it's like you shoot 2 barrels, and then it reloads, and then you go again.
I think, you know what, let's listen to some professionals. We've got another prediction coming in. Let's head to the next video.
Snuck in to the PMGC caster booth where these two guys have literally just finished casting a game. Now, first, Blank, I'm going to go to you. What just happened? We just saw a 4-man squad get wiped out by solos.
Yeah, man, this is crazy. The PMWC, like, you're having a case where there's just so much unreal competition here. I mean, Leon's played that game unbelievably well, but I do think it comes back to Tulika. You let him off the leash at the early game, it works really well. You've got to get him back on the leash in the end game.
Now for you, Jack, I'm going to go more generic. We've seen, I mean, it's still early days in the tournament here, but has there been any big surprises to you so far?
Man, you do Alliance, just hands down. I know it's off the back of the Leon's comment, but this team just looks ridiculous. They're bigger than the sum of their parts. Individually, they're talented, and they want to take this home. That's what I'm getting, Toby.
Yeah, fair enough. Any other teams to you that's really stood out so far in the tournament? I know we're only 2 days in, but still.
Yeah. Probably D+ Gear, man. Like, honestly, it's kind of weird to me that D+ Gear was able to do so well yesterday. They need to bring things up at these last couple of games. It's their last day of play. And I'd kind of like to see Korea go through to the main group stage because, look, a lot of people didn't have hope, but they have shown that they're still in it to win it.
That is the quick scopes here in the caster booth for PMWC. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, make sure to tune into this stream or where we are right now on the HQ show.
Those quick scopes are almost as good as Munisies. Toby, quick reactions there, and I think specifically, do you want to like maybe consider some of those things as we will be jumping into a coach stream for one of the games? But I mean, what's your take from those quick fire opinions?
I love the fact that the teams that they say performed the best are also teams that none of us, I think I talk on their behalf to, expected to come out so well. Chinese team Tianba, Korean team D+ Kia, and then you have Yodo Alliance. Well, 3 teams that we had maybe somewhere in an A tier, but nowhere near an S tier. The way they're performing right now, if they could keep that form throughout the tournament, I mean, they're playing godlike PUBG.
This is a conversation I absolutely want to expand on, and maybe even hear from Team Liquid as well in terms of like consistency in the game, how hard it is, how often it happens. I want you to explain that to me later on. Before we dive into those discussions and take a closer look at the games, let's hear from what QZZ from Tianba and Zertani from Vampire Esports have to say after today's rounds in the ALG interview.
What an unbelievable performance you and your team had today. For yourself, 23 eliminations over the past 2 days, and you're also the 3rd highest damage dealer throughout this competition so far. How is your confidence with you and your team at this point?
你在这场比赛就是这2天已经赢得了，就是淘汰了23位选手，然后你是属于排名第3，伤害最高的选手，然后想知道一下你对自己的心情觉得怎么样？
对自己的心情吗？我现在的心情很好，因为我们团队大家都打得很不错，然后配合的也很不错。
I'm really good mood because everyone been playing really well, and cooperation is everything is so good.
It is indeed, and you've managed to secure so many points over the past 2 days. However, no chicken dinners. What do you think has been holding you back?
你这几天已经淘汰了很多选手，然后可是你也没有吃鸡，想要知道原因是什么？你觉得原因是什么呢？
原因其实就是我们可能打得比较激进嘛，有的时候决赛圈有点上头，然后导致没有吃鸡，然后回去会好好改一下这个问题的。
Yeah, it's because we've been playing really aggressive and sometimes we kind of losing the control. So we will try to be better and we will just talk about it within the team.
Okay, so maybe being a little bit too aggressive. So this question is basically, what are you going to be focusing on between now and we can safely assume you're in the grand final? So yeah, what are you going to be focusing on between now and then?
我们已经大概会推测你会进入决赛，然后想知道一下你现在还有到决赛之间这个时间的话，你都会做什么准备呢？
我觉得更多是可能自己枪法上的准备吧，因为其实我们团队的准备，然后都会有一些，然后更多的是枪法上的练枪吧。
We need to train about our aim, and other than that, I would say nothing much, only the aim.
You need to train your aim, and I apparently need to train my microphone skills. But that's QZZ from Tianba on the stage. What an incredible performance they've had over the past 2 days. Tomorrow, they're going to be chilling out. They've got nothing to do except sit back and watch everyone try and keep up with them. But don't go anywhere, because right now, we're not done here on the stage, because Sandstorm's got an interview, and I believe it's with Zertani. Sandstorm, go ahead.
Right here with you, Barney. And yes, I am indeed joined by Sir Tanny of Vampire Esports. Now, Sir Tanny, coming into PMWC as the back-to-back MSC champions, the mid-season champions, how does it feel? Do you feel like there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders coming into this tournament?
Yeah, it's a bit pressure because this tournament, you know, is a really tough tournament that you've ever seen because so many teams are so strong. And also you met another opponent that are really good, so yeah, it's a bit pressure.
I mean, I would say so. Back-to-back MSC champions, it has got to be, and especially with the caliber of teams that we have present in the PUBG Mobile World Cup. It's not going to be easy for any team, but I want to ask you, what are the things that you're going to be working on for for day 2 of your group specifically, so day 3 of the groups, because you guys seem to have struggled in today's games. It's not the, it's not the performance that we're used to seeing from Vampire Esports.
Yeah, today I think is really bad for us because you cannot interview me like last year. Just kidding. Because I think the more gameplay about the tactic is the chain. Like my team too and other team too, and the circle is the most important thing too. So many people playing on the edge right now, so I have to adapt on the tomorrow, and I hope we will play more aggressive like we do last year.
All right, well, we'll see if Vampire Esports can bounce back and get themselves into the top 12, because going into tomorrow, the final days of groups, they will know exactly how many points they will need to qualify and join us in the grand finals, or will we be seeing them in the survival stage? You know what? I believe Vampire Esports can do it. I believe they can make it to the top 12. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for the day 3 and the final day of group stage for PMWC. But before that, we're going to head on over to the studio to wrap up our second day of groups for the PUBG Mobile World Cup here at Esports World Cup. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Exceptional interviews. And as promised a little bit earlier on in the show, we do have Team Liquid's coach, Knight, with 2 T's joining us. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time. I know your team has just completed a bunch of matches. We're actually going to be watching back a Team Liquid Winner Winner Chicken Dinner.
Okay.
Before we jump into it, could you just tell the viewers a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and maybe a little bit more about your job?
Of course. So my name is Otávio. People call me Knight with 2 T's.
Yes.
So I'm from Brazil, and I started playing the game back in 2018, and I fell in love immediately with the game. And the amazing part is because it's mobile, so you can like travel around the world and keep playing. You don't need to like, okay, now I don't have anything to play, I'm gonna get bored, and PUBG Mobile is amazing for
Can I ask very quickly, before we dive into the PUBG Mobile stuff, I know Brazil is huge in so many esports. I mean, Counter-Strike is famous. I personally love the CBLOL and League of Legends community. How amazing is it for somebody that's been involved in a mobile gaming scene for 6 years now to see this many mobile games side by side? You know, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, Free Fire, you know, we've got so many different games playing. How does that feel?
So for me, it's crazy because so many of the names here I've been watching since I was like 11 years old. So I have the opportunity to be here with them. It's an amazing experience. So I can take photos with them, especially with like Brazilian legends that play other games. So it's an amazing feeling. And seeing that PUBG Mobile got so big in the point that you can be in this arena, seeing something like this is, I don't even have words to say about it.
I have one last thing just before jumping.
Yep.
Do you know Brusa? Brusa, he's a League of Legends Brazilian streamer. Anyways, shout out to Brazil. I kicked his ass in EVA, just so we know. Okay, I'm done with my little introduction. That was fantastic. Toby, I'm going to hand over to you and Mac. Maybe a question from Mac first.
Go ahead first.
And then
I was
Toby,
just
take
going
us
to ask if you managed to bump into Neymar while he was here.
Did you see him?
Did you see him?
Yes.
Oh,
did you say hi to him?
No.
Oh.
Okay, that's
next
good.
time. Next time.
He didn't say hello to us either,
No, he
so I
didn't,
would have been very jealous.
And one more thing before we deep dive into PUBG. What was your background before PUBG?
So before I was like, I played a lot of PC games, but I never went professional on them.
Yeah.
I started playing like Dota, then I moved to CSGO, and then like in the beginning, like I'm a little bit old, so my family wouldn't like support me. So I have to go out to the nitty, like find a job, find some stability. But I fell in love with the game, so I decided, okay, I'm gonna take 1 year and do my best to see how long I can go. Like, this might be my last opportunity.
6 years later, here
6
you
years
are.
later.
There you are. That's amazing, man. That is amazing.
Yes.
And that segues perfectly into the start, because you had your first matches of the whole tournament starting today. And not only did you start playing today, you started the day with a win on Sanok. That's a great feeling, of course, both for players, but also for you as a coach. It means you came off to a good start, the prep was worthwhile. But then after that, it seemed like it slipped off a little bit on the Rankle and Miramar. Take me through how the day went for you, for the team. Like, how was the vibes on the team?
Okay, so basically, for people who don't know, like I consider my group the death group. So the best teams in the world are in my group.
Okay.
So we had to take some decisions during this day to change some spots that we are used to play. So we have to go outside of our comfort zone to play like today match. So we were kind of okay. Let's see how things go to see how much we can go on these new positions, because the thing about the game is you have so many different like possibilities to do things, and it's not about only yourself. It's about like what the other teams around you are going to do, and if you are not used to those kinds of things, and can like ruin your game. So we were trying to understand how much we can go for some positions, how much aggressive we can go, and it was kind of we were learning today basically. But tomorrow we're gonna drop in our in the spots we are used to. So hopefully the day will be better.
I'm literally writing notes here. Okay.
No, this is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. I'm all for it. I love the fact, the way you're going about it, because we see it a lot, of course, in PUBG tournaments where day one for a team, they'll play it a little more slow. They'll, you know, try and figure out what's going on, and then day two, they come in, boom. Now we know what's happening. Now we have a plan. Now we execute that plan. And off of that, I mean, obviously you're coaching the guys. You're there with them between the games, talking to them. What do you think? Like, what is your style of coaching? Are you very hands-on, or do you let the guys do the stuff themselves? Like, what is? Tell me a little bit about what your role is. I know you're the coach, but what is your actual role on the team?
So basically, my thought about everything when I'm working is that I can't say like, oh, you guys need to do this, this, and that, because sometimes I might think, okay, this should be good for us, but when you're inside the game, it's completely different. So I try to understand the mistake we did and how we can like correct those mistakes. Like, it's not about the situation itself. It's about like, okay, so we have those fight here because we took too much time. So next time, let's lower the time we are using or taking to finish our looting phase. So basically, I just give some insights about like the overall idea so they can understand and correct for the next game. It's not about, oh, we die because you did this. Like,
you know what I love so much about that answer? It immediately explains just how much you trust your players. You're not micromanaging. No. You're there to guide them, to shape the decisions, like to fill them in on things that you see. Because right now we have got the game on screen, gentlemen.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
We're going to be watching through it. We've seen all the teams dropping. If I saw correctly, I think Team Liquid drops kind of central east on the map. Toby, I think you were so enamored by Knights on, so I'm not sure.
I was not paying attention to the screen at all. I was just staring. It was amazing.
What I would love to do is we can see all the teams on screen, and before the eliminations and the first wipes come in, I mean, who are the teams that you consider really strong? You said Group of Death. So who are the teams that me as a League of Legends guy, somebody that's going to learn that like needs to be watching? Obviously, Team Liquid's on the list. It's expected. Who else do we include there, Knight?
So right now we have IET, that is the currently World Championship team.
Okay.
That's your team.
Yes, it is.
That is your team.
I randomly picked the name out of a hat, and I said they're going to do well. Who else is strong?
So we also have Falcons that, like, those Mongolia teams are amazing. So don't know what they put in their water, but like they have so much gun skill. And so basically Falcon IT, you have 4MV, also an amazing team. From my group, like we can talk about the green group and not talk about vampires. They're back-to-back champions. So, and us, of course. So
is it fair? At the beginning of the day, I heard the back-to-back, I saw the score. I said they sucked today. You don't have to use that word.
I thought you were just making like a play on words.
Vampires.
You didn't know?
I didn't even know I made that joke.
That's why I did the dumb laugh.
And he's wearing red and everything. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, because vampires suck blood. I was just saying they play bad. So, yes, can we go with that one instead? Anyways, how do you think Vampire did today based on like expectations?
So I think they had some problems during the game phase, but this is something that happens a lot during the game. As I was saying before, you can control all the different things that can happen during the game, but I think they are more than capable of coming back. Like they showed us in the last PMGC, they were like in the 16th place, and they ended up like in 7th place, win 3 matches in the last day of the finals. So like they're capable of everything. So I think those are the 5 strongest teams in our group.
Yeah. Okay. So as we get the game going, of course, a little bit of a quiet start. Center circle always pretty doable in terms of maneuvering and getting into it. I want to hear from you. Obviously, you qualify through to the PMWC from the Americas region, a region I think many consider one of
the most difficult regions to come out and win. Not only do you qualify through, you win Americas, which is incredibly impressive. Congratulations for that, by the way. I want to hear from you. How do you think, as a coach, the Americas region plays differently than now you've played the global tournaments? How do you think, like, what's the difference between playing in Americas and in global tournaments?
So I think one of the biggest difference, because like in Americas, I think Brazil is by far the strongest country in the region. So we kind of create like this bubble around Brazil. So we only have like the opportunity to train with us. Basically because of the size of Americas. So, for example, if you're playing in Europe, you can play with Middle East teams, sometimes with Southeast Asia teams, but for us, it's very hard. So we have to create like this situation where we're going to give our best every single day, no matter if it's a practice or a tournament, to improve as much as possible, to be able to fight teams like in the same position of them. But I think usually in Brazil, we have more we play a little bit safer than other regions, and here we need to adapt those strategies. We can play too much passive because those teams are so good on fights that they can take advantage of you like in the same position, like afraid of taking fights. So these are things that we need to adjust for those big tournaments.
And that segues perfectly into my next question, because I want to hear, I mean, you win Americas, you come in here with a win, which we will see over the course of what we are showing on screen right now. Spoilers, by the way. I want to hear from you, what do you think? I mean, as the coach, always it's sometimes hard to analyze yourself, but what do you think is one of the biggest strengths of your team?
So I think it's the fact that no matter what happened during the game, we are able to reset and take a deep breath and understand the problem. Because I see a lot of teams that they trying to figure out the mistake and point out fingers, say, oh, we lost because of you, because you did this, did that. And at the end of the day, like, we are humans, so we make mistakes. So no one will play perfect. Every single day, someone is going to make a different mistake. And the point is, okay, so we had this bad decision during the game. Let's take a deep breath. Let's watch the match and see how, like, what good we can take out of the situation, and the bad things, how we can fix those things. So it's kind of doing this that you're gonna have an amazing team.
Can I ask when that feedback gets sent back to the players? Because you're not allowed to talk to them during the game. You have to just sit back and watch, and then between each map, that's your opportunity to give them quick feedback to try to adjust their gameplay?
Yes, after every single match, we go to the backstage, like we talk like about specific situations and how can we learn from those situations.
Yeah.
We highlight the good points, like the good decisions of the game, and that we should keep doing those things, and we see like the mistakes.
And just to for everyone to understand, tell me real quick, from the second the game ends till they come to you, till they have to be back on stage again, realistically, how much time do you as a coach have to talk to your players from one map to another? Because it's not a lot.
No, I think like they also need to go to the bathroom.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think we have between 3 to 5 minutes.
We have 5 minutes to break down an entire match.
Hey, love, obviously, just a quick update here. We can hear a little bit of the commentary from that live game in the background. We will try to remove that from the soundtrack in a minute. So if it's a bit distracting, I apologize. Knight, you've been in this game 6 years.
Yeah.
As a coach, you got to watch this for 30 minutes. You can't say anything. Are you 12 years older? How hard is it? How hard is it to watch the players for that long and like, clench your fists and hope for the best?
So like this is something. Even now it's very hard for me because when you just watch and you see what they are doing, you can do anything to help them.
Yeah.
Like so you have to you suffer a little bit watching them playing, see the mistakes they do. We just talked about this.
Yeah.
But like at the end of the day, like the biggest thing is that every single match we play, we're gonna learn something. This is like sometimes you're not gonna feel comfortable watching those things, but we need to point out, even if you die like for a very silly mistake, we need to point out, say, okay, this happened, let's move on, let's learn from this. You don't need to be like afraid of a mistake or people is not gonna make joke about you.
From competitions like this, do you have access to your voice communications afterwards to then listen back to what people were saying at specific points, and then you review that and then adjust what people should be saying in terms of communication?
So no, unfortunately I don't have this.
Okay.
So I trust a lot of what the insights they give me in the break. So they say, okay, they are very mature enough to say, okay, we have communication problem. We have we didn't find a middle ground between two ideas. So they are very straightforward to me, so I can understand and help them. They don't need to hide it, saying like, oh, I talk too much, or I was afraid of taking the wrong decision. So, but I really like your suggestion. They should. They should provide us this in the future.
The other thing you would like to add?
Yeah, one thing I'd like to jump in. So, Toby, I'm going to ask you to keep a close eye on the gameplay now for a little bit. I want Knight to tell me some personal stuff now. Okay, because we've asked you about coach, we've asked you about the game. I want to focus in on game one, but after, what are the games you're the most excited to watch at EWC? I know you have limited time. But CS is on at the moment. You mentioned that as well. What are some of the other games of the tournament that are just fun that you're enjoying for the environment?
So I love Dota 2. I love Counter-Strike. So I love so many games that if I was able to go and pass the whole month watching those games, I wouldn't work a single day because all the games basically I follow. I'm a huge fan of the esports in general. Sometimes I'm in my house watching the TV and say, oh, I'm gonna watch a different game to understand, learn a little bit. So I'm expecting to see the Rainbow Six Siege game.
Yes.
So I really
Our producer for the show comes from Rainbow Six Siege, so he'd be happy to hear that.
It's a very complex game. I really like.
Much like PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, it's like.
I got one last thing. We're watching this back. You know your team's gonna win. Does this bring you joy when you watch it? Does it make you happy, or do you go, oh, we could have done so much better?
Looking for all the mistakes.
Because this is where, Toby, I'll ask you to focus on the game a little bit, but how do you feel when you watch back this knowing you won?
I feel really good because we won, of course. This was such a good start. But my main focus is looking at the mistakes we did. Why you took so much to make this decision? We should have got this position before. Because I know that they're most capable of this. But I want to see things that I can fix or help them to the next 5 matches.
As a mobile player, not you in particular, but is there any aim routines that people go through? Is there a way that you can practice your aim as an individual, as a player on mobile, or do you just have to play a lot of the game?
So we have a lot of practice rooms. Now they create a new kind of WoW that is called that you can create your own map. You customize your map and go, okay, I'm gonna make this map to practice Molotovs and nades, or I'm gonna create a map for long range training. So evolved a lot. So now they have a lot of different possibilities to practice whatever they feel that they are lacking of.
That's cool.
So we have a routine.
It actually makes me jealous.
It's amazing.
The amount
it
of
is
tools.
absolutely amazing.
I've been saying this as well. I've not watched a lot of PUBG Mobile or even PUBG on PC. So for me, coming into this world and doing research and prep, the graphics, the stats, the eliminations, the points, and then on top of that, the tools and mechanics. Matt got to play the game. We recorded him sucking. You couldn't even beat the bots. You didn't win the bots.
He didn't win the game.
Beat the bots. Okay.
It's impressive at how complex the game is, but how simple they make it to get involved, and then how complex it is to customize.
Yeah.
And then all the tools you have. But I mean, right now, let's look at this. Team Liquid, still no eliminations, still no points. 3 squads have been eliminated. Toby, I would love to challenge you. Let's find something that Team Liquid could have done better.
Okay.
See if we can spot something for Knight.
Okay.
We don't want him to tell us what they did wrong because that'll reveal it to his opponents. But if we come up with it, maybe we can help Knight out. That's the idea, Toby.
Okay, that sounds good.
Well, you can. I can't help you.
Yeah, so
I don't
you've
know
got
the
to put
game.
your coaching pants on and pretend to come up with a good idea, and then Knight will rate it.
That's a good game.
You like that one?
You should have gotten more eliminations. That's the first thing. Winning a match on Sanok with only 7 eliminations means you're way too quiet. But with where you're sat right now in a compound and you know you have a team to your north and to the south, it makes good sense you're not flexing out, because as much as we know, Sanok is a map where you can get a lot of eliminations. It's also a map where if you don't finish your fight in 10 seconds, maybe for 7 to 10 seconds, you know you will get third party. There's always one more team sitting around the next corner, boom, ready to jump on you.
It's almost like the observers proved your point there, Toby, because as soon as you said zoom out and there's 3-4 squads within, I can't judge the meters, how many meters away are the respective squads on screen? 200, 300? Further?
Yeah, so the whole circle at this point, I would say is
Just give me an estimate. I'm not going to.
Yeah, about 700-800 meters wide.
Wow. Okay, so that's a lot of like.
As you said, I mean, I showcased it in the segment yesterday. It is the smaller of the map. It's the close quarters. You're much more in the open. You don't really use vehicles for anything. It's just up close fighting. But it segues me. I mean, what I'm about to be tasked with apparently segues me to my next question for you, Knight. It's we talked about the strengths of Liquid and how you have a phenomenal win here. But I want to hear from you the honest answer, of course. In what are the weaknesses? What are things that you still think you and the team could improve on?
Okay, so as I said, that region is not so focused on kills and those fights. So this is something that we need to learn with other regions, especially like Mongolian teams. They fight really well.
Okay.
So this is something, of course, like especially with this new meta, that kill points worth so much. That's why you see so many fights around. So we need to like improve those small details. Like overall, I think our strategies, our rotations are good, but like those small details during the game, I think we always have room for improvement.
Of course. And is it mechanical skill or is it communication during the fighting? Like what aspect of the combat portion of the game itself is it that you think not only you and Liquid, but Brazil as a whole is kind of struggling under?
So I think sometimes you need to understand the situation and figure out, okay, so I'm not going to stay here trying to fight from my point of view. So I need to get vehicle or walk around, find a different angle.
Positioning.
Yes, position different, like apply more pressure on them make the first mistake. So all those things that you need to decide during a fight. And not only this, you also need to worry about teams around you. So it's kind of such a complex situation that, okay, how I can take like the most out of my position and not be exposed to other teams around me that sometimes I don't even know where they are. You might doing rotations inside the blue zone. I'm not waiting them. So.
And I think something that really stands out to me, when you're used to a play style and you're used to a very competitive region and one region that maybe you don't compete against other teams, the way that Brazilian teams are going to fight squad v squad and how they're going to approach an obstacle or the mountain or the city is going to be different to how the Mongolians do it, to how South Koreans do it. Like, so that's also something you have to adapt to and learn from, right?
It's something that I think is amazing. I'm sure you will agree that every time we've had a global tournament, those teams that fought in that global tournament comes home with a melting pot of metas to bring to their own region. So every time there's been a global event, they come back and then I feel like the teams that were left behind in their regions see to that team, what did you learn? What did you bring home for us? Like, what are the gifts from your travels overseas?
What actually happens is Team Liquid go home and they smash the rest of Brazil. It's like, we're not
telling you anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got a question.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask. So he was telling us some funny names for callouts in English. Do you guys have any specific callouts that you think are funny when you actually like sit back and go, oh yeah, that's a pretty funny call out? Or do you have anything in particular that comes to mind?
TV friendly.
Yeah, that's the broadcast day. Yep.
So our calls are in Portuguese,
yeah.
But usually you use like some teams that plays those positions, like instead of, oh, this, like, this, instead of saying this check is like, okay, Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Okay. How we call, one of our calls is Harry Potter.
That's awesome.
He just leaked my second question on my quiz today.
You told us an area was called toilet seat.
No, that's something else. That's something else.
Oh my word. Okay,
yeah,
so right. Okay, so then I'm learning. Right, you have to teach me. So what's your next question, Toby? Before I embarrass myself more.
I will continue with questions, but I also know for a fact that this is about the time that you guys start flexing out of the compound.
Okay.
You start making your way up the hillsides, and obviously you and I, Knight, know that the compound you've been in up until this point is down in a little valley below, so it's hard to scout out. How do the guys with no info to go off of usually start like pushing out of buildings when they know there's enemies everywhere around them? But like, how do they make the decision on where to go?
So first of all, you need to know that your backs, there's no one behind you.
Exactly.
Right? Of course, because
Exactly.
okay, I'm gonna go in the open field. I'm gonna get knocked and eliminated.
Yep.
So the second thing is trying to get as much as sound information as possible. So if I see that teams in my left side, for example, are fighting or shooting someone, this is the point that I know that for sure they are not focusing on me. Or if they send one guy to watch you, it's just one guy.
Yeah.
And we have 4 guys, like two guys can watch them. So this is the moment where you know you are able to leave your compound and gain space.
You see it right there. You see it right there. You guys starting to flex up the north side of the compound, up the hillside. They hear the fight, and now you instantly go to the
Coach Toby, teach me, newbie, when I look at the circle now moving, Team Liquid are at the northwest corner, right?
Yep.
As your coaching Quickshot, who's in the game now, what should I be doing?
Look at this right here. You have a 3-1 split. 3 players looking towards the north. 1 player sitting on the south side, making sure no one's third-partying from behind. He's the anchor. He's the guy going. If anyone is pushing, he comes.
We're not live.
This is my game. This is my game.
Take a breath.
For
You're
me right
losing
now,
me.
Liquid, out of a compound with limited to no info, is doing the best thing they possibly can to get into a position from where they can play safe. Like, it's all about risk management. It's about making sure, as you said, no snakes come in from behind. They're always there, as you can see, holding each other's backs, making sure they can push forward together in a 3-1 split, grouping up again to try and make sure no one's safe. This is phenomenal, phenomenal gameplay.
Mac, what would you have done next? Because I know you've got some actual PUBG experience. Not since
One game.
Since he's the teacher. No, not the mobile. I mean, when you look at this, right, and you now see the circles closing in here, how do you go? The reason I do it is I'm going to ask Knight to judge my dumbness, Toby's coaching, and then your guesses too.
I wish it was easier. I wish it was live so I could call for a full map so I could see what was going on, because I can't really remember this one.
Yeah.
But I do know that they have...
It's a big hill.
They're starting to
The
get towards the
center
top
is
of the hill.
top of the hill.
Is there many rocks around them?
Yes,
Do they have some
rocks
cover?
and trees they can use for you
So they
to
got,
cover.
Yeah, decent cover. This is us here, right? So Liquid's looking, so he's spotted old mate there. Don't know what team that is, because it's not my game.
They're flanking south now.
But I guess you just play that region until the next circle sort of pops, right? You just want to have that cover, make sure your flank's clear, just like you were talking about before, and just keep eyes, track as many of the teams that are available or alive as possible. Have a look at the kill feed, figure out who's where and who you want to be targeting.
And they got the squad advantage as well when I'm looking at this, Max. So you and I will be counting as like 4 versus 3, 3, 1, 1.
Yeah.
We're going, stay safe, boys. Don't get caught up on grenades.
Yeah, you look at, you've got 13 remaining. You've been paying attention to the kill feed.
And this is how Max shot get the chicken dinner.
Wait, does this one have the kill feed?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, so you can tell roughly who's where from that. Yeah.
I want to hear, though, from you, Knight, now that we have you. I think it would be a waste not to use you. I know you're not, I mean, I don't know if you are, but I don't think you have casting, like esports casting experience, but I still want to take you through. Obviously, you're not in the comms with the players, but just take us through what happens in the game from this point on, because it's about to come down to the end, this point on, and how the team, like what goes through the players' minds as they play this.
Okay, so the first thing is that we noticed that there was one team inside the compounds. So we knew that they wouldn't leave because they might be exposed to two different angles. So when we saw that there was a fight between Udualize and Tiamba, we figured out, okay, if the team is inside the compound, they don't have any reason to leave. So let's apply pressure on them. So because like when you reach this level of like competence, you can track the feed queue just by remembering, calling out. So we knew that Tiamba only have 1 player left. We saw that we kind of knew that Udo Alliance have some players, and the other team, TJB, was inside the compound. So when we saw that the team that was outside the compound and with like 3 or 2 players got knocked, and we saw this queue, we know, okay, let's close this team.
Did this moment right here help you win the game?
Of course, because this was like one of the key moments for us. Because when we saw this fight going on and we saw that they got like 2 players, 1 player eliminated and another knocked, we knew that we could push them. But at the same time, the TJB team left the compound. So we had to take those 2 fights at the same time, and this takes a lot of coordination. And we managed really well this. We killed 1 player. We still have 3 players left. We know that there's just 1 solo player in our right side and 2 players in the left side. So we just had to do like a 2-1, utilize our utilities, approach, gun skill, and kill them. So we took those 2 fights and we won.
How much respect do you give to solos in a situation like this? Do you stack up on him, like try and clear him out? Now we can see it's a 1v1, you take him out and win the game off of it. But in that situation, when you know it's a solo, do you then favor the 2? Yeah, by the way,
yes,
congratulations.
Yes, that's a good shot.
On a great first game. Great first game of the day. But when you have that situation, you have lost a player, so you're down to just 3. You know that 2 guys on 1, 1 on the other. Do you want to, as a coach, if you could say, guys, do this right now, like in their comms, do you send them all over to deal with the solo and then the duo? Or do you say, okay, this solo is alone, we'll take the duo first?
So this depends a lot of the terrain.
Of course.
But like the main point is figure out which one is easier to work. Especially like if we have utilities, if we can isolate them, we can take them outside their comfort zone. So depends a lot. So if I see that our 2 guys behind 1 rock, and I can throw like a Molotov and make them leave this rock, so they won't have cover, I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna like try to buy some time from the other guy. Then I'm gonna focus my attention. Because when you split too much, sometimes the guy can have lucky or throw an aid and knock you off your play, so you lose all your advantage. So you need to have those feelings.
Knights, I've got one more question for you.
Sure.
We just saw a second ago, the other group has played 12 matches already. They're not playing tomorrow. The current number one, number two teams, 120 points, 120 points. You're sitting right now on the cusp of not advancing, but still 6 games to go, right? With 37 points and about a 90 difference between first and 12th, how confident, how hard is that of a challenge? Explain it to a dumb non-PUBG player, because you've still got 6 games. I understand that to make up 90, that's 15 to 20 points a game minimum. That sounds difficult to me. Is it very difficult?
Yes, it's
okay.
really,
Okay.
it's really
Okay.
difficult.
Okay.
Like average 10 points per game is already a huge thing.
Yeah.
So especially like this amount of points, they have an amazing day. Like they play really well. They play very aggressive. So we know that it's going to be very tough, but we're gonna do our best.
Knights, I do have to move us on. I'm so sorry, Mac. I'm so sorry,
Can
Mac.
we just keep him on the whole
Can I
evening? He's so
just
great to
say,
talk to.
just quickly before we go, I just want to say thank you. I've had the pleasure of interviewing a lot of coaches over the last 10 years. You have already inspired me. It's very clear how you lead your team, and it sounds like you've got a really healthy environment. I just want to say that. I also cannot thank you enough for doing like an hour of conversation in English. So do you also want to say goodbye to the friends in Portuguese? Give us some Brazilian Portuguese love. Say something to the fans, because you've given us the honor of English so much.
First of all, I want to I appreciate the invite here. It's amazing. I love talk about PUBG Mobile.
It really shows.
So I hope people like and start playing. I'm gonna
Please do. Yes, please.
Para todo mundo que está acompanhando, muito obrigado. Torçam pela gente. Bora Team Liquid Brasil, no final das contas. E é isso. Espero que vocês gostem do nosso trabalho, curtam e joguem.
That's perfect. I don't even want you to translate, because it's just for the president. And hopefully we can get some translation on Twitter. Thank you so much. All I can say is vamos. Bring it home. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's Dota 2 updates, and we'll look at Tundra versus Falcons. Team Liquid, vamos. Brazil, PUBG Mobile. welcome back to Esports World Cup 2024, Week 3, Day 3. And there's 3 of us on the couch. Just before we continue with the rest of our show, I had to cut Mac off as he was about to ask Knight a question. Exceptional co-stream with Knight. We did the EWC Rewind, we watched the game. What was the question you were asking him?
So we had a discussion between us up in the green room about which days we would prefer to play if we were PUBG players in a group stage.
Okay,
right?
what are the day options?
So there's day 1 would be like red and yellow, day 2 would be yellow and green, and then day 3 would be green and red, right?
Okay.
So we were thinking, would we like to play day 1 and 2, 2 and 3, or 1 and 3?
Right.
And I was thinking, I'd like 1 and 3 so you can sort of set the pace, but then also chase on day 3. And that's what I was going to ask our friend Knight.
Did you ask him?
I did. And he said that he would prefer to play on 2 and 3 so you can chase the whole way.
Amazing.
And that's what they're doing, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't be any better.
But you know what I love so much is that Knight also said, how hard is it to get 90 points in 6 games? Really freaking hard. I mean, his eyes lit up.
It's
Right.
insane.
That's a pause on PUBG Mobile. We will come back to the PUBG Mobile World Cup a little bit later on in the broadcast. Before we do, though, one of my favorite segments, something we've done for 2 weeks in a row, is we welcome our substitute teacher, Suns fan. Shannon, what are you teaching us today, sir?
Hello, we're teaching Snapfire today. She is the 2nd most picked hero at this event.
After Sven?
No, actually, it's after Hoodwink.
Oh!
Surprisingly. Sven is up there, I'll admit. Snapfire can be played as a support or a mid, so a lot of flex potential. We're going to be showing her skills here in just a moment. She's an old hag that is riding on a lizard-type creature, let's say. And her first ability is called Scatter Blast, and it's basically just like a shotgun blast in a cone shape. It slows, does damage, and it tapers off the longer it goes. So it has more of an effect to close targets, as you can see Centaur Warrunner just running.
So they just copied a
vertically.
shotgun then, basically?
Yes, it's a shotgun.
Can I ask
You have a question? Yes, please.
Is the name as basic as Snapfire because the lizard snaps and she fires a gun?
Okay, next skill we have. We have cookies. Snapfire cookies, in fact. She concocts a little cookie, puts it onto an ally, and they kind of jump forward, and they'll stun any target in the area, and also it will heal the ally. So it's a pseudo save. The jump can actually go up terrain as well. It's just a mobility spell that is a support type.
But I thought a cookie just saved like your login information on the website.
Okay, next skill.
Okay.
We have Little Shredder. This is a skill that you activate and you basically just shoot a bunch of times in a row. Now, this doesn't really do your attack damage. It is a fixed amount of damage, and each shot that you hit will lower the physical armor of the target, including towers,
Oh, so hence the
temporarily.
Out of interest, it looks like the shot's bouncing. Is that like a secondary effect on that?
That is a facet which we will not discuss because it makes it a little bit more complicated.
Okay, got it.
So that one's fairly basic.
That's fine.
Her ultimate is, we're gonna go to next, is Mortimer's Kisses. It's the lizard will belch out these lava blobs, if you will, in a long range. And you can see that she's kind of stuck in place. She can do like a 360. It's very slow turning. The blobs are a bit delayed, so it's a bit of a skill shot. And these do damage over time and slow.
Can I ask as well, so with this, the terminology that I was, is this like a channeled ability? If you displace or interrupt or knock back Snapfire, will that cancel the follow-up shots?
As usual, depends.
Oh, wow,
but yeah,
okay.
For simplicity's sake, let's say it's channeling.
Okay,
it's
got it.
close enough to channeling.
Fair enough. I mean, look, you've got to dumb it down for me, Shannon. You know that.
Next, we have the Aghanim Scepter, which is an item that you can purchase in the game that will upgrade a certain ability. This one actually adds an ability, so you can eat a teammate or a creep, and for about 3 seconds, they'll stay in your belly, which sounds familiar with Pudge. But the difference is you can launch them a very long distance, and the landing projectile will stun and do the damage of your Mortimer's Kisses. So this is a way to potentially help somebody initiate or just grief your team, throw them in to die.
Also, theoretically, could be used as a save as well, like if you happen to get jumped on. So it's quite a versatile tool. Okay,
Correct.
I like this.
That is correct. The next thing I want to talk about is her talents. So talents, the way that they work is at level 10, 15, 20, and 25, you can choose one of 2 talents to go for that will upgrade something in your kit, okay? And the reason that I'm mentioning it for this is because hers are really important. This one is one that's not taken as often, but it increases the amount of blobs that this lizard creature belches out or vomits out, if you will, you can just tell it's a lot more. So
It
it's
even
a lot
looks
more
like it's firing faster as well. I mean, that's just a quantity over time, so therefore it's like...
Exactly. It's the same time frame, but there's more blobs.
Yeah, got it.
And then the final clip, I believe, is we've upgraded her all the way, and this is where she can become a carry. Some of her talents upgrade her little shredder to actually deal her attack damage. So you can see, let me move over here. She has a bunch of attack items now, very serious damage, and it will not only apply that, but it will shoot multiple targets at the same time.
So question about this. So there's 6 items in the inventory or backpack. Like, how long is it going to take to farm up enough credits to actually buy that many
Credits,
items?
yes, that's right. This one would be extraordinarily long. Let's say 50+ minutes if you're playing as a
So an
position
average Dota game then?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's right. Or if you're playing turbo mode, it's about 15 minutes.
Great.
So.
Of course, there's another game mode that we haven't mentioned in 2.5 weeks of content. There's so much to it. I mean, look, I guess, are there any other questions on the couch? I've got one last one.
Is this just like Cog Kench?
That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
So translated, those are champions in League of Legends.
Yeah.
But yes,
I've
feels like.
And Xerath, because the ultimate Xerath.
I've watched the Dragon Knight show on Netflix, but I'm not full on with all the lore in Dota.
I'm so sorry for your
That's my
wasted time
only
on
reference
that.
to Dota lore. But I want to hear still, is Mortimer, I feel like Mortimer's Kisses is a very unique name for a spell.
Yeah,
Is Mortimer
They
another
just made
hero
it
in the
up.
game?
It was just random.
Also,
Is
just
that
for the
another
record,
hero in the game?
As far as I was aware,
No? Okay.
a kiss was done physically. If we're going to do a Bluetooth kiss, can you blow me one? That's a Bluetooth. There you go. That's not a kiss.
Mortimer is the lizard.
Okay.
To answer your question.
That answers my question very well. So it's not another hero. It's the same hero, but the second part of
The
it.
reason that this hero is unique is because think of it this way. She can't really become a hard-hitting carry until she hits the talent. So that makes her quite unique.
Okay. We just have one last thing to do on behalf of all of the students here. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, teacher.
Mr. Suns fan.
There's always that
Moving
one
on,
bit.
let's talk about the Dota 2 playoffs and where are we standing. I'm going to start immediately with the big game in the lower bracket. Falcons taking on PSG Quest. I mean, Suns fan, talk me through what's been happening there.
Yeah, this was a crazy series. This is game number 2. Falcons did win game 1, and PSG Quest obviously winning game 2 because it did get extended to 3 games overall, but it was way, way closer than I was expecting. Again, we talked about it before, but these two teams have played a ton against each other, so they are familiar, but Falcons just seem to always come on top, but the momentum certainly in Quest's favor this
And
turn.
I mean, in this game at the moment, so this is game 2 of the series.
Now it's 3.
Just jumped over to game 3. This was the final fight, if memory serves, 60 minutes on the clock. I mean, look at this. PSG on the dire side, pushing into the Radiant base. My basic brain started panicking. Was this a potential game-losing moment for Falcons?
Yes, absolutely. It's about the heroes that die, and do they have buybacks? You can see on the top, well, you can't see it anymore, a little coin icon comes up when they buy back. That means they cannot buy back again. So if they had died again, the game would have been over, and instead PSG Quest does that instead.
Just for the learning perspective,
Yes.
because I haven't seen this before, the circles down the bottom above the individuals, they're the buffs and the debuffs that are active?
Correct.
Okay, I hadn't seen that before. Is that new? That is new
No,
in the
that
last.
is not new.
Is it new in the last 7 years?
Well, that's a
New
no.
is
I'm going to say
relative.
no on that.
As usual with all things Dota, it could be. There may be exceptions. Yes, exactly. Okay, so what we are looking at is the lower bracket. I mean, Suns fan, let's go through sort of one by one. Yesterday, we caught the end of Tundra BB team, if memory serves correctly.
Yeah.
But I mean, talk me through the results, and I believe Tundra Falcons is going on right now.
That's correct. So BB Team versus Tundra, that was the grudge match, if you will.
Yes.
Pure, the guy that was picking his nose that we were laughing at the end of the game. He was previously on BB Team, so I don't know if there's actually bad blood because he was kicked.
Yeah.
But they could have left on good terms. But they talk a lot of smack, let's say. That's the nice term for it.
And of course, let's just do the math. 4 teams remaining. So we've got Gaimin in the finals. You've got Team Liquid in the lower finals. And then Tundra and Falcons. Whoever wins between Tundra and Falcons advances to face Team Liquid. Loser is done. They place 4th. Lock in those club championship points, and they're done. Obviously, winner against Liquid, winner against Gaimin for the finals. Just a few minutes ago, I've actually just saw this. It's Gaimin versus Liquid in the upper bracket final. So this is the first time we're seeing this. Suns fan, take a second to break down what we are seeing.
So this was game 1, a pretty hefty lead for Gaming Gladiators, and this is the thing that they do better than anybody at this tournament, which is end early. I think both games of this series, since it did go 2-0, ended at about 33 minutes.
This was the upper bracket final, correct?
Yes.
Okay, right, from much earlier in the
And it
day.
was not close at all. And again, these two teams have played a ton against each other, but Gaming Gladiators seem to just be playing at another level versus anyone other than Falcons.
Do they always just not dumpster, do they always defeat Team Liquid?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, in the big matches.
In the big matches.
Sometimes they'll drop a series in like a group stage or something like that.
I've got a terrible memory. You showed me a graphic yesterday about their head-to-heads.
Yes.
And it was like 8 finals in a row, or like 8 finals you picked out that they faced off?
Yeah, pretty much. And it was usually a stomp in favor of Gaming Gladiators. But again, that was last year.
Yeah.
And then since that point, since Riyadh Masters, I think they got like 6th or something, Gaming Gladiators. They didn't really have a great showing. But since then, it's been a bit more even. But now they're back in form, it feels
Still feel one of my favorite interviews, I'm not sure on the player nickname, but specifically said, I want Team Liquid to beat Tundra so that we can beat Team Liquid. Then I want them to run the low bracket so I can beat them again in finals. So we, the Gaming Gladiators, can beat Team Liquid as many times as possible.
Yep. I don't think that's going to happen, though, because what did I say? Falcons, they lost. I'm like, all right, they're just going to clean up lower bracket. They learn against their mistakes.
You've been adamant that Falcons is going to still win this entire tournament.
Yes, absolutely.
Which means they have to take down Tundra, they have to take down Liquid, and then they have to take in Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
How likely is that with your 7+ years Dota knowledge? Come on, Mac.
It depends. 73%.
Okay, well, there we go. 73% odds. Those are pretty good odds as far as
I don't know who for.
I've got one last question. Obviously, Toby, you haven't had the pleasure of being taught by Teacher Suns fan as much as I have.
Oh, as much, yeah.
The hero spotlight, watching the games, are we starting to appreciate the game a little bit more for somebody who doesn't have the same level of experience?
I really think Dota is an amazing game. Despite having never played it, I've watched 2 games of it in my entire life. And both of them, the fact is, and you talked about it too, the early game can be somewhat, I don't want to say boring, because we hear that a lot of times, but there's a lot going on in the early game that you might not appreciate unless you're really experienced with the game. There's the whole, well, you know what I'm talking about. And the fact that a game like Dota can, through that, keep me eyes full on the screen for those sometimes 50, 60 minutes for the 2 games that I've seen and have me excited, even though I don't understand what I'm seeing, have had me exciting all the way through. I think it goes to show it's a great game.
The thing is, if you play any mode, but you can still appreciate some of it without 100% understanding it.
Has he seen Witch Doctor play yet?
We're going to find out. We're going to find out. We're going to move on with the show. We're obviously very excited and very chatty today. Let's hear from Gaming Gladiators Tofu as they secure their spot in the Riyadh Masters Grand Final here at EWC.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Tofu of Gaming Gladiators, who has now secured Grand Finals, a minimum of 2nd place, and a minimum of 800,000 USD. Congratulations. But I have to know about how you've returned back to this, because Gaming Gladiators has had a rocky 2024 so far. But so far, it seems like you guys are returning back to prominence. So is it what everyone else is attributing it to, that it's the meta, it's the patch, you guys are playing fast and so good? Or can you tell there's a different energy within your team over these past 2.5 weeks?
It's actually hard to put into words. I think there's a lot of factors coming into play, from knowing each other for so long, from grinding for so long, and also having the success where you eventually just decline. Motivational factors, but then also like small things within the team and like people individually, like how hard do you train, how hard do you want it. Other people, they're like playing more, they're like more eager to win, whereas we already had the satisfaction of the win. And I think we had a really rough season overall, and like a lot of things to relearn and improve, and just things that set us back overall. But I think we kept learning steadily and just like going with it. I wouldn't say that necessarily this patch is like our thing now. Like I think we've always been good at playing together, buying auras and taking fights well, which kind of favors us a little bit right now. But then also just general things from, I think we're just in a really good mood, great atmosphere, like we're just having a good time together, and like we don't choke on the stage. We're confident to play. We just want to show what we've been training for, and we're back.
I'm happy to hear it, and you're showing it. But it's encouraging to hear that these processes of the losses earlier in the year didn't break you guys down, and if it did, then you've rebuilt stronger than ever. That all these experiences that you've shared with these guys, of the challenges, it seems to have just made things stronger for you.
In a way, yeah, we also get to know each other like really well, because we spend a lot of time together, and there can be things when someone has a bad game and he's down, or someone puts blame on someone. Like, I feel like we're out of that. Like, people just have a bad day, they have a bad game or whatever, and we just build each other up. And you also know like people's habits. If I wake up late and like I show up to breakfast, like people know like, okay, give him some time, it's all good.
Well, whatever it is, you seem to be making magic happen right now, Tofu. And now that you've secured your place in Grand Finals, the best of 5, Tundra, Falcons, or Liquid. Any preference between the 3?
I honestly don't really care.
Because you're going to beat them no matter what. Tofu, welcome back to Grand Finals. Welcome back, Game and Gladiators, to Grand Finals. Congratulations on the win, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Another very uplifting interview that we get here from the players on stage. Tofu, his reaction, I mean, Sunsfan, you're the one that's going to be a bit more familiar with this. It felt to me happily confident. There was not relief, but just like soaking in the aura. Tofu was just chill, you know?
Yeah, I think that comes from, first of all, in 2023, they won basically every tournament until Riyadh Masters and until TI. I mean, they made it to the finals of TI. So I think losing those 2 big tournaments makes you come back down to earth a little bit, and now you can kind of appreciate the moment.
And of course, it definitely sounds that way. In terms of the matchups and the remainder of the tournament, Tofu did not sound nervous or stressed at all. I thought Tsunami was trying to get something from him. What about the teams? Who is it? And like, I don't care who's there. And then Tsunami's just like, fine, you're just gonna beat them. Like he gave the sass to
He's
Tofu.
lying. He's lying. They don't want to see Falcons. I 100% guarantee you.
But I mean, is that level of confidence, is that going to be enough to carry them regardless of who they face?
I mean, they're going to have definitely a good chance. They're playing better than anybody up to this point, but it's about who peaks at the very end.
Yeah.
And it will be Falcons.
I mean, that's definitely the idea. I mean, that's what we're going to find out. Of course, let's talk very briefly. We are currently in Tundra versus Falcons. Falcons are up 1-0. In terms of expectations for this one, Tundra, how surprised are you they've made it this deep? Because their group was significantly weaker, but they did absolutely smash that group.
No, they're a very good team. I'm trying to remember what I picked for them. At minimum, it would have been top 5, maybe top 4, which this is kind of exactly. I mean, the only team that really surprised me not making it towards this stage was BB Team.
Got it. Okay, well, listen, we'll unpack this a little bit later. I have another video for you to play. We're about to jump into map 2 between Tundra and Team Falcons. But before that, let's check out Whitemon and 9 Class trying their hands at Sleet Fighter? I know, it's a game mode.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Sleet Fighter 2! In your green corner, the only Pokemon that's gonna catch you! Put your hands together for Whitemon! And in the red corner, he will certainly school his opponent! Let's bring out 9 Class! Let's get it on! Over to you, Mr. Pixel!
Yes, we're ready to go here with the first fight of the day. We've got Whitemon up against 9 Class. Whitemon, are you a very experienced Sleet Fighter player?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And 9 Class, how about yourself?
It's my first time.
Excellent. Well, let's get into the action. I believe, what are we going with? Is this, Whitemon, you're going with the toss today for the first series?
Yep.
And Bristleback here for 9 Class. Well, let's get this fight started and see who can come out on top. It's going to be a best of 3 free series. Here we go. So round 1. Both players hesitant here. Looking for the first hit. Oh! I was able to get one of them in, but there's a big punch back there from Whitemon. Oh, and a big one there. Whitemon, he's going over the finish. He's got it. Okay, first round there. Going to Whitemon here on the toss. The round 2.
How to block this one? Like, if you're there, you should press.
Whitemon here helping the enemy. He's a good sport, good team player. Back to the action. Stepping up very aggressively here. 9 Class going full block here. Excellent defensive play. Trying to get the Q-Oil sprays out. And he's got him backed up into the corner here. Big punches coming out. Whitemon taking heavy damage. 9 Class still pretty much on full HP. Another block. He's trying to step up in 9 Class, but he can't get close. Whitemon, he's just laying down the shot. 9 Class can't close in on him, but Whitemon's got it again. The first series of this best of 3. Going to Whitemon. I think he's found something here with the Tusk. A dirty little tactic with the shards now. We're ready to go for round 2. We'll see if we get any switch-ups on the heroes.
Without Marcy. Then Marcy. Okay.
Marcy has been banned, part of a gentleman's agreement with these two. I think we're ready to go here, so a bit of a change-up. We're going to see Whitemon trying to play with the Bristleback this time. 9 Class taking the Venge. First series to Whitemon. Let's see if 9 Class can start the comeback here. That's series 2.
How I should come?
I mean, the nasal go is stacking up here. Start coming in with the kicks. Oh, it's good damage here from the Vengeful Spirit. He needs one more hit to finish it off. Can he get it? Oh, he got the comeback there from Whitemon on 1% HP somehow. turning it around. Round 2 though, 9 Class definitely looking like he was getting the hang of the bench play here. Again, the goose spam from Whitemon. 9 Class also playing defensive. Full spray just out of range. He's stepping forward now. He's trying to get them in, but the blocks come in. Good hits here from 9 Class. 9 Class, ooh, good step back into dodge. Full spray spam continues. Trying to get in for the hits. Ooh, hard hits coming out from Whitemon. 9 Class can get the finish. Ooh, he's got it. Whitemon again with the close up round 3. Full spray spam starting again from Whitemon. Looking for the goo. Goo. Kicking a punch. Just out of range. Full blocks here from 9 Class. 9 Class. Trying to get in aggressive. He keeps getting pushed back by this goose spam from Whitemon. Struggling to close in. Oh, now he gets some hits in. Ooh, Whitemon taking a few hits here, but he's hitting. Oh my goodness, that combo! Pretty much 100-0 there. Whitemon able to take him down.
Just one shot me.
And with that, that's going to be the series.
I minus your armor. It's worked.
And with that, I believe that's the game done and dusted there. Whitemon, you're able to win both of the best of 3s. Take this 2-0 against 9 Class. I mean, 9 Class, what happened?
My first time, I don't know combos.
No, fair enough. And Whitemon, I mean, you've been doing a lot of practice, a lot of warm-up for this, or what's going on?
I mean, I only play Tash and Marcy, so it's my first time playing Mr. Vec. Yeah.
Well, there we go. Well played to the both of you. You've been excellent sports, and that's going to be it for today's fight of Sleep Fighter. Whitemon able to take down 9 Class 2-0.
Welcome back, everybody, to the EWC Central stream. Unfortunately, I will be your host for this segment. Suns fan here. We have Max sitting on the couch as well. He's a Dota 2 connoisseur, of course, and a special guest in Jenkins. Who are you?
Why are you the host? I saw there was another guy that was really good, and he's gone all of a sudden. I come up here and he leaves.
Thought it would be too many people with your aura.
Right.
You know, you're just too grand of a personality.
Because when I was sitting in there in production, and they all had a lot of things to say about you. You were a problematic character.
Yeah, what did they say exactly?
I can't repeat it on broadcast.
Not safe for broadcast.
It's
okay.
NSFW. NSFB.
I see. So Jenkins is an analyst. He does a very bad job. Doing it. I don't know why he keeps getting hired to events, actually. And he's an avid game designer, and unfortunately, we are in the same company. We've created a company. We're creating a video game, aren't we?
We're making a video game together, guys.
That's right. We're really good game designers.
Yeah. I'm really bad at this. Where's the cameras? Over here.
Yeah, there you go.
We're making a video game together. Go download Ability Arena on the Dota 2 custom game store today. Did you know Dota 2 has custom games?
Yeah, I do. I played a little bit of the auto chess or the.
No, we don't talk about those guys. They're our
Chess did very well. And then what happened, Jenkins? We created a game.
You want me
that is also an auto. I mean, we have time until the game starts.
You're the one that always goes off on this, and Valve did this, Valve did that. Why don't you give the spiel to the audience? Because it was your fault in the first place. Why this happened?
I'm going to skip over the thing that was my fault, okay? But since I'm the host, I can actually take over the show.
Why are you skipping over that part?
So we made a very popular custom. This is for Mac. I'm talking to Mac right now.
Yeah.
We made a very popular custom game in Dota called Ability Arena.
If you're confused at all, I can fill in and help you out.
Just let us know.
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
I'll let you know when I get interrupting. We're going to see the draft. We'll get into this once the game actually starts.
Yep.
So we made a popular custom game, and for reasons, we got a legal notice from Valve saying that we can't monetize anymore, even though everybody else monetizes, right? So we're like, okay, we'll take it down. We'll make our own game. And as we're doing this, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to create this new game, a year later, every other game still monetizes. What do you think about that, Mac? Does that surprise you?
I'm surprised Valve cared, because in Counter-Strike, they don't.
Yep. That's right. I think it's because they hate Jenkins.
It depends on the thing.
What did you do to him?
I'm good friends with the guys and gals at Valve. They, I'm a big Valve fan.
Yeah.
You know, the way I see it, it's an opportunity for us to do what we want to do with we love game design. We're very passionate about it. We love Dota, addicted to this game. We're going to go make our own game. It's going to be great.
Okay. We're going to do a better job of that model on the screen right there.
Yeah, that
is horrific.
That is, I don't know why, after all of these years, they've not fixed this one.
Because they need to make money. This is like 10 polygons to make that thing. We could do that easily.
Yeah, we definitely could do that. It's just water. You just pour a water bottle out.
All I have to ask, knowing that you are developing your own game, how much shawarma is going to be incorporated into that game? Because it's
So
all
far,
you talk about when we're not on camera.
I know. We need to incorporate it somehow.
Can I be
Right now,
honest?
there's none.
We've really had to cut down the toilet humor because both of us think that it's really funny, but then we realize that 99% of the world does not think that poops and farts are funny.
Okay.
That's right.
So we've had
Which is weird. I find that weird.
Well, the 1% we got it for them.
Yeah.
They're gonna really like that, but we're gonna have to put other stuff in there.
Okay, well, where'd you both grow up? Because that can tell a story.
I grew up here, actually, in Saudi Arabia.
Did you really?
I did, till I was 10.
Yep, he's Saudi Arabian.
And he's in some
Canadian.
terrible section of Canada.
I'm Canadian.
Well, there you go.
It's like this place, except instead of hot, it's really cold.
I honestly wouldn't think toilet humor would, excel in those regions, but here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we are. In game number 2, great segue, by the way. Jenkins, have you been watching the games that you've been analyzing?
Yeah. Is that
pretty good?
How dare you?
I mean, and we sort of knew what heroes they were going to pick, so it just comes down, I think, mostly to execution.
How do you beat this like death ball strat with all the auras and things like that?
Like you.
Okay.
And they could do there could be a PhD dissertation on projection and psychologically projecting things, and you would be the guy that they study.
Oh.
Maybe they'd also study you if they're looking at apes and gorillas.
This is Curtis, by the way, AUI 2000, the coach of Falcons, one of the good friends of Jenkins and mine.
He's a fraud and a grifter, and I don't know how he's won 2 TIs. He's a multi-millionaire. Let me tell you a story about him. He eats macaroni and cheese with his bare hands.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie. I have pictures of this. I'm not even joking.
Okay, what's the reason exactly?
He says it makes it taste better. And because we were at a hotel, there was a brief period where he worked as Dota 2 talent. Where
he really hated it.
He really hated it. He worked like 2 events, but became friends with the guy. And we ordered macaroni and cheese. So we went to the what's the thing in the reception of the hotel? Got the macaroni and cheese. Went up to our room and I said, "Oh, I noticed you didn't grab cutlery." And he goes, "I like to eat it this way." I'm like, he's gonna go back down for cutlery, and then he sends me this picture of his hands covered in grease, and then the empty box of this macaroni and cheese. He's a millionaire. He
saves money on not having to wash his dishes.
Not even 1 million. Like literally, the guy's worth. Who even knows at this point? Because he's won 2 TIs, and now he's on Falcons, the best team in the world. And he eats macaroni and cheese with his bare hands, and he messages me, "Nobody's gonna believe you."
I still don't.
Every time I go on Dota panels, I'm joking. He's absolutely brilliant, by the way. He is genuinely.
Well, there's always a fine line between absolute idiocy and genius.
Yeah, there is. But every time I go on a Dota panel, I always say like he's a lunatic, he's a grifter, he cheats his way onto teams, etc. Just because of knowing how his personality is. He's a very insane kind of gentleman.
I see.
But truly a Dota genius. I actually played with him for a while.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you an ex-pro?
Yes, it does count. We got.
He's kind of an
ex-pro-ish.
Kind of.
He's embarrassed because he was an ex-pro in Counter-Strike when nobody was good at Counter-Strike. I was on the 3rd best team in North America.
Oh yeah.
There's only one good team in North America. It doesn't matter.
Wait, what team were you on?
The other teams
we were called Team Leviathan.
I heard of that one.
He's heard of it.
Oh,
yep.
Please.
There we go.
You just heard of what a Leviathan is. It's different.
Be quiet. We beat Wings on LAN, and they were known as the best Chinese team that has ever existed.
Oh yeah.
They won TI that year. We beat them on LAN.
There you go.
1 game, and then they 2-0'd us, stomped us. But nobody needs to know that part. We can cut that in post.
Now, because you've been paying more attention to the games than what we have for Dota 2, I was wondering where Venge has been, but I noticed this game it got banned. Has it just been getting banned a lot? Is that why we haven't seen much of it?
Yeah. No, not really. I think the meta has just changed. So Venge is not as good. If I had to guess, it might come back a little bit because Doom is a hero that people are picking, and Doom makes it so that you can't heal. And Venge puts a shield on people that doesn't count as healing. So you can kind of like save people without healing them. So she kind of counters Doom in that way, and pretty much this is like one of the most overpowered characters. So nobody really counters Doom except for Venge, but Venge sucks in general.
Okay.
Is there a player that you enjoy watching the most? Because I think most people in Dota would say Thompson, because he picks Snapfire here, which a lot of people have been playing now as a position too. But
I'm going to pick from the players
just in general
in this game.
In this tournament.
In this tournament that are still in it.
Well, they don't have to still be in it. They can be losers.
One of my favorite losers to watch is a guy called Schofield.
Okay. He was in this tournament?
First blood. That is not okay for that to happen. He was in this tournament, yeah. He's on Heroic.
Oh, that's right.
Did
yeah.
well in groups and then kind of disappointed outside of groups, which is a bit sad.
Okay.
But there's this rule in North America, because in Dota, the NA and the SA regions play on the same server because there's not enough players there to at the pro level for both of the servers to be split.
Yep.
And there's this rule called the Schofield rule, which is if he's on your side of the map, you do not chase him because he will always be in the goofiest places and waste so much of your time that it is literally, there is a rule, if you play on the server, do not chase Schofield. He will waste your time. So you see these games where he gets chased by 5 guys for like 2 minutes straight, and you could just cue the Benny Hill music. It's the funniest thing. No other player plays like that, so he's like my favorite player to watch, but you know, obviously that playstyle didn't work out very well.
What's his hero pool to be able to do that?
He plays a lot of the like melee guys, like the Tuskars and the Clockworks of the world, Tiny, the ones that can, you know, they're tanky and they've got a lot of stuns and low cooldowns, so they can break your ankles doing these jukes around the trees and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a good fun boy to watch.
Okay, cool. And what about the players that are still alive in the tournament?
It's got to be somebody from Falcons, right? Surely.
Oh,
Malrine.
Amar is good.
Amar, yeah.
Amar is.
He went 19-0 today, by the way.
Is there swearing on this stream?
No.
One
No
a day.
swearing, okay.
I heard one a day or something like that.
One a day. Have you done one today?
I've been banking mine for the last day. I'm going to go real hard.
Okay, he poop talks a lot. Like he will always do the all chat and make makes a lot of enemies, and he's come up with very interesting ways to do bad manners. Like there's an item in the game called the Mantle of Intelligence, which yeah, and he would buy these and then drop them on the ground in front of people to be like, you need to pick this up so you can be more intelligent. And it's like, it literally wastes, they just delete it. And it's costing you 150 gold. So you are literally paying to make them mad.
Yeah.
And that's insane. And you know the crazy thing is he does stuff like this. He's the highest rated player in the world in matchmaking.
I love that.
There's nobody better. He's the best.
What's the top rank point right now? I can't remember what it's called.
It's so inflated.
The MMR, the top MMR is like 14,000.
Okay.
And to give you an idea of how inflated it is, I'm almost 10,000. So
well, I was 1,500 when I used to play.
You were 1,500.
So yeah.
When did you play?
2014.
So in 2014, probably the peak was like 5,000 to 6,000.
Something like that.
So it's inflated more than
almost 10,000.
More than double. Pretty much, if you're not higher than like 9,000, you can't even be a tier 2 pro.
Okay.
And you want to be around like a lot of the pros that are still in here will probably be like 12,000 or above. Even the supports, where it's harder to gain MMR with the support roles because you just have less farm. You know, they'll still be around like 12,000, maybe even higher.
Oh man, they could not kill Thompson there. That is very unfortunate. So did you pick Falcons to win this tournament? I've been going every single day. I'm like, yeah, even if Falcons lose, they're just going to win out.
I respect that choice because I had a similar choice where it was a lower bracket team. I picked Spirit because I thought that there was some situation where in like their group, they were picking the bad heroes.
Yeah.
And I was confident that they would start picking the good ones once they lost to it. So I was like, lower bracket Spirit. They won 2 TIs. They won last year's Riyadh Masters. Like, you're insane to ever count them out. They're also like the best clutch team that has ever existed in Dota. That I've never seen a team clutch the late game like they have.
Because Yotaro changed his name. He's going to change it back, yeah.
Radon
this
is not
the
good
position
enough.
one that is considered at his peak to possibly be the best player to have ever played.
I think he's the best player of all time when he's on point.
But there's a difference between best player of all time and GOAT.
The greatest of all time?
Because criteria really matters in this, right? I feel like he hasn't been a player long enough to be considered GOAT.
That's
like
that's
you can say like his peak performance, no one has played better. It doesn't make him the GOAT.
He's really into basketball, by the way.
Yeah.
So this is, I guarantee you, an argument that you saw on like the whatever the
it's Michael
thing
Jordan versus
Shaquille
LeBron
O'Neal
James
is on. Whatever. What's that show called? The basketball one.
Inside the NBA.
That one, yeah. That's
right.
I'm sure they had this a similar.
Yeah, they talk about it nonstop.
Which, to be fair, they're great.
I heard he's a really good player, but as an analyst, Suns fan, I want you to look at both the drafts and tell me which one is better.
Falcons, because Falcons is the team playing it.
Okay. Now, if you remove the teams, would you say the same thing?
Well, they have Centaur, my favorite
God,
hero.
no, dude,
so yeah.
come on.
And now Jenkins.
God, no.
Okay, Jenkins, how wrong was he, and which draft is actually better and why?
Okay.
on paper without the
Option finally died.
How advanced do we want to go?
Oh, we're going to the top. Let's go.
All right, you can do a few seconds of it.
You want to go very advanced? Okay. Well, I see. Okay, so I see a bunch of magic damage heroes on Falcons.
Yep.
Right. They all do magic damage, and then there's a Chen. Chen buys pipe, completely nullifies magic damage. Chen buys mech. It completely nullifies damage over time. There's tons of damage over time on the side of Falcons. Morphling is a hero you have to burst. There's very little burst on the side of Falcons, maybe minus the Hoodwink, but you can kind of predict the Hoodwink stuns because she has this long animation, and Morphling has instant cast on his stat morph where he becomes essentially immortal. They have Darkseer Spirit Breaker. That's one of the best combos of all time. Darkseer is also considered incredibly overpowered if you can get it with a melee hero. Is it a snap mid? It's a snap mid. They've snap mid.
This is my favorite part of any panel when the analysts are so confident. There's always wrong. They're
Be
always
quiet.
wrong.
Nobody asked you.
Keep
This
getting
is why
hired to events.
This is why.
They
I'm gonna hold
keep
my
getting
tongue.
hired, the same people.
Because I value you as a friend, I'm gonna hold my tongue here. But what I was gonna say, you would have walked out.
Oh, I would have walked out.
You would have walked out. It would have crippled you. It would have destroyed you. Okay.
I'll take your word for it.
And look at this. This Snapfire versus Phoenix. He can't even egg because Snapfire has. You showed the Snapfire in the last thing that you did, which, by the way, was terrible. you had 0 energy. How long have you been working for? We're sponsored by Rockstar. Have a Rockstar. But Snapfire can insta-kill the egg. See with that thing where she's attacking really fast? The egg takes a certain number of hits to kill, and you just press that, and
That's
you
true.
kill it at any
It is
point.
considered a hard counter.
It's like I think Falcons is. I mean, they have a window, but I think they're outdrafted here.
All right. Well, I want to quickly talk about the team that's not playing right now, but Gaming Gladiators. They see this so far. This tournament, they feel like the 2023 version. Do you believe in them?
Gaming?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is?
Shoutouts to Gaming Gladiators. They are sponsoring Ability Arena for They are sponsoring our competitive scene. Shout out to them. I believe in
competitive scene.
two are thriving, very thriving. Yep. They get 200 viewers on the big $1,000 tournaments. No, I think they're a very emotional team. They have a lot of intense voices on the team. I know Ace, Quinn, and Celery all get really mad when they lose.
Celery, really?
Yes.
Really?
Wouldn't believe it, right? Because he's so Dutch.
Yeah.
He's so Dutch. But they get really mad, and I think that they're fueled by anger and shared hatred towards the opponents. And it's like, if their hatred is directed towards each other, then you get Gaiman Gladiators when they get knocked out in groups. If their hatred is directed and shared towards their opponents, then you get this Gaiman where one thing goes wrong and they get so mad that went wrong that they'll try like giga hard, and that's what it seems like to me.
So I predicted once Gaiman beat Falcons in 3 games that Falcons would run through the lower bracket, and we've seen it so many times in Dota where that team that they face up against again, they've learned from all their mistakes, and they will just, I think it's going to be a 3-0 Falcons Grand Finals.
So tomorrow, whoever wins the lower bracket final, do they have to play the grand final straight off the back of that?
Yeah, well, I think there's a small break, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's a long time to be playing Dota. Does that affect pros?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah?
But it
Big
depends.
time.
It depends. So TI6, is that the DC year? So I owned a team, Digital Chaos.
Yeah.
We went to the finals.
Hugely successful project.
It was hugely successful for the 1 year that I was a part of it. That's correct. And then fraud happened with my co-owner, but that's a different story. He went to jail. I'm fine.
I can't believe you're coming out about the fraud and
It's fine.
the Valve
like
stuff.
I said, it's another
You're
story.
really digging your own grave here.
But
He's a
we
dangerous
played
man.
a really intense lower, because we went through the lower brackets completely. We started upper bracket.
You went to jail too.
We immediately lost to Wings.
The lower bracket of life.
Into the lower bracket.
Truly.
And we just cleaned house all the way through. But the final day of the tournament, we played 3 really intense games against EG. And I remember it came down to like the last few seconds. It was super close. I remember it vividly. It was like a base race type of deal.
Yep.
And they were super emotional, and they just didn't have energy for the grand finals.
Okay, I did not know we were going to get to this level in a co-stream, but here we are. It's going well. I'm enjoying what we have been talking about.
Shout out to Digital Chaos.
Yeah.
They renamed it to Chaos Esports Club for some reason.
Are they still around?
Really? Like the green snake Chaos?
Yeah,
that's his company.
They changed the colors. They just changed everything that was cool about it.
Didn't know that. Yeah, cool.
Steel was on that team.
Steel was on that team, yeah. That was a good team, and then Valorant came out and stole that team, essentially.
If you stayed associated with that, you'd be a multi-millionaire right now.
That's right.
And look at you.
Yeah, look at me now.
Look what's happened.
Look at me now. I'd have a
make
personal
all the-
trainer. I wouldn't be morbidly obese. There'd be so many better things about my life,
have
but
to-
instead I'm here with you.
I'm your business partner. I couldn't find my way here. The building's right over there. It's literally out the door.
That's right. For all to see. All right, back to this game, of course.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we'll be talking about now. Relatively even thus far. Obviously, Falcons have the 1-0 upstart against Tundra. I've been really impressed with Tundra. I picked them to be, I mean, top 4 is not a, I wouldn't say it's a surprise at all. Is it for you?
For Tundra?
Yeah. Because on paper, they have extremely good players, and I feel like coming into this tournament, they were showing pretty good form.
It's kind of surprising. I mean, I guess I didn't expect that much from Ramses. I think he's a really good player, and he has a lot of experience, and I think they said that's what he adds to the team. But even when he played offlane, he was just a carry from the offlane, and it didn't really work. So I didn't view him much as an offlane player, but it seems like he's very comfortable.
You know who's a good core, though, is Pure.
Pure is incredible.
That guy, so he's gone back and forth between carry and offlane, carry and off. His carry is insane.
His ratio of like really stupid career decisions to being a good player is the best.
Yeah, what if he just never went to offlane? Like, why? Like, they tried to make a super team with BB team. That's the team that ends up.
Yep.
I keep saying he got kicked. I actually have no idea. I made that up. He's either kicked or left. Whatever.
I think he actually left because when he was playing offlane, it wasn't because he wanted to play offlane. It was because
Nightfall.
They had the opportunity to get Nightfall, and Nightfall is
Yeah. So they tried creating this super team. So Spirit has a Toronto, Tokyo, this mid lane god, if you will.
Yeah.
They don't win the next year, and he leaves, and now he's their position 5. So all these like superstar Eastern European players coming together, playing different positions, is really weird, but it was working. But now he's playing his traditional position 1, and he is beasting it up.
Can I take a stab at all of the pauses on both of the teams? And that's going to make it difficult.
Can you analyze this?
Bars.
There you go. What were we going to say?
Seeing them. Well, when we get that back, I was going to try to figure out which hero was what pause in this game, because I only really learnt about what each pause was yesterday.
Right.
So.
What are the positions in Counter-Strike?
Usually, it depends on what side, right? You have wings, you have a pack. It also depends on the theory of how your team plays. You could also be like execute heavy and then have someone like as a lurker. And then on the CT side, you have like site players, rotators.
Lurker is so annoying in PUBG.
Have you told him about my Negev strat?
No, go ahead.
I have a Negev strat, so I buy the Negev, and then I just start blasting.
Right as sits by the door and doesn't stop until the clip.
I go straight. I go straight down mid sometimes on Dust 2, and then I'll get plinked. And then the next time when I buy the Negev, I'll go around the side, but I'll just blast, so that way they know what's coming to them, right? And when they see me, I'll just aim better than them.
So when he tells this story, people don't actually believe him. I had the opportunity to. I'm never playing with him again, of course. It's literally exactly what he
won't
said.
play with me.
It is awful.
I do this in Dota as well, actually.
You throw a lot of games.
It's not throwing. It's just enjoying a game.
You're enjoying it. Everyone
Sorry, everyone. Forgive me. I'm really sorry. I enjoyed a video game. Oh, sorry. I should take it seriously. I should read all the PhD dissertation studies about the game. I just want to enjoy my video games. I'm trying to escape life here.
At the expense of others?
Listen, dude. There's a lot of
They're
bots.
not real people? Huh?
No. Yeah, they are. But they can also use me as an expense. You know? I'm in the game with them. We're all under control of the game. Okay. They can buy a Negev as well. It's not even an expensive gun. Nobody wants that gun. It's terrible.
It's garbage.
It's really garbage.
They did reduce the price of it.
Yeah.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah, it's very, very cheap right now. But let me do this pause thing that I was going to do. Now we have a stream back. So Phoenix would be pause 5, Sand King 4, Centaur.
Sand King, where's Sand King?
On the right side? What's the?
That's Hoodwink.
Well, I'll just put that as.
You can do it. You can do it.
I'll go 4 anyway.
That's 4. That's good.
Centaur 3.
Yes.
Yep.
Dragon Person 2.
Yep.
And Gyro 1.
Very good.
He's in the anime, which sucks, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, we were talking about that previously.
Oh,
one of our the PUBG guy, Mr. Toby, he watched it, and I told him, I'm so sorry for the time that you wasted watching.
Go watch Arcane. Just go watch Arcane.
Arcane's amazing.
It's so good.
So for Tundra, Pos 1's the Morphling.
Yep.
Pos 2 is, well, I know Snap 5 because they went mid, I think, right?
Yep.
So Pos 3 is usually the offlaner, right?
Yep.
Which is Darkseer.
Wow, very
which
good.
Which means Chen would be Pos 4 and Pos 5 Dazzle.
Well,
is
there's
it
no Dazzle? That's
What is
Spirit
it?
Breaker, but it's flipped.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll flip them.
So Chen is 5.
Yep.
Spirit Breaker 4.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did
Very
I
good. That's
pretty much nail it?
That's very
Oh, look
good.
at me go.
Impressive, sir. Very impressive.
I'm learning.
As you can hear, the DJ has started.
Yeah, is that a common occurrence?
Oh
for
yeah,
you?
right on the dot.
I wasn't sure if I was supposed to ignore it or what's going on.
I don't know if
you
the
can
stream
look, there's
can hear it.
dancers, they have a cape on.
They
go ham every night.
Can I pick up one of the cameras and show the audience?
Get production on that, of course.
Yeah.
So the Nine Clash trying to outrun the sun.
Or what?
We should, okay, this is a new segment idea just while we're here. We should just get someone to go film it at one point. And then whenever it starts, we can have like a dance cam or a party cam and just show it on stream quickly.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. You guys should do that.
So
dance time.
You were analyzing the game where Amar played Timbersaw, and he went 19-0.
Oh, are people insane leaving this hero in?
I agree. It feels like every tournament they leave it in.
I don't understand.
Doesn't seem to matter.
I don't get it. It's hubris. It's hubris. Ever since the Titanic submarine situation, I have realized the hubris of humanity.
Titanic submarine.
Yes, when they went down to the submarine, the rich people.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
I just realized that human nature is truly cruel in all its suffering.
That's very negative of you. That's good. That's right up
Yeah,
my
I work with you. I work with you.
Yeah.
Can't blame that on me.
Yes, I can.
Big team fight here.
Are you casting now?
No,
Are you supposed
just viewing.
You're supposed to
You
cast.
can see the Aegis was taken by Falcons, so they definitely have the advantage here, and they kill off the position too. So now Tundra likely will just attempt to run away. Only losing one, not the end of the world, but Falcons definitely in the driver's seat at the moment.
He's going Crimson Guard on Darks here. Oh man, when he's got Pipe Crimson, this game's over.
I thought you liked the Tundra lineup.
This game is that's what I'm saying. Darks here.
Oh, and
Darkseer's
the Pipe, of course, on Chen.
Is this
Then
the last
game's
game of the
over.
day?
Does he have Pipe on Chen?
No, but you're saying he's going to get it.
No, he has Pipe on Darks here. Chen probably has Mech.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what Chen. Maybe Chen will go for drums.
Oh, what's a pipe, by the way? I actually know, but just for the viewers.
A pipe is it's got a Pipe of Insight. It's an item that you press, and it gives a shield to your whole team for, but only magic damage. And it's a big shield. Like, the numbers on it are just very high right now. And the crazy thing about this shield is that if you have any sort of damage reduction.
I'm gonna hold off there one second, Jenkins. You can continue this terrible thought of yours. You can see twitch.tv/EWC_CS. Mouse versus Navi for Counter-Strike is happening right now.
Hell yeah.
You guys can
At
check
the
that
Amazon
out.
Arena.
That's right. If you want to come down to the Amazon Arena.
I was at the Amazon Arena. That Ronaldinho or whoever was there, the football guy.
That's right. Ronaldo,
Neymar Jr.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that guy.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you with your terrible explanation.
I don't
of Pipe of
remember. I
Insight.
was.
We were talking about a pipe. Now, tell me what a mech is. I know it heals, but you said it stops dots now, or it just counters dots because
Yeah, so it heals, but then also when you use it, it gives like a little bit of regen over time.
Okay.
So it's just you can sustain through these slow but methodical damage sort of spells and heroes.
Nice.
Yeah, you pair these things together, and it's like it really feels like everybody on the enemy team is unkillable. Honestly, to be straight up, the numbers on it is just way too high right now.
Okay.
I feel like that wasn't. Nobody was buying this like 2 weeks ago.
No, but they kept buffing it, and I don't know. There's
the last letter patch.
There's like a lot of theory that you can ask the players after they're done like winning the tournament, and then they'll tell you. They're not going to tell you now why things are OP because they want to like keep the secrets. Part of it to me is that I think that if you run around together, there's so many jungle camps that you can like run around together and still everybody's farming, and it doesn't hurt your economy to be grouped up because there's so many camps and people are so good at farming quickly. So that way, these like group up items, Pipe is a group up item because it's just in an AoE. So if there's 5 heroes around you, it'll go on all 5 of them. If there's 1 hero around you, it'll go on 1 of them. So the more guys that are around you, the better it is.
Is there a way to track like item efficiency in Dota? Like item usage efficiency? Is that like even a term?
I think you could. There's like a combat log, and you can see how much.
It's not a common thing, though. It's not like
not
in
a
the
common
post-game
thing.
stats.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see how much healing you've done.
Yeah.
You can see what sources, but in terms of like pipe damage block, I don't remember ever seeing that before.
I'm not sure.
This fight, huge turnaround for Tundra. So the Aegis was consumed by Falcons, and they end up just losing out most of their heroes. So now, looks like the analyst might actually be correct for once.
Obviously. Bro, you play more Counter-Strike than you play Dota. I don't know why they got you as the Dota expert. You're the worst guy.
I mean, they had nobody else.
That is true.
They had nobody else.
Yeah.
It happens. I'll take advantage, I suppose.
So what role were you when you were playing pro or semi-pro?
I play 3 position. I play the off lane.
Okay.
So
would I say, can I have a stab at what your favorite hero was when you played?
Oh, this is, yeah.
Is it easy or is it hard?
Well, this one, I mean, I know him, so it's easy.
Yeah, well, for you, yeah, but...
I mean, I think it's still easy.
Would the hero have existed when I played?
Yeah, and think of degeneracy.
it is a very degenerate hero.
I don't even know what that means.
Like... Like an annoying person would play this hero.
Yeah, okay.
Not that I'm an annoying person, but
no,
generally
you are.
I feel like
people.
Spirit Breaker is very annoying.
He's one of my he's one of my top 5, but not the number 1.
What is the degenerate hero?
Pudge. I have 2,500 Pudge games.
Okay. Wow. That's a lot.
I really like that.
To be fair, it used to be more degenerate than it is now. Before, it was kind of a grief to pick it. You just pick it because, I don't want to play this position. I'm just going to play Pudge.
Yeah.
Now, he's kind of good in most positions.
You said earlier that he can swallow people?
That's right.
When? From
when they added a shard to the game.
Okay. And does that replace the ult? Or?
It is the ult.
So it is the ult now.
Yeah, it's like if you use the ult on an enemy, it does the same thing that it did before, which is just it stuns and does damage over time.
Okay.
But then if you use it on an ally, then it eats them. They stay inside of you for as long as they want, and then they heal.
Okay.
They heal.
But what I've found is when you eat a teammate to save them in a pub game, they don't realize what's going on.
They just get out.
They pop out immediately.
They get out.
And then they die.
Honestly, it's BS. Like that's half the reason I lose all the time with this hero, because
it's their fault.
They don't know that it's like, just stay in me and you're gonna be fine. You know, you're protected in there. I'm a big fat beefy boy. You're not gonna die. I got you.
I was talking to some other analysts who are a little bit more proficient at their job than you.
Yeah, there's very few of those out there.
And I was talking about the patch and what they think of it as an analyst or a caster. Cap, for example, as a
He's not an analyst. He's not an analyst.
Yeah, he's immortal. It's good enough. What do you think of the patch? Do you enjoy watching the games?
What do I think of the? I love the patch.
Because one person was saying they didn't like the whole pipe. Actually, with BSJ.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't like the pipe thing. I think the pipe thing's very boring. It's just like the pipe group up meta is just very single layered, in my opinion. There's a very select group of heroes that are very proficient at that, and so there's just not much like diversity between the heroes that you see in games. I'm sure you guys have noticed it's a lot of the same stuff. You mentioned the Venge. She's kind of fallen off, probably because she's not good playing into 5-man lineups because she has all single target stuff.
Yep.
What was the question again? Do I like the patch? Not this one, but I like the facets patch. I love the facets. I think they're really cool. There's like, have you explained the facets on stream?
Yeah.
So
I mean, you can sum it up if you want.
Yeah, the TLDR of the facets is at the start of the game. You can choose between like 2 paths for a hero to go down, and some of them are really interesting. Like, there's one on Lion, which is a very squishy support character that makes it so when you use his ult, he becomes melee, does cleave, and then gains like a crap load of damage. And then the more kills he gets, the more damage he gets. So there's this potential to see this like normally extremely squishy support hero run in and just punching people like One Punch Man and one-shotting, and it never happens because it's so stupidly unlikely. But the potential that it could happen is like hilarious. Like, there's a lot of really funny and interesting things that can happen on this patch.
Does that change how people build it if they did try to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I've tried, but I mean, it didn't go well for me. I tried to go for like a melee.
It feels like something you do in pubs for fun, and it is fun. I've made it work before. I don't even play the hero. There's a hero that, you know who Suraction Selects is?
Yeah.
So he thought of an upgrade to an Aghanim Scepter and actually put it in the game. It's really stupid. It's Lycanthrope, okay? This hero that turns into a wolf. He can bite an ally to turn them into a wolf. and it gives them critical strike, okay?
Okay.
So I had somebody playing Lycan bite me as Lion that I turn melee, and I'm just
that's
a fearsome
smart. That's
cleave
smart.
creature that crits.
Yeah,
it was
that's really
fun, I'm
cool.
not gonna lie.
Okay.
But in professional play, I mean, we actually do see people pick that facet, but that's because the other one's really bad.
The other one's not bad. It makes your mana drain do 100% damage.
Who was it? Somebody was taking it over and over and over in a competitive game. I thought it was a misclick.
Jin Q?
No, okay, so more than one player is doing it then.
Yeah. It's good because you gain damage on, so his ult does like a huge nuke, and for like 3 seconds after you use it, if the target dies, then that nuke permanently deals more damage.
Yep.
Right? But it only works on that target. When you go the facet that lets you punch people, you have like a 20-second window where if you've punched a guy, then you also gain damage on the ult. So like even if you're not running in and doing this like melee like One Punch Man thing, which is really funny and terrible, you still will gain more damage on the ults by going for this facet. So I really like the design on a lot of these because a lot of them are like crazy potential for really funny, interesting thing to happen, but also just not bad, generally speaking.
Okay.
Like they all have multiple purposes.
Yeah, and I will say we're still in the infancy of this patch where a lot of these facets are kind of, I mean, it feels like these pros are just picking one facet right now, but once it gets balanced and toned down a bit, I think it'll be even more interesting going forward.
At least it's a cool talking point though, like when people go for a facet that's not normal.
Yeah, like when I'm casting, the beginning of the game is honestly the most boring part. It's like, oh, this guy's CSing a little bit more than the other guy, oh god. But now you can say, oh, he picked an interesting facet, what does this mean for the rest of the game?
Yeah.
So it's just more things to talk about, for sure. Okay, so this is second Rosh of the game that Tundra has taken. So the Aegis is going to be on the water creature, and the cheese is on Snapfire that we discussed earlier in that spotlight.
So it's the night cheese, or is it the normal cheese?
There's only one type of cheese.
Okay.
You know, I actually did not put this in our key, because we have a trivia thing where I bring up keywords. There's a block of cheese actually in the game, but we'll get to that another time.
That's a
very high-level
one, yeah.
strategy.
Okay.
It's very bad.
Yeah, it's quite bad. Jenkins, so let's focus on the position ones for each team.
Yes.
And talk to me about what items that you think will be the power spike in terms of at what point for like the gyrocopter as example for Falcons.
He doesn't win this matchup ever.
He just doesn't win this.
No.
Because so it's Morphling can turn into gyro temporarily and gain flat cannon.
Yeah, so basically gyrocopter has an ability that for like 6 or 7 attacks, it makes all of his attacks go in a big AoE. And to balance this, he does like kind of low damage. Morphling can turn into gyrocopter, steal and use that ability, turn back into himself, who has high damage, and then do this massive AoE. So at some point in this game, you're going to see a bunch of water flying everywhere. That's because it's Morphling's attacks, and those waters are going to hit really, really hard.
Yeah, those waters.
It's like a very hard counter. There's a website called Dota Buff where you can see the percentage win rate that heroes have against other heroes.
Yep.
And Morphling against Gyro is like, I think, probably Gyro is one of Morphling's
So why didn't they ban it?
Matchups.
Why didn't they get rid of it?
I don't know. I didn't see the draft. I was watching you tell me about Snapfire.
So which of the players for Falcons in this game is the win condition if it's not Gyro because he's been hard counted?
There's the beautiful thing about Dota is there's always a win condition.
Yep.
And so Morphling does lots of Gyro does lots of damage. Like you can always itemize to deal with the problem. If they can get a stun on the Morphling, if they can buy Sheep Stick, which lets you stun somebody for like 2.5 seconds, if they buy multiple of those, if a guy's stunned for 5 seconds, you can win any matchup, right? So it's just a matter of who jumps who first. There's also in Dota, you can like split push, and then the enemy team will split up, and then you can take fights that are a 3v5 instead of a 5v5, and you can win that way. What are you doing?
That Centaur did 8,500 damage in that fight. That's crazy. Holy cow.
Yeah, that's
awesome.
That's a lot of he has the shard.
Yeah, I assume.
Yeah,
so Tundra, they had Aegis and they lost this fight horribly, despite having the hard counter, according to our amazing analyst.
Yeah, they're just the worst team. It is what it is. I feel like I can say it here because I don't know why, but just being around you, I feel like I can say these heinous things. Falcons should be in the grand finals.
He just brings out the best of everyone, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does.
Were you surprised that Falcons lost the game in?
Yeah, I was a little surprised, honestly. I mean, it was a close series though. It was 2-1.
Yeah.
It wasn't like they stomped.
I mean,
could
you actually see them beating them 2 series in a row? Considering how
beating who?
Gaiman beating Falcons 2 series in a row.
Falcons is pretty
because
good at
in that
learning.
interview, Tofu's like, we don't care who we see. We all know they don't want to see.
They don't want
Falcons.
Falcons.
Truly.
No,
right?
they would like Falcons to be. I think teams wanted Spirit to go through, and then have a bad day, and get eliminated. Like honestly, the most ideal situation for any team would be BB team going to the grand finals.
Yeah,
because they always choke. They always choke.
True. Okay.
That's what they're known for. They're like the highest MMR team that has ever existed in Dota, and they just choke every tournament. They always do well,
I have heard that multiple times on the couch now.
Yeah. They're really funny. Like, I love talking about them on panel, because they always trick us into, like, this is the one.
Yeah,
this is
it always feels like it, too, because they're just playing so well.
And we even say, we're always like, we're not going to get baited, and then we get baited every single time. It's like, you guys are, like, artists. This is an art to do this to us.
And we see a smoke from Falcons, and I'm trying to see the timer on Roche. It's still not up yet. So looking for a fight to open up the potential Roche for them eventually. And the third Roche is huge. If it's on the Radiant side, it drops the Aegis to Cheese like we saw before.
Oh my god, that's the most confusing
it
thing.
drops
Have you explained?
Yes, kind of. It drops Aghanim Scepter, which is a 4,200 gold item, except you consume it. God, this is actually... it's a consumed item you can buy, because you can consume Aghanim on your own. It's like 6,000 gold.
We
so
should start from
You're basically giving a hero 6,000 gold net worth just from killing Roche. It's crazy.
So Roshan at some point just gave an item that respawned you, but then they wanted to make it so it gave better stuff the more and more you killed it, so it started dropping cheese, which is just a thing that you can eat that heals you a lot.
Yeah.
But then people were like, you kill like 5 Roches, you get a cheese. Kind of feels like not very rewarding. You just get the same thing over and over. So they're just like, oh, we'll just take a random item from the shop, and you just get that when it drops. And then they added 2 Roshan pits because people were complaining that one side was way too good because Roshan was on that side.
Whose suggestion was that they took?
Oh God, is it one of? I don't. He always says that.
Of course, I was saying this for years. They should have 2.
Yeah, did you tell them that they stole Mars from you? Is that?
No, I haven't said that, but you said it, so I can now say they stole a hero from you.
Yeah, they've
I
stolen a lot from him.
Who's
apparently.
Marsh? What was
Mars.
it?
Mars.
Oh, Mars.
Mars. Yeah. Yeah.
It's an arena of blood.
Okay.
So yeah, it's he has a lot of different ideas that I'm glad he's my business partner. We're making a game together.
Yeah, that's why we're making our own game, because nobody can steal our ideas.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So yeah, nobody wants.
Ice made a lot of money off of me.
Unless they rename it and repackage it, in which case
then they can do it. Yeah.
Then it's and they call it League of Legends.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
What are you gonna make a? What are the heroes or agents or champs or whatever in your game called?
They're called heroes.
Heroes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
are you gonna make a shawarma god?
I mean, I didn't think about it until you mentioned it, but yeah, it is.
Who invented shawarma? We should put that.
That's
guy
true.
or gal into the
because
game.
we do have leaders in the game, like historical leaders, like Abraham Lincoln. Everybody loves Abraham.
Yeah.
Cleopatra, and then the shawarma guy. Of course.
Yeah.
We need to find out.
Wait, we have Stephen Crapper, the.
Is it Steven?
It's the
John.
inventor, John Crapper, the inventor of toilets.
Oh, is that actually his last name?
Yeah, he actually.
Well, he popularized.
He patented. I think he patented toilets or something.
All right, so I think we're getting word that this conversation is ending. We're not going to be watching the end of this game because it is going for too long. But right now, I mean, it's not. I don't think either team has a huge advantage. I mean, wrap it up.
This game's over.
Like, you actually think Falcons are going to win this now?
No.
Despite it only being. Oh, you
No.
still think it's Tundra?
Tundra's got this. Yeah.
Okay.
It's so hard for Falcons to play in the late game. Honestly.
Okay. All right, well, good to know. Well, thanks for joining us, Jenkins, of course. Thanks to Mac as well.
Am I getting kicked off?
Yeah, your production said that you are just the worst guest we've ever had in the history of this show.
Have you had guests? Because I feel like they probably don't want to come on
It's
here.
only been a few, to be fair, but you are by far the worst. You're on the lowest of tiers. So with that, let's go to a quick break. We'll be right back.
Mavs have had a lot more time to practice on this map.
Was this really Na'Vi's pick?
Yeah, we're going to Nuke next. But that's a map that Na'Vi could easily just do the same as what we're seeing right now. So, hey, this series could have legs, or it could just be domination. Right now, the conversation's one way as opposed to the other. And the long corner smoke respected, right? You see Doors and Bluebin Molly forcing out extra util. Corner smoke always had a bit of fear. Crowd would like to see Na'Vi started to get activated. We just want an entertaining game, really.
I'm entertained by just how incredible Mavs are playing right now.
Look at this, they've left nobody anchoring long. They're so ready for something mid/short centric.
This is a real hard setup to break. Torchy should just be able to get one and drop off. Setting Brolan up for any cleanup. Look at this setup. You are not getting through this. Neff tries his luck. That's a shot and a half from Torchy. Just the tip of Imez follicles. Pokes up from the staircase. Nice work from Wonderful, reading the re-aggress. They go off of this. JL pokes his nose into mid. Shui re-aggressing, and they're not expecting that lovely angle. And another headshot, this time onto Alexi B. Does he finish the job? Hits him even lower through the staircase. We've yet to see Alexi with a frag contribution.
Oh dear.
Jimmy's well aware of
Still
where
you two left.
Oh,
come on in, boys.
Brutal. Everywhere they go, there's a nade. Oh, and this could be perfect. Alexi, on your head, son. JL swallows it. No HP for the rest of them. And it's clean as that. Shui, right place, right time, multi-kill again.
Yeah, there's a few little details that is impressive, and I suppose that's either Mouse just playing fantastically well or not feeling the pressure. These B defenses, they've always had util left late, so that means that their setups, right, the way that they're using their util, the economy of that is fantastic. That banger shot there from Torchy, isn't it? It's been having a good game. Was cool enough for the last couple of rounds. But the other one is, Mouse have never given Na'Vi the staging area of Cat to execute onto A for free without disruption.
I see you.
They've always been in that limbo area or harassing, flashing forward. Here's Bit, been out long with a fight, won a couple before, but stalled out. Shui, in-game leader, just denies 2. And that could be 11-1 on the half.
My God. This is throwing the towel at this point. A CT side. I'm sure Na'Vi will remember. Good grief, could they really close it out clean? 11-1 on the agenda. Alexi 0-11. And there it is, locked in at the half. Mouse are speedrunning this semi-final, the Esports World Cup 2024.
I have no idea what to possibly say about Jenkins as a guest on this show, except that it was exceptional. Also, he looks fairly young, so does he predate Leroy Jenkins, or does that follow and therefore...
Well, it's his last name, so he didn't really have a choice in the matter.
Oh, man, so he was ruined from the start. Maybe, you know what? Maybe that player did that because of him.
That's right.
He was forced to run away from the 25-man raid. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, congratulations on being young. Welcome back to EWC 2024. Toby and I have once again rejoined the sofa with Sunsfan and Mac. Mac, you get to turn in the hot seat now, where you actually get to lead a segment.
Okay.
Talk to me about Counter-Strike 2. The semifinals are underway. I predicted G2 to win the entire tournament, and so far my prediction is looking fantastic because they demolished Virtus.pro earlier.
Yeah, absolute domination from G2, and I'm glad that we're looking at the highlights because I was too busy to watch most of the game. I was just keeping up to date with the score. So it looked like in terms of the stats, it was Monacy, Nico, as well as Malbs, and even Snacks doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and it felt like Hunter didn't even need to be in the server.
I mean, against Spirit, it was Snacks that was popping up and kind of top fragging, and it's quite rare to see the entire team, especially new players in, out-fragging Monacy. And then today, obviously, just stepping back up to the plate.
The thing for me is just that Malbs has come into this team and is just doing so well. He was the hero player on his previous team of M80.
9-0.
The fact that he's come into this team, which is star-studded, and still is able to have the craziest opening games is you can't say too much about it. There's almost no negatives. And if this trend continues for G2, that's when things are just going to... look, the best way to state it is it's going to be the best season that they've had in CS2.
I mean, look, that's under the assumptions that this performance continues throughout, right?
Yeah.
I think it is very fair to say that Spirit's level in the quarterfinal is not what Spirit is capable of. So I would anticipate them bouncing back at the next tournament, right?
Yeah, that's the main thing, right?
This is the thing. How much of a surprise is it that VP took down Vitality in the quarters, that they're even here, right? Because that was a quote-unquote upset, maybe.
I wouldn't say it on paper. Okay, might be a bit of an upset, but VP's a hot and cold team, and yesterday they were hot. Today apparently they were cold.
The BB team of CS2.
Yeah, it's kind of what we got, right? And even this other game that's currently being played, 11-1. Let's assume I haven't looked at the veto from that game that is currently live, but Meows are up by 10 rounds at the half on map 1. Let's assume that means it is Meows' map pick. I think it was Dust 2 and Meows were playing, and we're a very good Dust 2 team coming into the play break.
Well, listen, we'll talk about that Mouse-Na'Vi matchup in just a little bit, but I think I just finalized the storyline here for G2. They have a relatively close fought series against Team Spirit. I think they're double overtime in map 2. Map 3 still relatively close. Like, they had to work for the win, but Team Spirit were not really challenging them. Obliteration, Mouse or Na'Vi, either team, whoever comes through, are they going to put up a bigger fight based on some of the games that you've seen? I know you haven't been watching as closely.
I don't know, to be honest. Like, G2 just keep on shooting, and they're shooting real damn good. So I haven't had a chance to pay a huge amount of attention to their game plan. I just keep seeing the highlights, and the highlights look really, really damn hot.
I mean, look, that highlight was basically the entire game.
Yeah.
Suns fan, you have had an exceptionally impressive set of predictions here at EWC.
Oh, thank you.
Frustratingly so.
Yes.
As a host that really likes to antagonize guests.
Understandable.
I would love for you to tell me, from your experience and all of your wisdom, how Matt can get better at his predictions. Because let's take a look at Mac's playoffs predictions, and I'm going to get Suns fans to kind of evaluate them, and let's see if we can teach the young man exactly how he can do better at his job.
Okay, let's see what we have.
Do we have the bracket? If we don't have the bracket, what was your predictions, Max? So give us them verbally.
I don't know.
You can't remember.
Come on now. Come on now.
Oh, I just want to hear how I can get better at him.
What I will say is he was completely wrong. Oh, here we go. There we go. Yes. Wrong.
Hell yeah.
Wrong.
Let's go, Meows.
Wrong.
Let's go, Meows,
To be fair, I did pick Vitality as well.
Okay.
And they really
Dude, I set you up to pick on somebody else, and you can't even do that.
Yeah, I can't help it being self-deprecating, you know?
More importantly, though, why do you think it's gotten so against kind of anticipations? And I know a lot of the broadcast team as well, kind of unexpected. The performance from G2 is unexpected on pre-tournament analysis.
Well, this is what I was actually have a couple of interviews which might be shown at some point.
Okay.
But essentially, it's just that everyone thought that the upsets would happen in the best of ones in the lower bracket because it's best of threes. It should be what we expected to happen, usually happening. And the fact that everyone's form going into the player break was a specific way, we're not seeing that coming out of the player break. People have certainly gone cold.
The thing that I definitely want to look at as well is how well Snacks and Malbs, the review is, because community and a lot of journalists and people were not necessarily expecting their performances. Can they keep it up all the way through the final? We're going to find out. Right now, we're going to check in with G2's Nico after their victory over VP to secure that spot in finals.
I mean, at times that was the Simpsons meme, wasn't it? Stop, they're already dead. We talk about a honeymoon period. This is more than a honeymoon period with this team, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. It just everything clicks this event, and everything is going our way, and hopefully another day tomorrow it's gonna go our way. So yeah, keeping high hopes up.
I spoke to Taz yesterday after you won, and I said, were you expecting this sort of play? And he gave me a smile and said, yeah, we're looking good. Did you expect to be this good this early on with this new team?
Honestly, I had a very good feeling going up against Spirit even yesterday. I knew that we have a very good chance of winning, and I even told the guys we're going to 2-0 them. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what was going on and what is still going on, but we are doing very good now as a team, and maybe it is a honeymoon, but honestly, we don't really care at this point. We just have to take it map by map, event by event. We will see what's going to happen. at Blast or Cologne. But for now, we want to enjoy this honeymoon.
Some great fans you got here as well who are cheering for you. They were going wild at times. You've been around a while. I'm not saying you're old. I'm saying you've been around a while. When a game goes like that, when it's all going your, what is the feeling like?
I mean, it feels great. It's been a while since I played this good. I mean, I don't think I played this good in CS2 yet, so it feels good to come back to my form. I don't want to jinx it, to be honest, but I felt very good at the start of the season, even at the boot camp, so we will see. Hopefully I can keep up this form.
We can hear everyone cheering for Monacy right now. I mean, how he ended the map was ridiculous. Is he the best player in the world? I heard Jason say that.
Yeah, for me, he is. He is definitely, I think he has everything that he needs. I just see him way more versatile than Dunk, for example. And for me, yeah, he's definitely the best player in the world.
It's great to watch him play. It's great to watch you play. It's great to watch the team play. Let's bring over the key now, because obviously, because you've bested them, you get the key. This will be given to you with a handshake, I'm sure. There you go, a fabulous moment. Somebody will now crush this on the other stage. Who's going to do it? Who's going to do the crushing?
I mean, yesterday it was Snacks and Malbs. Maybe today I'll give it to Ilya for the last highlight that he got for us.
Mate, it's a pleasure always to chat to you. Congratulations. You guys, I think, have gone from a team we wanted to see to a team that's possibly, maybe going to lift this trophy. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for Nico and G2. They're through to a final.
There, obviously, fantastic interview from Nico. Not a big surprise saying that Monacy will be the one that'll be able to crush the key, holding it there in his hands. Absolute killer.
They went for the double crush too.
I mean, yeah, but so listen, it's VP. They definitely double crushed them that game. 2 smashes. Matt, quick takeaways before we move on.
It's good to see Nico finding that form. Like he was saying, it has been a very rough affair for him in CS2. He just isn't the same status that he was in CSGO so far. But, you know, he found that form in Dallas, and that's carrying across. So G2, as I said, coming out of the play break, if they can keep this up and keep the relationship strong after the honeymoon, then G2
It's also one of those things you do see in rosters at this level of play, that honeymoon period, a new player, new voice, a little bit of new energy. Sometimes that's all you need. The other thing, it's great to see Nico with a big smile across multiple questions. Famously stoic interviewee individual, but he was enjoying himself up there, enjoying the chants from the crowd here in Riyadh. We're still with CS2. We mentioned that second semi-final is underway. Na'Vi taking on Mouse. Now, this is the first time that these clubs are facing off with their full respective rosters. Mac, tell me why. What does that sentence mean? Put some like gravity on it.
So I touched on it earlier. Essentially, the only time in CS2 that they have played against one another in the past was at IEM Sydney, and that was in October, September last year. And at that point, Simple just decided that he didn't want to go. I don't know what the particular reason was, but it is a long flight from where he is in Europe all the way to Australia. So I guess there are some events that you don't want to be a part of. But after that, he stopped playing CS2 completely. And then for Mouse, they did have Impact, and they were coming off the back of a win at Pro League, so everyone expected them to do well at that first CS2 event at IEM Sydney, but then Impact, I think it was visa issues, so he wasn't able to make it, and he wasn't able to be a part of the team. So both of those teams were playing with stand-ins last time they went head-to-head, and since then, Mouse have won one, maybe even 2 different events, as well as Na'Vi's won the major. So you know that both of these teams have so much firepower to provide into a semi-final like this. But from what I'm looking at already...
Don't reveal. We're setting up a pre-match, Mac.
Yes.
And we're watching Na'Vi from their quarterfinal.
Hell yeah.
How big of a surprise was this matchup? I think Na'Vi FaZe was one of the series that we definitely were glued to. Arguably one of the closer quarterfinals out of the 4. So what do you make of Na'Vi's performance? I mean, this was this the double triple overtime? I can't recall.
I think this was on Nuke was.
Yes.
It was a great triple overtime to start.
Yes, there we go.
Very solid counter-strike between these 2 teams. And then, unfortunately, I think it fell a little bit flat onto the next 2 maps. We did catch one of the FaZe managers in the elevator, and he was a little bit, unfortunate. He thought, maybe they could have had a better result, of course, but they're going to be looking forward to the next events.
Now, we had a fantastic co-stream during the Mouse Furious series, learned a lot about Counter-Strike, had a lot of fun getting underneath your skin, especially here on Inferno. Talk to me about the Mouse series. In my head, it should have gone easier against Furia, at least based on expectations, the fact Furia had to come through Resurrection, etc. Is that a fair take for a team that is the #1 seed out of the top 8?
Well, they certainly thought that. We heard it from the interview yesterday after they won, and Shui was not happy with his calling. He was not happy with how they played against Furia. So hopefully today they've tightened things up, and I guess we'll find that one out shortly. And to touch on the trolling that I received personally yesterday, I also noticed that it was not just a targeted thing at me, because Suns fan was definitely hitting Jenkins with a bit of that before as well.
It might be the environment. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just fostering a toxic workplace.
Maybe.
I apologize about that.
It's all out of love.
Toby, when we were watching this, obviously I know you've got a little bit of just, well, it's in your DNA, you're Danish. What's your take when you watch these teams and you see the games, especially because like Mac has given us the expectations and the performance. How is it for like, let's say, a less experienced CS viewer tuning into the games?
I think it's absolutely phenomenal to watch. The fact that we have, I think a lot of people across all shooter esports put Counter-Strike as the pinnacle of like raw aim mechanical skill. Seeing these players being able to go out and put up the performances they do under the amount of pressure they are under, back-to-back games, 1v2s, 1v3s, even 1v4 moments. I can't get my mind off the Monity AWP on Nuke. I mean, absolutely insane. The fact that they can go out and do that, just kind of, take it out of the pocket. I can do that too. It's completely insane.
Now, what is also completely insane, Map 1 of the second semi-final has concluded. Mouse were expected to be favored. We're expected to be #1 seed. And it looks to me like Na'Vi put up less of a fight than Furia did. The final score was what, Mac?
I'm not sure.
13-1.
13-1. Is that so they won the pistol and then smacked it?
That's what it looks like to me. I saw the final score. I missed the build-up. These are highlights from map 1 of the semi-final. Now that we've finished the pre-match, we can take a look at them. We're obviously witnessing these live with you viewers at home as well. Dust again. I feel like we've seen Dust a couple more times now that we've had the semis than we did in the quarters previously.
Which
that
I'm
map
happy
Vito's
about.
playing it out, Why does it make you happy?
Because it's such a great map to watch. It's just so basic, and it really, really shows the imposters in the game. If you have really good utility, you're generally a great Dust team. It's all about that coordination and just flashing, and also raw mechanics. There's not a lot of angles. There's some very long lines, and the sharper players usually come out on top, and it looks like that's Mouse right now.
But also, I feel like it's because it's not Nuke. I feel like everything we've seen, every time we've tuned into a CS match, it's been Nuke, Nuke on
I think Nuke is actually a fine map now, but so many people have PTSD from the old Nuke.
I mean, even a great steak can be stale when you've had it in 2 weeks in a row, It's
Dust too, I feel like from a pub perspective, nobody ever gets sick of this.
I think the main thing I just want to touch on as well, the fact that it was at 11-1, and people have been seeing Dust 2 as more T-sided since it's been back out, but Mao's just got 11 on the CT side, so Na'Vi wasn't allowed to play the T side. I mean, the CT side.
Unbelievable stuff. While we are live and looking at the results, here at EWC Central, we like to keep up to date on all the respective results. That series is still ongoing at EWC_CS2. Another huge result has just come in. I wish Jenkins was here
I really do
so that the following could happen. Suns fan, Falcons 2-0'd.
Shocker. Wow, I never would have guessed. Analyst wrong again. Invited to every event again.
Can I ask you quite sincerely, do you believe that your predictions or your analysis is more accurate, or do you just refuse to give a hard prediction other than Falcons will win and just go, it's Dota, anything can happen?
No, I feel like usually I go for more spicy takes, but I have absolute confidence in Falcons. It just doesn't matter what happens.
Okay.
They're just going to win it all.
Okay.
Not because they have a Centaur on the team. Just
No,
what I will do is,
not.
because those results have just come in and they are hot off the press, I do have one more conversation that I want to finish up with Mac with regarding to Mouse and how they promoted their players. They still have another map to play, potentially 2 in that semi-final. Before we come back to that conversation, we've got a winner's interview in the Katia Arena.
The team of Falcons, where the good times just keep on rolling. You have now every single event of 2024 that you've attended on Team Falcons, you have not gotten lower than 3rd place. And so far, the trend is continuing here at Riyadh Masters. And as a result of you defeating Tundra Esports, could I please get the key passed over, as this is the first part of perhaps many trophies for you. It was an amazing show, Pure, but the journey ends here. Congratulations on the win, although it seems like you'd be used to it at this point. Like I said, this whole year has been nothing for successes for you. Are you complacent to it? Does it just feel normal, or you still get some excitement being able to get a victory and get a top third place?
I mean, definitely every single tournament we play, like, sure, we won, like, after we won the first tournament, every time we just feel like we're getting way worse. So, like, to us, like, it feels like we never won, and we, like, starting from the beginning again, so it's actually fun, and it doesn't feel like we won even anything. So, actually, it feels like every time we restart.
It definitely felt like that at the beginning of this tournament. We saw the 0-4 in group stage and we were like, oh, these guys are starting over. And even earlier today, it felt like you guys were starting over. What did you do in your time off between your match against PSG Quest, which was a long 3-game fight, and then a 2-0 against Tundra? What did you do in between?
We were just clowning around. We did not actually do anything. We did not say anything useful, and we just waited for our series. I guess that's all we did.
Okay, you may have done that. Was Curtis also doing that? Was AUI also just clowning around with you guys?
Kinda everyone.
You're a bad influence, Amar. You gotta tell these kids they gotta study up so they can be the best in the world, but I guess you're making it look good either way. Your next matchup is gonna be against Team Liquid. Feelings, expectations, excitement, anything on your mind as you look forward to tomorrow?
We definitely have no expectations, and we'll continue to do so, because when we just went 0-4. So yeah, it's better to never have any expectations. And excitements, for sure it's exciting, playing Team Liquid and playing on the stage, grand final, maybe we reach it, you know, hopefully. So yeah, it's every single game here, everywhere, like, it's so good, and the crowd here is amazing.
I love the attitude. Could we get one more round of applause, please, for Team Falcons and ATF? Congratulations on making it to top 3. Can't wait to see the rest of the journey as we pass it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Congratulations to Falcons. Obviously, that interview happened just moments ago. And here at EW Central, I have a very special treat, both on a personal and a professional level. I've been a huge fan of watching Counter-Strike. I grew up watching some of the original 1.6 Source and CSGO teams. And in particular, 2014, 2013, 2014, so by 2018, Virtus Pro was my personal favorite Counter-Strike team. Pasha, Tez, Neo, Snacks, these are guys that I wanted to emulate. I sucked, I never could. The reason I give such a long-winded introduction is I'm joined here on the central broadcast by Nikolai Petrosian. I don't know if I missed that. Nikolai, CEO for Virtus Pro. Thank you so much for joining me. I given a brief interview on my love for your team and your org. I want it out there. Could you just tell our viewers at home a little bit about yourself? And obviously, VP, they're going to know, but who are you?
Okay, first of all, thanks for inviting. Pleasure to be here. I have a sport background. I used to work at various digital projects. Then I worked as a PR director for Adidas, the #1 sport brand.
It's actually the only sneakers I wear. I love you even more now.
Yeah. and by the way, Adidas is the sponsor of EWC,
yes.
And some of my colleagues, former colleagues, are involved in this project.
Oh, that is fantastic. Let's talk about EWC very quickly before we move on to some of the other games and some personal feelings. EWC, obviously VP, one of the partner clubs. What do you think of the tournament, the event? I know you've been around esports for a little while. In my opinion, this is one of the first times in a decade, maybe more, we see so many titles together competing under the same roof. What's it like from your perspective from that of a CEO?
I think this is a totally unique tournament which gives esports fans opportunity to watch all their favorite titles and gives an opportunity to clubs like ours to develop further and to open for themselves new disciplines, new titles, because if not EWC initiative, probably we won't go deep into details of such games like Apex Legends or Overwatch, etc., etc. So basically we were focused on Dota 2 and CS2 or CSGO previously, and that was it.
Yes.
And now we received that boost of development, and we see that other clubs are also involved. which increases the level of competition.
I mean, it's true. I'm going to bring up some stats. Might sting just a tiny bit. The club championship standings right now, VP are just outside the top 10. 275 points on the cards. I think when you look down this roster, especially under the CS2 banner, G2 Esports, they jumped all the way up to 5th with that victory. We've got Na'Vi in there as well. I mean, these are the clubs in the championships. There is a significant amount of both investment and reward for this club championship. From your perspective as a CEO of one of the clubs, how important was climbing these rankings, being part of the top 16, making a stamp on the first EWC? Hey, we want to be there.
Absolutely. This is sport. And if you participate in any tournament, you want to be the first or at least to be on top. So for us, it's, again, an important initiative. Okay, now we have only 275 points, but we still have 6 rosters in various disciplines.
Do you know, I think I've got a graphic for this. Can we take a look at the participating games here for VP? Counter-Strike 2, 3rd, 4th. Dota 2, unfortunately, a little bit more struggling. Let's talk about some of the other disciplines here. Where can we expect things to go well?
Well, our expectations are mainly connected to PUBG PC.
Okay.
Apex.
Yes.
And probably Overwatch because it's a new thing. Previously, Overwatch was only in the US, those franchise leagues, etc. And now we have a European roster, a very good one, and they could be a surprise package.
Ooh, okay.
Hopefully.
I'm looking forward to that. I mean, look, Overwatch is going to be here next week. Yeah. I'm in a very privileged position. I get to be the host of this broadcast for the next 5 weeks. Something you said to me just before we went live is like, this feels like the Olympics, all the games. That's literally what's happening. We just had a Dota 2 check-in earlier in the show. We had Team Liquid's coach from PUBG Mobile. Now I get CEO for VP, all the multiple games. I have a question about the G2 series earlier, and a personal one. How is it for you looking at the series, and obviously it was a tough loss, still placed top 4 at EWC, which is great, but specifically because Taz and Snacks were on the other end of the roster. You can ignore this video. This is for the viewers, not for you. Okay. I'm not trying to rub salt in the wound. But how is it for you? How close were you to those particular players that arguably made their name under your flag, and watching that game here, but also this amazing event?
After the game, all G2 players and their coach, they were busy with media stuff, etc. But later on, I've met Taz, and I congratulated him. Hopefully, I see Snacks as well at the hotel, probably. They are VP legends. Yes. They are part of our history, and we are proud that we are still in connection with them. Could be better because, because they are still under contract with other organizations, so we cannot use that much in our media and things like that. But again,
listen, the old people, not even old, it's 10 years. We remember. Like for me, Taz, Pasha, they're VP forever. They've got a different shirt on now, but that's where they come from. What are the games you like to either play or watch? I know you don't have a lot of time, I'm aware, but what would be, this is personal now, you're not the boss anymore.
CS2.
Just it? Yeah? Easy.
By a huge distance.
Yes. Yeah. That's, yeah, we've got some CS2 fans in the background. Nikolai, I think, look, that's the main thing. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Maybe something that we haven't got to yet, or a message to the fans?
First of all, I would again say thank you for inviting me, for having me here. Many thanks to EWC, to His Royal Highness Prince Faisal and the team which prepared this event, to Ralph and his team, Hans and other guys whom we are also would want to say thank you. This is the first step.
Yeah.
The future is bright.
Yes.
And it couldn't even be better. And a few years ago, during COVID and that so-called esports winter that came after COVID, I think many esports organizations wouldn't even imagine that we will have such type of opportunity to develop our businesses, to develop esports.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, look, that's fantastic. I think the last thing I'll ask you to do is just maybe a message to the fans. And then do you have anything else you want to do before we finish the interview?
I brought Virtus Pro merch, which we...
Do you want to pass it to me? I have 2 hats.
Okay.
Should we look at this? Okay, let me grab
specifically produced this for this event.
Right.
This is a T-shirt.
Okay.
Very minimalistic one.
Okay, I get
Please
this.
open.
Yes, okay.
Virtus Pro in English, and in Arabic it means Yalla, which is translated go ahead, which is like Virtus Pro, go ahead.
So where can they buy this, Nikolai? Let's get you on camera and see.
At merchandise store, like near the arena.
Yes. Oh, that's amazing. I'm keeping this one. You're not getting this one back.
Absolutely. This is for you. 100%.
The very, very last thing, quite sincerely, there's obviously some VP fans that'll be disappointed with the 3rd, 4th, but still a great performance. What do you say to everyone else watching VP, watching the new rosters, watching the rest of the games?
First of all, we are now back to where we belong as a Tier 1 global esport organization. When it comes to CS2, we are in the middle of the process of developing a new team. This was the first tournament for our new coach. Things are changing, and probably our fans are seeing that. So the future is bright for VP, especially in our beloved CS2.
Absolutely the case. Congratulations on the semi-finals. Best of luck for the remainder of the games. We're going to go to an ad break. When we come back, we've got a Dota influencer from Japan joining us. We're going to play some quiz shows. And I would like to say just thank you once again to Nikolai.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you on the other side of the break in a few minutes.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
According to the kill feed, Brolin's feet were on the ground there, but you could have fooled me.
Yeah, that was crazy from Alexi's POV. Sometimes I do prefer seeing the kill from the death POV. They look good. Yeah, I'll have one. Bon appetit.
You do everything a little bit later here. I had a 7 p.m. coffee.
Yeah, no, honestly, the mall is open until I think 8 a.m. I don't know.
All right, well, that's for your late night entertainment. okay. Well, Na'Vi not forcing back immediately. They are just going to take the save with a loss bonus of 1900 coming into thanks for the buy. Brolin will get an easy one. Swept under the rug by Bit. Swings out with the MP9, but there's more fights as far as Jimmy's concerned.
I'm concerned for Jimmy. Perhaps not so much anymore as they flush them back into the sights. Tetris to be cleared, looking good. Shui individually has been looking like one of the most dangerous players. Multi-kills just every round they come his way. Every time he's tested, he seems competent and capable.
Yeah, he is, I think, in terms of the way that the team is approaching the game. It allows the in-game leader to focus on his crosshair a little bit more, and he's going to take a few more of these risks. As well, as far as in-game leaders are concerned, he's one of the younger in-game leaders for sure. So mechanically speaking, we're not putting him in the same bucket. But you look at it, you look at Carrigan yesterday. It was Carrigan versus Alexi tussling on that first number play between FaZe and Na'Vi. There you have it. Round number 2, we're all tied up. And is the momentum going to shift immediately?
All the in-game leaders have been having a good tournament. I think even Snacks has had some top scoreboard moments. We were talking about Blitz and Mongols during the resurrection stage. But Shui in the playoffs. And he's playing as comfortable as ever. Get that wonderful AWP out. Rolling with a Mac.
Yeah, and there's nothing fast off the back of it. He's actually just mulling top hunt to start the round. Might see the aggression from the EWC. Yep. Oh.
Lovely start for the round. Na'Vi get a gift.
I might not have been expecting the AWP so quickly. Just considering the way that the finances have fell. That one's been dropped across from JL, so only made possible by donation.
That MP9 getting a couple of kills. Came with extra cash. And I mean, the fact that Wonderful's already out. Back towards Yard. JL.
Timing.
He just looked away. Look at Shui. Perfectly catches the timing.
That's frustrating.
Just fell off of the angle.
Nate will do it.
Or not, but the bullets will.
Have to save. Even after such a comfy opener. That happened so quickly, and it just came down to the timing there that JL moved away from Hunt. They just waltzed out. Confidence on display yet again from Mounds. Beautiful stuff.
It's not like it was a sound cue, really. Nothing, no sort of misplay from the Hut player other than getting time. Should we?
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Wherever you are, thank you for tuning in. This is the Esports World Cup, and you've come back to the central broadcast. I have another very special guest in studio for all of our viewers at home. This is a streamer, influencer, gamer, content creator, member of Alliance from Japan as well. I'm going to try to say your name. Please forgive me if it's wrong. Mac is joining me as well. It's Shinya. Hey. If I've said that right, please do tell our viewers, who are you, where are you from, what's your favorite game?
Okay. Hello, my name is Shinya. I'm from Japan, and I'm the part of Alliance. And my favorite game is Apex and Dota 2 and PUBG Mobile and Mobile Legends. I have many. I'm sorry.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit more about yourself. I know you're a streamer. I know you play a lot of games. So what is the main game? Do you just play every single game that's available or that's interesting to you that day?
Yes, but my main game is Dota 2. Like, I play a lot. But for fun, like, I played Apex Legends, Mobile Legends, like, very random.
Okay, awesome.
Yes.
Well, listen, if Dota 2 is your favorite game, let's start with EWC. Who did you predict to win the Dota 2 tournament? We've had a few guests on our show. The Dota 2 analysts, all they do is argue and fight and disagree with each other. There's also music playing now, the party's starting, so we can ignore it.
Of course.
But who did you predict to win the tournament?
Gaming Gladiator.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So do you think she'll be right? Make fun of Suns fan?
I hope so.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if they were. What do you think of Centaur Warrior? Do you play Centaur?
Yeah, I don't play center, but I feel like very annoyed when he's the enemy. I don't like him.
In the previous game, Mac was talking to one of the other analysts and discussing the different heroes that are in the meta in the game. Have you enjoyed the most recent patch that was just recently dropped before the tournament? The pro team seems to still be learning it.
Yes, I really love it. I'm actually the support player, and my favorite hero is Jakiro.
Okay.
And he can hit the doo-doom. doo-doo. Not like single hit, it's like twice. I really enjoy it a lot.
Nice.
Yeah.
That is awesome. What are you doing here at EWC? What's brought you out here? I know obviously part of Alliance, but what's the main thing you're getting up to?
So I'm coming like invited for like Dota 2 here. So like I'm watching the game and I'm showing around the venue because the venue is very good, like awesome, looks beautiful. So like I like to show more about here.
We actually have some footage. I don't know if we can bring up the Boulevard shots just to talk about it. I know, Mac, you haven't had a lot of time to kind of explore and whatnot, but the restaurants, the meals, there's a virtual, like an esports virtual arena, which is awesome. I beat a Brazilian influencer in the VR game, which is great. The thing that I'd love to kind of expand on, and the reason that I invited Mac to join us on the sofa is, at a tournament like this, I come from South Africa, Mac from Australia, yourself from Japan. These are countries that the esports scenes are quite different.
Yes.
I think if we ignore the fighting game community in Japan, which is obviously...
Which is huge.
Just next level, right? Whenever you see the FGC, they're massive. But games like Valorant, games like League of Legends, games like Counter-Strike, games like Dota, you don't see huge presence from any of our respective countries.
Well,
So
Valorant has quite a large
Yes,
following
in
in Japan,
Japan,
but everything else you mentioned is a bit smaller.
That's a very valid point.
There you go.
But let's talk about that for like a tournament like this. Obviously, that's not one of the titles here. But what is it like, for a Japanese content creator, esports fan to come and see all these games side by side? How much of the Japanese community is watching, getting involved, and will they be inspired by this?
Oh, so like it's very depends on like each games. Like let's talk about like Apex Legends.
Yes.
They really love to watch. Like they go to venue and then they buy a lot of merchandise and they're so hype. But like other game like League of Legends, maybe League of Legends, like we don't have like much big community in Japan, so like
Yeah, the
it's
teams
very
have struggled
different.
as well. I mean, in comparison to Australia, I know you mentioned a little bit, you get to cast all of the leagues, that side of the world, Oceania and whatnot. How is it from your perspective? Because we had representation from Australia here in CS.
Yeah.
Go super well, but there's a few more teams making it,
Well,
right?
it's funny. Even though the scene is small, like take Apex for example, we had the world champions for however long, right? The Australian team was the one that was doing really, really well with a couple of the individuals from there. But yeah, every other game, like especially like League, we got put in with like the SEA region, so we don't even qualify to Worlds anymore. And the domestic league is, at the moment not doing super well. Every time we have to go to the quals with SEA. It's not looking PCS.
Yes.
In PCS, yeah, it never really goes super well. And CS, we get opportunities at least to go overseas, but this event didn't go super well. Some events have been going a little bit better, but in terms of that, if I think about some CS teams from Japan in the past, there has been some really good ones like Lays, etc. But it's been a very long time since we last saw Lays.
How big is like the competitive PC gaming community? I know Valorant, I've seen some of the stadiums literally just forgot in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
But I mean, when we think about Counter-Strike, think about like Dota.
Yeah.
Is there local scenes? How big is it? How many teams kind of participate?
Actually, we don't have any team about Dota 2. And Counter-Strike, maybe they have, but like we don't have like a league in Japan, I think. And then like about Dota, like we are like village right now, like we know each other.
So how do you play that? Okay, give me some insight, because this is great. I come from League of Legends. That was the main game that I worked on. And now I'm learning a lot about the different communities. So where do the Dota 2 Japanese fans and community hang out and chat? How do we get more Japanese players to actually get involved in a, what was the word used? An easy and simple game, which is I believe how you got introduced to the game.
Like I got scammed because it was not easy and a simple game. I totally got scammed, but actually my friend was from Indonesia. She was not from Japan. So like in the first time, like I was playing with like English, and then like my Japanese friends said like they want to play Dota with me, and they tried with a Japanese like translated, but it was not full translated actually in game.
Okay.
Yes, and then they didn't enjoy the game.
So did you have to learn another language then?
Yes. Yes.
Oh my word. Let's talk about some of the other tournaments here. I've got your prediction for Dota 2. You said Alliance. I think one of the first games you said was Apex. I see the Alliance jersey. Alliance are doing very well in PUBG Mobile. So which of the games that you feel comfortable to give? Like, can you give me a PUBG or an Apex Legends tournament prediction? Who do you think is going to win?
Oh, so about PUBG Mobile, Alliance maybe, and about Apex, Alliance maybe.
Okay. Mac, you balance this one out for me. We've had a chance to watch them. I know we've got a loose connection to Apex, but like, what predictions would you put on there? That could be challenges.
For Apex?
For Apex and maybe PUBG.
I don't even know who's coming for Apex. I'm going home before that's on.
It is in week 7. Okay, so what about PUBG Mobile? We've seen the teams. Yeah, do you remember?
Well, I was leaning towards Boom. That was my prediction. And they haven't been going super well, but I think we have heard from Toby yelling across the studio that Alliance have had one of the best days of PUBG Mobile that any team's had in a long while.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the case. Look, today they're still going to play more games tomorrow.
Yeah.
What'll be the next time that you'll be streaming? What's the next game? Are you going to be able to use the streaming booth that's here in SDC?
Not much. I like the in real life stream.
That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
We're waiting to get the Dota 2 game up on stream right now. I mean, Mac, let's talk a little bit more about the match. I didn't get the pleasure of watching the co-stream of the previous series. So can you give me a little like preview or like hype of our next game? What should we focus in on for the viewers? It should be Tundra versus Falcons.
Didn't they?
Tundra's finished. What is the next game was the question? Nothing. That's finished. So it'll be tomorrow then.
Yeah,
Team Liquid versus Falcons.
That's what I thought. So yeah, Team Liquid and Falcons. I know almost nothing about Liquid, but Falcons is really good, right?
Really
yeah,
good.
I got a thumbs up that Falcons is really, really good. So it's probably going to be a Falcons dub.
Going to be a Falcons dub.
Yeah.
One last chance. Would you like to say anything to the fans, to the viewers at home? Maybe something if you'd like to say in Japanese, if you'd like to. And then we'll let you get on with your evening and have some fun with the music outside.
Okay. 日本の皆さん見てたらこんにちは。アライアンスのシーニャです。今回はこのようにサウジアラビアに来れてとっても嬉しいです。Thank you for watching. If you are watching my fans, I love you. Thank you so much. And Alliance fan, love you guys.
Thank you so much. Matt, we're going to do the little heart. Come on, we're going out there. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take a quick live look into the arena. We'll be right back after this.
With 2. Roland didn't even get a chance. Top of the silo, loses his head. And that's what you want to see from players like Wonderful.
He has been very active with looking for CT side openings. The ramp pick, obviously outside. He's had it from a multitude of different angles now. He's tried that same play a few times, but this time going wide around red.
It's reminiscent of the simple CT side AWP we used to talk about.
And I think if the rationale is, hey, let's try and get Wonderful to get these picks early, it doesn't allow Mouse to go for mid to late round executes, right? It really just unravels them, and now they're in the mid round. We're having to piece things together on the fly without any space, thanks to Wonderful.
They're coming for Jimmy. This is a all-in angle, and he doesn't get a thing from it. Wonderful, a quick scope.
Hands to his head there from Jimmy as well. Knows he could have done a lot more.
Yeah, down the vents, JL lets him know.
Sure, he has
Wonderful.
a smoke.
Wait, we could be on for an ace here. If he can punish with the clear, Shui's going to be sitting duck for a 4th. Wonderful. Quad kill, and Alexi B puts it all to bed. That's the impact we're seeing from Wonderful now. He is comfortable.
It's got to feel nice for Wonderful heating up in this fashion. Already at 15 kills. We're 10 rounds deep, but no matter where he goes, he's hitting absolute bangers. This second one to top silo without X-Ray, just a little head poking over the top. Punishes Brolin, who was looking to get him as he scampers away.
This half is just a frag movie from Wonderful. Seems brave to be taking the majority of your squad, in fact the whole team, going towards Wonderful's domain. Alexi B will throw out the initial clear, flashes, and despite all of that, does miss the shot, miss the info window. Shui tries to wrap through main. Oh, ahead of them. There's a lot of Tech 9s running your way here, man. Now you've gone down, your rifle falls into enemy hands, wants to put that into someone healthy.
It's been heard.
He's going to get caught out here, completely deleted by Zersh, and this is falling apart. Falling to pieces for Na'Vi. Another one for Mouse. Brolin lays down the law with that AK-47. How funny, how quickly things can go wrong on Nuke.
Yeah, and you could see that it got ahead of 2 players there. Emma as well with the rotation. He was late on it, and then he just gets overwhelmed. And then the same for Bit. They heard him jump down ramp, and Exertion was already pushed up. So ahead of schedule, but right on time for Mouse. To get their 5th, and they can still tie up the half at 6-6. So now, as far as the rounds are concerned, right, we are looking for a Mouse great T-half, 5. That's great. You're happy with that. You're more than happy to go into the halftime break, big smile on your face, knowing that you've done more than enough, and that was without the pistol. We'll hold on to a couple of rifles. There's money to buy. Wonderful's AWP can come out. A drop can go over to Emma. Bit could buy himself, but they can also hook him up. Just make sure everybody's full on the util. But this was just a lighter investment from Mouse. Pistols in the hands. Impromptu smoke wall towards Yard. A bit of a distraction from Shui. You can see Bit frustrated with that one.
Yeah, understandably so. Just a half investment from Mouse, and they managed to pull across that 5th round. Will it be 6? Now we'll be looking for an edge into that second half. Wonderful indeed. Again, bests Torji. Rolling in that off angle. Overlooked by Wonderful. Forward position. Flushed out by the Flames. Down goes the Lexi. He's done everything he can. Zershin, however, has managed to get away with that. How is he still alive? Wonderful. Couldn't finish him off. A tag onto Zershin, the double kill. And now they know that top site's theirs. Molly stops Bit up the ladder. Braun bringing that bomb through. Nade to finish him off right now. Bit, 4 HP, gets the frag. Element of surprise, but traded. He's up to Wonderful to come up clutch. 16 frags, but this one has a round hanging in the balance of his decisions. Zershin looks away. Wonderful pips the gap. Did he
saw the head.
Yep, teammates have told him. Pre-aim is perfect. It's 6-6 at the half. Mouse, spectacular turn of events for them.
6-6 at the half, and crucial for Na'Vi to try to bounce back. This is their potential final 12 rounds. If they're unable to pick up the win here, they will be eliminated. Place 3rd, 4th, along with VP, and their CS2 tournament will come to an end. Mouse maintain control, but just before we had all of our special guests and our interviews coming in, we were wrapping up some points about Mouse. I'm very thankful that Mac had put together a little bit of a pre-match for us and then kind of set the scene in terms of the teams, the history between them. One of the things that did stand out when you were preparing and you kind of explained the story to us was Mouse and the kind of academy roster.
Yes.
Tell me about the players, the promotion, and how that's all worked.
So Mouse have an academy team. There's a couple of orgs that have academy teams that historically have done pretty well, but this one in particular is a huge success story, mostly because, as you'll see here, Cyclone, Jimmy, Shui, Zershin, and Torzi have all not only come through the academy system, only one of them has gone to a different team and then come back, and that's 4 out of 5 players, right? 5 out of 6 people on the team that are currently in the Mouse lineup, and they are, according to some rankings, the best team in the world, and, you know, making a huge name for themselves. They're all so young, and that means that there's a lot of success through the academy system.
13-1 in the first map.
Yes.
They had a more difficult time yesterday against Furia. I mean, expectation based on how that's played out, would you expect them to win the series?
What I'm looking at right now is, well, what? Apparently Na'Vi picked us too.
They did. Okay, well, you take a look at that. Give me a second, because what's great about this is I just asked you a prediction. We actually have some predictions. Mako and Tati collected a few predictions for us for the broadcaster reviews. Let's get the first one in, and then Mac, you can finish that thought.
I've managed to locate the biggest Vitality fan that has existed at this event. Maniac, mate, how you doing? How are the grievances after yesterday?
I just love that this has become my identity now. At this point in time, I think people forgot my nickname. Thank you for reminding. Maniac indeed. Also known as the Vitality fan. That's how I go by.
That's true, that's true. Now, I just want to have a quick chat with you about what the expectations were for a lot of the teams coming into this event, what you think the biggest upsets were, and also what your prediction is for the rest of the tournament. We have 2 semis and 1 grand final left.
So quickly, I'd say biggest upsets would be the loss of Spirit to G2. Not a lot of people saw that coming. G2, brand new roster, new IGL and Snacks. Spirit coming over as the favorite as far as I was concerned. And then Vitality losing the VP. I think Virtus Pro very visibly trying to figure out the Counter-Strike they want to play. and yet they were able to dominate Vitality on the last 2 maps. That was hurtful to watch, but as a Counter-Strike fan, I just have to respect how they played.
There is such good Counter-Strike this tournament. I have enjoyed every single game I've watched so far. Now, for the semis today, who do you think is going to take it? It's the first time we've seen Meows and Na'Vi go head-to-head with full-strength lineups, and I'm so excited for that game.
Yeah, that one is a really interesting cookie to crack because for Mao's, the angle is always psychological, right? We say, oh, you play FaZe and they're your big brothers and you cannot really push through that barrier. Now, with Na'Vi, there isn't any tape. Like, we don't know how they feel about these players. We don't know if they have any sort of fear or respect. I don't think they do, but I also think that Na'Vi's shown such resilience versus FaZe that I have Na'Vi slightly going over Miles, really, really slightly. And on the other one, this is a little bit the brain versus the heart, or the rational versus the irrational. Now that you've seen what G2 inflicted onto Spirit, you have this like fear factor. You're thinking, oh, these poor VP, they're about to get absolutely bashed. So I'm going towards G2, but I'm aware that is a little bit irrational. You know, VP is a much more established team. They have more experience together, but I'm going towards G2.
Look, I was very sad when Spirit got taken out. They were my favorites for the tournament for sure. But it feels like G2, you know, they've already taken out one of the Russian squads. Maybe they're taking out VP as well. That could be a possibility. If G2 win this whole thing, what would that mean for G2?
You know what? I think we would be staying in the same sort of wavelength as Dallas, not because of the whole standing situation, but because with the mindset that they have now and the simplicity of the Counter-Strike they play, when you unlock some of the players, it's kind of over, like with the talent they have. Think about Nico. Think about the Counter-Strike that Nico's been playing in Dallas and now here. He's having his, by the numbers, best tournament in CS2, bearing the RMR. So great Nico, top of the line. Monesi is always going to be super consistent. Malbs is a great surprise, not in terms of level because we knew he's good, but the fact that he's very early on able to provide these entry kills, like take the risks, feel at ease in a jersey that is super heavy to wear, right? He's coming over in G2. It's a huge expectation. So a lot of things are clicking together, and we use the term honeymoon a lot. It feels like they're straight in it, like it's their second night. You know, everything is great. They're enjoying themselves.
Yeah. Now, who's going to win? Who is going to win from this position? There's 4 teams left. If you had to pick one out of everything we've seen so far, who is it?
God damn. All right. Can I do like a shenanigan? You allow me like one deviation?
Here, give me some predictions.
I'll do just a little bit of an in-depth prediction. I'll say if Mouse make it to the grand final, G2 will smash them. If Na'Vi make it to the grand final, I think Na'Vi can sustain the pressure and win.
Ooh, that's hot. That's hot. Maniac, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
That was hot indeed. And while we're... Hey, yep. That was hot indeed. So, yeah, Maniac, that's a pretty relevant one. I'm glad that he did deviate and, you know, give us a bit of a, you know, flip.
But both was G2 lose in the final?
No.
Okay.
No. He said G2 was going to smash Meows go. He said G2 was going to probably lose if they go up against Na'Vi.
Got it.
Yeah, but he went for, he thought Spirit was a favorite. He's definitely the Vitality fan, so it's not just in Dota that the analysts are getting things wrong, so that's okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Why are they hired, you know?
The other thing about that is obviously those predictions came in at the beginning of the day. Just quickly before we get to the next one, Academy team for Mouse, it's something that you see infrequently across different games. What's the sort of like environment in Dota 2? Like, do you see Academy teams, young players coming up? Because we saw Seb with like Fort Babies, and they have found success, but
actual Academy teams is just China.
Right. So just
and they shuffle a lot.
Right.
So it's actually hard to keep track of who even
and
came from.
And if you don't have that consistent like growth, development, performance, you can't really rate it. Another question to look at, and we can evaluate it a little bit later, especially when we discuss like PUBG PC and the ecosystem around that.
Yeah.
We got some more predictions. Mac made a lot of friends earlier today, so let's check in on with the next one.
I have located my long-lost brother, who I've only just met for the first time, Mike. Darth Mike, he's known better as that, but he is an American, and we've been working together for a long time. Other than the fact that we finally got united, I want to know what your thoughts are on the whole competition so far. What are the biggest upsets? What were your expectations leading into this? And then also tell me who you think is going to win the grand final from today.
I think the expectations were hard to define. Just first tournament of the season, you never really know who's actually going to be good and who's going to come out sleepy and all that. My upset, G2. It had to be G2 over Spirit, right? Spirit coming in, expecting them to be world beaters. They were my prediction to win the thing. G2, 6 days of prac. who knew how they were going to do? New IGL, new mobs coming on in. They look so good. I'm so happy for them. I'm hoping they can do it again today, that they can look good sustained, that they can take it all the way, because that would be a spicy start to this new G2 era. That's my optimistic take. I think more likely Na'Vi are looking really good. They're looking like, you know, that London form at the tail end of the season. Could be a little more dialed in. I'm excited to see what they do today.
Now, if you had to pick a team from today, if you had to put all your money on someone, who's it going to be?
To win the thing?
To win the whole thing tomorrow.
You know, I made the mistake of not picking with my heart for my first prediction, so I'm gonna go with the heart. I'm gonna go with Mobs. I'm gonna go G2, Guatemala on top, NA on top.
And I think that's the perfect way to leave it. Thanks, Mike.
It was so great. It was so great getting to see Mike there. But
How long
also
have you been working together?
getting this prediction. Since 2016 or
Sincerely,
17.
he does look like your younger brother.
We almost worked
Really?
an event in like 2018, and then I just didn't get to go over to North America. So.
What do we make of the updated prediction there? I think pretty clearly from the main broadcast talent, Spirit G2, a bigger upset than maybe even we were framing it.
Yeah.
Like the strength of their conviction in retrospect feels a lot heavier.
Yeah, and then even today, there was potentially these couple of upsets as well. You know, like some, I don't know if it was this interview or the one that's coming up. Someone said VP could be a bit of a winner.
Okay.
And we know now.
Let's check.
Of course,
we've got one more prediction. Let's get this third prediction on your screens right now, and then let's see whether or not they think VP will win, because they definitely ain't.
I have managed to locate the fittest man in esports, or at least in CS. I've been watching him run hundreds of kilometers here since we've been here. I just cannot believe how good you look right now. But look, we are here with Pimp, and he has been covering the CS2 all week because you've got knowledge, you've got way too much of it. Now, can you please tell us what are the biggest upsets and things that you didn't expect to happen this tournament so far?
I think a lot of the big names have struggled to find their form coming out of the break. Obviously, you're looking at teams like Spirit, who weren't able to make it into the semifinal. You're looking at FaZe Clan struggling yesterday and netting in a 2-0 loss to Na'Vi. I think there's been a couple of teams out there who do what they usually do coming out of the break, you know, coming out a little bit with a ring rust, can't really get the groove feeling, and I do think that it's one of those events where some of these top dogs will realize their mistakes and then hopefully come back stronger next time.
Look, I thought we would see a lot more of the upsets in the best of ones in that lower bracket, but best of threes have been providing such good counter-strike. Now, from this point with the two semifinals we have today, who do you think is going to win them, and then who do you think is going to take it all tomorrow in the grand final?
It's a really, really good question. I think the Mouse Na'Vi game is interesting because both of these lineups coming into the tournament were, I would argue they were like the top 4, top 5, top 6 teams in the world. So they now have a giant chance to net themselves a grand final, maybe even hoisting a trophy. I think specifically for that matchup, you're looking at a Na'Vi team who have been playing so well in this tournament. You're looking at a Mouse team who are a young prospect, still up and coming, can still get better. So for me, it's hard to call, to be completely honest. I think it's going to be an incredible close game. And if I had to pick, probably go with the surprise in Na'Vi. I think they've played really well in this tournament so far. So Na'Vi for that one. G2 versus VP. I said coming into the tournament, and people were laughing at me, that VP could win this tournament. And I think the way they've been playing so far and the way they were beating Vitality yesterday as well gives me confidence that there's something within this lineup that can be very dangerous. Electronic being slotted into the team, Jame waking up with AWP. I like what I see for VP, so I think they're going to beat G2.
Okay. And what about tomorrow, the grand final? If it is Na'Vi up against VP, who wins that?
That's a good question. There's a lot of history between these two teams, right? Especially from an organizational point of view. I think for my money, I said it coming into the tournament, just said it now, VP, that there's something about this lineup that really excites me. I think they have all the tools, they have all the ingredients to really cook a good dish almost, you know, with a lot of different flavors. So for my money, in a best of 3, in a grand final, if they were to be against Na'Vi, I think VP will win 2-1.
Ooh, that is hot. Pimp, thank you very much, mate.
You're welcome.
It's not just my predictions that aged like milk. So shout out to Pimp for that one. As we know now, VP did get eliminated from the playoffs today. But look, Na'Vi still have a chance. You know, if we do want to have a look at the game or a look at the score, it is currently 10-6 on the second map, which is Mouse's pick, and Na'Vi are potentially going to be taking this one to 3.
Nailed it. I mean, look, third time's the charm. That was the perfect time to discuss the live game. But let's dive in just very quickly, just on those predictions and the changes of them. I obviously came in as a fanboy. I am close to G2 people in the G2 organization, so I was making a prediction with my heart, right? Do you think it is honeymoon? Do you think it is honeymoon, or do you think it's actual performance? Because we have seen teams underperforming.
I don't think it's honeymoon. I think individually the players are more skilled than what were on the team, and they're just clicking. I don't know if it's personality, I don't know what it is, but as you mentioned, you picked with your heart, and I feel like this is one of those tournaments where there's a lot of upsets, so picking with your heart generally goes better than picking with your head.
Yeah, exactly.
To add to that question, I want to hear, do you think maybe as well, I mean, one thing is we're seeing G2 playing out of their mind. They're playing incredibly well, but do you, as an analyst of CS, I know we haven't got a chance to watch all the games in depth, but are you seeing some of the other teams maybe making it easier for G2 to look good? Like, are they making mistakes you wouldn't normally see them make?
I'll answer that because, yes, Alice just said it. Team Spirit did not live up to expectation. Pimp is one of the most respected analysts in the game. I also think he is the fittest person in all esports.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain no one's something.
Has to be.
Sincerely, like, he gave one of the most earnest predictions for VP. They got dumpstered.
Yeah.
So I think it is fair to say that the teams that look good were playing well. I'm not the expert, right? But as a pundit and a fan that just watches, Spirit and VP can do better. I don't think they lived up.
Yeah, I really want to go and watch the demos or the replays for people at home just to see what actually went wrong for the other teams, or if it is just G2 playing out of their mind and Snax' system looking good because he's got better chess pieces around him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he got fed. Let's talk about Counter-Strike history. We have one of the oldest men in all of active on-air broadcast talent, Shannon, with us. And he has apparently prepared a quiz for us. So this is your segment. I don't know anything about this.
Okay.
Set it up for me. What's going to happen?
So you guys are going to... I don't know. Do you want to individually select your choices, or do you want to do a
You're
group?
the game master.
All right, we'll do individual. Okay.
Can we use the whiteboards for this?
Yes! Yes! Come on, let's get it.
No. Excellent. Good choice, producer. All right. So this is going back throughout all Counter-Strike history. Which was not a bug or feature in the early CS days. Spectators could open doors,
not a bug.
no money cap, had to buy individual ammo clips, or M4 had a scope.
Not
I have a
bug or
guess.
feature.
All right, go ahead, guess.
What, do we say it at the same time?
No, just go for it. We're going to
I'm going to say you had to buy ammo.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it had to buy ammo. That wasn't a bug, right?
Well, it's a bug or feature. Which was not? On this list, which never happened?
Yeah.
Oh, which never happened.
Never happened.
I think... M4 had a scope. I think M4 had a scope.
Yeah, I'm gonna go because I remember you had to like spam comma or dot when you wanted to get ammo back in the day. So that one definitely was in there.
Okay, Mac.
I'm gonna say D. M4 had a scope. I don't think it had.
I'm gonna go with no money cap.
All right, the correct answer is they all actually is a trick question. This all happened at some point in Dota history.
Wait, when?
Sorry, CS history.
CS history.
When did the M4 have a scope?
Yeah, the first bug in the game is when you died, you were a spectator. You could free roam. You could open doors.
Really?
It was hilarious.
Could you close doors as well?
Yes.
Casper the friendly ghost.
Okay. Second question: what was never a map in Counter-Strike? Faction, Desert, Ruska, Fire.
Yeah, but now I don't trust you.
Yeah, none of them.
Because now...
None of them, but all of them.
What was not a map?
What was never a map?
What was not a map? I'm going to go with none of them, actually.
Okay.
So I think it's the wrong answer, but I'm going to go with none.
I'll go with Faction.
Okay.
Just because I feel like Ruska sounds right. Fire, I believe, has been a map. And Desert, well, there's a lot of desert maps, so I would be confused if there wasn't a desert map.
I think Fire is like the gunplay map, if I don't remember wrong, like out by the villa or something like that on the water. Faction, I feel like I've played. Desert sounds doable.
So when I was
Ruska we're going with.
Okay, yeah. So when I was making this quiz, the producer, he speaks Russian.
Okay.
And he thought that that Ruska was incorrect. It's like, you need to put a different answer in. It actually is not the correct answer. The correct answer is Faction. So CPL Fire we played in 1.6 and Source.
Right.
Ruska we played in 1.6 and Source. Desert was only 1.6. Very unknown map.
Yeah.
And then Faction.
What did Fire look like?
Well,
Fire
was
very red.
CPL Fire. It was one of the. It was a pretty bad map, if I'm being honest.
Fire, he got a remake in CS:GO.
Oh,
I don't think it got into the proper pool, but it was like a remade map that you could download.
I would love to know how many people watching actually even can answer these questions as well, because like these are
these are hard.
How many years ago are these? Is this 15, 20 years in that region?
Well, I played up to 25 years ago.
There we go.
Yeah.
See what I mean? My intro was
Question
fair.
number 3.
Okay.
What controversial feature was never in Counter-Strike? riot shields, gun dynamic pricing, root access anti-cheat. Quick scoping was 100% accurate.
I'm going to need you to explain number 3, root
I'm
access.
not explaining anything.
I'll do it very briefly. Root access anti-cheat is a system, an anti-cheat system that is installed at the base level of Windows.
Okay.
It needs to be booted up from the very beginning. It is one of the most deeply embedded anti-cheats.
Oh, it's like when you install the game, you also get that.
Correct. So there are certain games on the market right now that have root access.
Yes.
It is something that is fairly controversial. And as far as I can remember, cheaters have been a problem in Val games forever. I'm going root access anti-cheat.
Okay.
Is it that's in the game, not an external?
Read the question. Which was not.
It was never
Which
a
was
feature
never
in
in the
CS.
game.
Yeah, any cheat.
Okay.
I'm going to go anti-cheat as well. You guys
Okay,
sound
everybody
confident.
was correct. This
Yeah.
was the easiest one.
That was an
You
easy
guys
one.
remember the gun dynamic pricing?
Yes, I do. That,
somebody
you
would
were
buy-
actually talking about it the other day.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, that's unfortunate. All right.
That's where the inspiration for the skins market
got a
came
little-
from.
I got a little selfish with these last 2 questions.
Okay.
Fair.
What former pro player did I almost play
Wait,
with?
can you elaborate on how you
Is
almost
it Mo, Dazed, K-Sharp, or
What's your
Sean
remember?
Garrett?
Because you got excited.
Well, you said it. You said it the other day, so I remembered.
So go for
Okay,
it.
go last then.
Okay.
Go last.
How are you almost playing with the guys on stage right now because you're kind of nearby?
No, go ahead
No?
and guess.
Okay, I'm just going to go with Dazed. I don't know.
I think it was K-Sharp, if memory serves.
K-Sharp.
Incorrect.
Oh!
So K-Sharp I played against, but so Mo played Source, and I actually almost, you guys know who Mo is?
Yes.
I almost joined his team. So his team, before he got picked up by Power Gaming, was called, I think, -1.
Yep.
And they asked me to join, and this is always what happened in Counter, like whenever I play competitively, I always chose my friends over
the good players?
The good players, yes.
Ah.
So I could have been on the
nice, though.
CGS team.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
And you could have been a millionaire by, owning
I could have been a
chaos or
millionaire.
something.
Also, do you know what?
and-
I think with Tsunami's introduction the other day, where he went through your CS history, he talked about this. I bet you Tsunami would have known the answer to that one.
Probably.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Probably.
We let him
All
die.
right, last question. Which game did I not play professionally?
Ooh.
Battlefield, Firearms, which is a Half-Life mod, in case you didn't know. Day of Defeat, Counter-Strike.
Well, this is a really tough one. So I actually played Battlefield 1942, Battlefield 2 semi-professionally myself. And I think because of the age of those games being newer, meaning I'm a few years ago, I played it. Counter-Strike, yes, we know you did. Day of Defeat would have been so close to Counter-Strike and not as mainstream as Battlefield, and you're really counter-stream. Firearms being among things. I think those are the 3 you did. I'm going to go with Battlefield.
I'm going to go with Battlefield. I was
Wasn't
thinking
Day
the
of
same
Defeat
thing.
a thing for like 3 minutes, though?
No,
No,
that's still actually.
It goes way
still
back.
It's still running.
Oh, I thought it went
and
completely down.
there are clones inspired by Day of Defeat. They're
Oh,
trying
that
to
I know. I just thought that the game
recapture it.
itself was not.
The other
okay,
thing
good.
is, just because I know that you're a bit of a dick, I think you could also be adding a trick question here. And the only
Ooh.
answer is Counter-Strike, but I won't
Okay,
factor
you guys
Okay.
both went Battlefield.
Okay.
I'm going to go Day of
Battlefield.
Defeat.
Yeah.
Correct answer is Day of Defeat.
What?
So
Very
I played
good.
Counter-Strike briefly professionally, and then I switched to a game called Firearms, where I won a Cal championship. I'm actually a legend in that game, but of course nobody knows what the game is. And then I joined a pro Battlefield 2 team. I played one single match.
Oh,
and-
that doesn't
Hold on.
count!
I played one single match, and then I quit because we won the game, but I literally never saw an enemy the entire game. It was the most boring competitive scene of all time.
I won
So-
the biggest LAN final in South Africa playing Battlefield 2. You gave up on FPS. By the time that game was out, you are full of nonsense. I'm moving on. That just
I
really
think
tilted
we're
me.
going to readjust the meaning of being a
Suns
pro
fan-
player.
Listen, I'm mad at him, and this is just a poorly timed segue. He went to speak to people about Dota. He tricked me. Let's find out what those predictions were.
Boy, this is deja vu. Suns fan here with the great Lacoste. How are you doing today, sir?
Doing great. Just arrived at the arena. About to grab some food. Really happy you took me away from my food.
Thanks for coughing into the mic. That's going to be really good for the audio listeners. Something I didn't get to ask you yesterday is how you like the current patch. So,
Oh, loving the patch. I've been grinding the patch, playing 10, 12 games a day pretty much coming into the tournament. Want to, have all this knowledge since I'm an analyst, and I also do enjoy the patch.
when you say analyst, can you just do this, please?
Analyst,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Analyst.
Good.
So, yeah, I think the games are much faster. The second glyph that we kind of got rid of is really nice.
Yeah.
And some of my heroes that I'm really good at are really strong right now. That's why I enjoy the patch.
Okay, and what is the biggest surprise of the tournament so far? It could be a team,
performance. It could be a hero being picked or not picked.
I would say PSG Quest. They're the biggest one for me. Almost took down Falcas, who kept them for whole 2024 so far.
Yeah.
And I thought that, watching the game 3 is kind of, cheering up for them. I thought that they might win it, but they didn't. And the biggest one for me is Pipe. This is the part that I don't like from the offlane, where you kind of need to have it, but at least the games are faster. We're not in this like 45, 60-minute patch, which I don't think anybody enjoys.
That's right. Well, thank you for this actual normal interview.
Oh, you're
I've never
welcome.
been a part of that before.
I'm really happy, and I hope that you catch me tomorrow when I'm about to grab the food. So
we'll try our best. Make sure to cough in the mic tomorrow too.
We so nearly missed the double awkward shoulder touch, but it happened. Also,
requirement.
You interrupted his meal, which is shocking. But yeah, surprisingly normal interview.
Yeah, I was telling production to cut that one, but I guess we need the material. I don't like normal, so.
The fact that you let him cough and you didn't go, all right, let's just,
No, I never redo take. Like in my podcast, when I do an intro and I screw it up horribly, we just continue.
The other thing I find interesting, in contrast to many other game communities, the Dota talent really only like patches when it benefits them and their personal play styles.
Yeah.
Every conversation I've been involved in or around, the perception on the patch is either it helped me or it hurt me because of what it does for me.
Yeah, we're all selfish beings.
You gotta dig deeper. No, it's just you play the game a lot. It's a lot of passion and love. Let's find out who the next interviewee is going to be and whether or not they like the patch based on the heroes they play.
Hello, I'm here with Effie. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Suns fan. I am good.
You're a very good voice actor. Did you know that? There's no laughing allowed in this segment.
Sorry. I did not know that, but thank you.
Did you get good feedback about your voice acting in that amazing video that was made by Sir Action Slacks?
I got some pretty decent feedback, but internally I was cringing the whole time.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Everybody likes a good cringe now and then.
That is true. Are we not going to look at each other at any point ever?
That is correct.
Okay, let's do this.
It's too powerful a force.
I have two
the two of us
microphones, by
together.
the way. Does that excite you?
No comment. I'm not allowed to say that on air. How are you doing and how are you enjoying this event?
It's been fun. I've been doing a lot of standing, so that's been interesting, but I've had a good time. The Dota's been really good, and it's nice to see everybody.
And what do you like about this patch so far?
This patch, I like.
Faster.
I like.
Quicker.
I like the patch.
That is very eloquent. No wonder you're an analyst. Thanks for joining us today.
Why does anybody else do interviews? I mean, I'm not being funny, but seriously, it's fantastic. I do have to say, though, Evie messed up twice. Number one, she laughed again after being cleared.
Yeah,
from
she does not follow direction well.
She lied to us, by the way. I've been doing a lot of standing. She's been sat down for every post-match throughout the last 3 days.
That's true. They've changed it up.
So
how do you open your eyes so wide on the interviews, but then you squint here the whole time?
The lights are really
Oh,
bright.
of course. Right, okay.
The one thing I will say, before we go to the next one, I do want to mention, obviously, it's the second to last day of Dota. We've got 2 series remaining, lower bracket final, upper bracket final. I mean, one of the big things is just kind of getting a sense and a feel. How you interpreted the conversations outside of those awkward things you deliver us. From the talent team, have they enjoyed the tournament? It's 3 weeks, $5 million.
No,
it's the
been,
crown jewel of EWC.
Obviously, they tend to kind of focus on the whole everybody grouping up and you pop the pipe and everybody's invulnerable. But generally, everybody loves this patch. I think it's been a breath of fresh air because you have to understand for the last until this last month, pretty much the last year, it was the exact same meta. The games were 45 minutes average. You could, to a T, say exactly what was going to happen in the game. Very methodical, very boring.
Do you know what?
Wait. He got all that from that interview.
No, just contextualize, because I did
my
say
interviews are
conversations outside.
useless, to be
Remember,
fair.
I did say contextually outside of those conversations.
Of course.
But it's just, the little light bulb's gone on. When I first met you 15 days ago, you were much more bitter than you are now. I thought it was Bunny and Jays from last week. It's not. It's just you've been getting fun Dota.
That's right. The games have been much more enjoyable.
You've leaned forward multiple times in the same
More
day.
than once.
We've got
that's a record.
one more prediction, and I sincerely hope this is as atrocious as the other interviews. Shannon, take it away.
I'm here with the Dota capitalist. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Suns fan. How are you?
Do you think you're cool because you're wearing a jacket I'm not?
No, actually, I'm warm because of it.
That's right. You got to learn. That's why I'm from the Middle East. We know these things deep down inside. No long sleeve shirts, sandals, casual.
That's why you always wear shorts and sandals and a t-shirt everywhere you go.
That's
in
right.
every broadcast,
Even
right?
if it's winter. That's right. The cold, dead winter of Washington, D.C.
Yep.
What do you think of this tournament so far?
It's good. I am a little bit disappointed by the fact that we just have all Western European teams, pretty much.
Shocker, right?
Yeah. That part's a little disappointing. I was hoping China would come into it and show up. They did not.
They never do. It's because Cinderin always predicts them to win, and they fail horribly. He doesn't learn his lesson.
Yeah, he really needs to stop doing that.
Agreed.
It would be better for Dota if he just stopped.
All right, one common question I've been asking everybody is, what do you think of the patch, both as a player, a viewer, and a caster?
Player, I think it's kind of fun. Viewer, I think it's not the best.
Really?
Yeah, I think that we seem to be kind of oscillating back and forth between tanky heroes that just cannot die, and then also this ball that ends the game in 20 minutes. That I don't know. That part's not so great. I feel like there are some parts about Dota right now. Some parts are cool. The fact that like tanky heroes means that there are longer team fights, and that kind of makes things interesting that there's a back and forth. But there's also like none of the team fight spells are big anymore.
Right.
Like Black Hole shows up every once in a while, and it's like it gets a 2-man black hole, and maybe one of the heroes dies.
Right. Yeah, that's absolutely incorrect. Thanks for joining us. Until next time.
I mean, with some sincerity, I think that's one of the first times that I've heard a semi.
Because you missed the punchline.
All the way up till the end.
Okay, right. Sorry, I was getting cues from the boss. What I will say, though, is I want to ask sort of Mac and Shannon, just kind of final thoughts here. Mac, you have kind of been reintroduced to Dota over the last week, been watching, I anticipate, more than a lot. How have you enjoyed your viewing experience, considering there's been a lot to learn?
To be honest, I've enjoyed those interviews more than I've enjoyed watching Dota, but that's just
I mean, that's not a fair comparison. Not a fair comparison. Let's stick with the game. Have you enjoyed the game?
The game's pretty good.
Yeah.
For me personally, just learning about the differences in the game now compared to 5 to 7 years ago whenever it was I last played. It's the thing I loved about Dota back in the day was the depth and the mechanics, and it's just only gotten deeper.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about that. Shannon, at the risk of whatever you're going to say, how have you found the tournament and the patch and your viewing experience with the games you've been able to watch?
Just fabulous. Boy, I'm not being sarcastic at all. I think the games have been much more exciting than the last patch. Like I said, it was getting very mundane in the past.
Yeah.
And playing it...
You sincerely have enjoyed it.
Honestly, like... I wasn't saying this publicly because I'm a caster, but on the old patch, I just stopped playing Dota for a long time. That's why I picked up Counter-Strike, got to 18,000 MMR in Premiere, which is okay.
18,000?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
it's
just
decent.
good clip.
But then I came back to Dota when this new patch, and it is just a breath of fresh air. It's so much more fun.
I mean,
these big patches are always fun.
It's the ebbs and flows. I think that is something that is fairly consistent with, I think, MOBA in general, that when metas are stale or certain things just don't work, and it's just you're seeing the same thing, both from a viewer and a player experience. It's rough. But look, thank you so much. Genuinely, I think they're probably the best interviews that I've seen on a show like this ever.
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 Right,
That's
ever.
correct, yes.
Nice.
I mean, a show like this probably hasn't really existed ever either, so it's not exactly a big list. We're going to move on. We've got one more EWC catch-up powered by STC. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I get to check in with my best friend down on the Dota stage. Obviously, Dota 2 has wrapped up for the day. The lower bracket is all but completed. One series remains for tomorrow before the Riyadh Masters final. And of course, those will both play on Sunday. Let's find out what Tsunami's had to say about those final matches.
Quick shot. I gotta savor these moments because we don't have very many check-ins left. In fact, we only got 3 teams left in the entire tournament here at Riyadh Masters, as Team Falcons has just eliminated Tundra Esports. The MENA team continues their reign after defeating PSG Quest earlier in the morning, and now tomorrow, they're gonna face off against Team Liquid in the lower bracket finals. And even beyond just the Dota, these are all a bunch of clubs that are hoping to scoop up those championship points. I know Liquid still needs to get a first place to be eligible for the first place trophy in the whole grand scheme of things. Falcons, they're just hoarding points for right now. Are they going to hoard even more points tomorrow? Get that grand final? Go up against Game and Gladiators? Can't wait to find out. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Tsunami? Don't you dare come for my job. It's my job to talk about club champions. Exceptional. I do think it's great. I think talking about the 3 remaining teams, obviously saying goodbye to Dota 2, you can actually hear the sadness in his voice. Last couple of check-ins for our special broadcast as well as the matches. You can see the upper bracket on your screen. Gaming Gladiators destroyed Team Liquid to be the first grand finalist. It is a best of 5. And of course, they will then be facing off against the winner of Team Liquid or Team Falcons. Bear in mind, they have to play that best of 3 and then go up to that BO5. That is a challenge for whoever picks up that win.
That's a lot of games.
Falcons will win.
Falcons will win. I mean, you've been adamant.
Have I been wrong yet, huh?
Frankly, no. I mean, I really want to have a different answer to that, but we're going to find out. If it is, it's going to be an exceptional couple of series that will be tomorrow. Let's talk about Counter-Strike 2 as well. I'm going to turn my attention over to Matt. Give me the updates. What has been happening and what is still ongoing?
Wait, is Mike not going to do it for us?
We do not. It says, read the deck on the couch.
Mike, slack. Well, at the moment, yeah, Meow's absolutely destroyed Na'Vi on map 1, 13-1 on Dust 2, which I found out and was confused that it was Na'Vi's map pick, then on Meow's map pick here of Nuke. Meow's ended up losing that one. Na'Vi coming back in the second half after a pretty close first half. 13-8 ended up being that scoreline, and the third map has not started yet, so we don't know who is going to be joining G2 in the grand final just yet.
Of course, that final will be wrapping up twitch.tv/EWC_CS2. That is live and ongoing, but many, many moons ago, a game called PUBG Mobile World Cup did conclude its second day of groups, and as is customary at the end of every day, Toby, give us an update on PUBG.
PUBG played today. Group Red and Group Yellow, no, Group Red and Group Green took to the battlefield to play day 2 of the group stage. You see the standings here. Alliance had a phenomenal day, almost clinched 3 out of 6 potential wins on the day. It was only 2, finished the second play with 14 frags in the final match, though phenomenal day for them to finish out their group stage. They are secure through to the finals. Alongside Tiamba, 4 Miracle Vibes as well will be up there too. Going down to the bottom of the top 8 here, Brute Force, Besiktas, D plus Kia as well. They are sitting tomorrow watching the games because they won't be playing, hoping that their 50-some points are going to be enough to stay above the top 12 cutoff.
The huge thing for me was actually having TL's coach on the sofa with us, asking him how difficult it is to catch up from 12th to 1st. He made it very clear. If that is interesting to you, make sure you always check out EWC Central because we'll be doing the catch-ups powered by SDC every day. Mac, I saw a hand there. What was
Yes, so quickly before we jump into the next segment, I just want to say I do, as much as I love you actually doing your job, I do miss you just saying PUBG hasn't started yet.
You know what? True. Okay, think of a one-liner that is PUBG. We can end the show on that tonight. When we get there. Wait, look, we're not finishing yet. We're not finishing yet, okay? But we'll prep it. It's a special moment for the 3 of us and maybe 5 people that remember it. Right. We've only got a few minutes left. Obviously, there's only 1 map left to play across the respective tournament streams. So as part of this, one of the things that the production team here at EWC Central want to keep doing is teaching viewers, different gaming communities, some of the slang from the respective games. We built out our glossary. We added multiple games. So I sincerely do not know what direction we're going. I don't know what games are coming up. The first one is a PUBG Mobile phrase. And the word is flushing.
If anyone knows, they can say.
Now, the word that comes to mind is a number 2 in the loo. Or using grenades to get people out of a position. That's my best guess. It feels like something that I would hear in Call of Duty, maybe Battlefield, or whatever other game you pretended to be professional in.
Yeah, I was going to say forcing enemy to a certain area, flushing them out of an area.
Okay, well, I know this one. This is actually when you are playing in that position we know is called toilet seat, you just disappear. You get sucked into the eternal hole.
While
God,
I
wish that was real.
appreciate all your answers, they are all incorrect.
What?
The answer is, it's when you eliminate a downed player, you flush him.
Can I tell you something? Can I tell you something?
Why?
We need to have serious words with mobile game developers and repurposing words that exist that mean things. Can you do this? You're a developer. You can influence
I use normal words.
First of all, I agree. I appreciate. I understand in the game it makes sense. I just want to pick a fight with the whole community.
That's fair.
That's where I'm at. Let's pick another fight with a community that would love to fight back. Dota 2, die back.
Might be easy.
I
had some really hard ones.
I think this is legit. So we're going to come to Toby for this because I think even I know it.
I don't.
I'll give my prediction after yours.
Die back. I know there's a... Oh,
you got there.
I know.
You can see the wheels turning.
I still want to go with my initial
Explain
guess
the logic.
before I figured it out. Maybe.
Explain the logic.
So my logic right now is you've said the term buyback a lot of times, and I figure maybe that's a slang version for it. But my initial guess was when you're like you run out in your lane, you do your thing, then you die, and then you respawn, and then you go out, and the first thing you do is die again. Like you die twice in a row really quickly. It's like you die back to back kind of thing. That was my initial guess, but I worked my way into the buyback, die back kind of
I think as well, I think it has to do something with buyback, and I think it's probably when a player is involved in a team fight or initiates this, to some degree to intentionally die or to use the things, knowing that they can buy back. So it's part of a strategy. Like it's a conscious.
Or they die on
the
purpose,
word,
sort
the
of.
word that it brings to mind is like tactical inting.
Okay.
That's what I.
Well, it's when you buy back in a fight and then you die straight away.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So my two guesses combined was the correct one, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man,
okay,
dying
okay.
after
So end of the game where, I mean, that's how games end.
Yeah.
When you buy back and you instantly can't, because you can't buy back again for 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So there's a cooldown on it.
Cooldown on it.
There used to not
Man.
be, and that was dark times in Dota.
You know, for the first time, it's a simple. For the first
Never
time, a
ending
Dota
team
question has
fight.
a simple answer. And of
That's
course,
true.
we get it wrong.
Except
you know?
for this time. No,
Yes. Okay, now this is an interesting one. Counter-Strike 2, and the word is dirty.
Yeah.
Flushing and dirty. There's a.
I
can
think-
give more context to this.
Wait. Let's
No,
get
no,
some.
wait.
Let's get some.
You guys give
It's
me-
actually funny if it's completely out there. I think if I'm going to go very literal and I think about the FPS terms, that was a dirty play. It's like that was sick.
Simple, though.
I feel like that's too
was how I
generic.
set
There's no
the
way
law.
that could be, 'cause that's the first
That's
thing I
just
thought
a
of.
phrase.
That's what I'm going for.
But it's not specific
this-
to.
I can
that's
give
not
more
specific to
context.
CS though.
So what?
So if you are playing the game,
Yeah.
and while you are in the game, if you refer to something as dirty, what would that be? I can give even more context.
Can I give a specific example? Okay, well, I'll wait.
Yeah.
You two go, and I want to give one specific. Wait.
Something was dirty. It was something where they came out victorious in a situation, but it was like another word for scrappy. You know, like they made the play, but they shouldn't have because it was done pretty ugly.
Sure, I'll copy you. I have actually no idea.
I was gonna say it's a play that maybe is not like looked on well. Like let's say the Fnatic boost for those who remember that very
the overpass.
divisive thing.
Everyone's wrong.
Okay,
This
so
is,
what
I'm
is
glad
it?
I picked this one.
So what is
if,
it?
If I was playing and I was watching the map, or if also you could tell that you took a shortcut somewhere, it's pretty much an uncleared area of the map. So if you haven't, if you take like a shortcut somewhere and you're like, okay, I'm here, but that's dirty.
So you haven't
You say
cleaned
there is a
area.
chance
You haven't cleaned-
that there is an enemy in that area of the map, or could be, and then, you know, you say that. to
Damn,
the team.
I actually think this
good.
is the first time that we've actually had multiple people being stumped. So this is good. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Homework worked on this one.
I could put that into PUBG. That's gonna make sense in a lot of situations.
I've pulled one in here for you guys, and I'm hoping that it's challenging.
know
It should be easy.
Okay.
If you have any fighting game community experience, this is going to appear in potentially Street Fighter, Tekken, a lot of FGCs. What does the term juggling refer to? It is actually one of the sort of core, more basic.
Can I ask? Is it something that all the characters can do? Oh well, is it something
It's
you
going
can
to
do
vary.
with all
I'll put it this way:
characters?
it'll vary from game to game which characters will be very good at it, but it is a basic fighting game, technique term. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a guess.
Do
Don't you think he knows?
I think I probably got less of it. You probably have the least.
I mean, I played Tekken when I was a kid and spamming X and O's on Eddie, but that's about it.
So that's
I don't even
that's
know.
a combo,
So,
but
yeah.
yeah, let's go.
It's just when you keep them either up against the wall and just keep them in the air and are able to continue.
that was
I
my
think
guess.
it's in the air.
Ding, 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 ding.
Keep them in
Yes,
the air.
landing multiple hits in a row, maintaining your opponent in the air, continue confirming hits, and keeping the opponents airborne, preventing them to counter. I've got a bunch more of the fighting game community terms for you. It's actually one of the communities that I cannot wait to meet the
You can,
talent.
you can do it in Smash as well, right?
You can do it. There's a lot of games.
Many
It'll depend on the
games.
character. So like Eddie Gordo, a lot of his moves are based on knocking people prone, not knocking them up. However, if you get like an uppercut and then you do your breakdancing, then you can juggle them,
There
right?
you go.
So there's some nuance to it, but it's a fairly common one.
There you go.
Right. Thank you so much. That was the glossary game. I hope you guys all got it wrong at home and learned with us as well. We got another update for you this time, the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by SDC. And of course, as we look at the club championship updates and look at how many clubs have secured points, more importantly, how many clubs have now lost potential points, I want to focus in on two squads. Gaming Gladiators and Team Falcons have continued to climb up that leaderboard by advancing in the Dota 2 bracket. At the beginning of the day, Team Falcons had 2650 points. Right now, 2950 with the possibility of an additional 400, assuming they can get to that final as well as pick up the win in Dota 2. Importantly, a gigantic leap as G2 Esports started the day outside of the top 10. However, their berth into the CS2 Grand Finals at EWC has netted them at least 600 points. It's climbed them all the way up to 5th place in the standings, and at the moment, they are looking favored to pick up that trophy, pick up the 1,000 points available for the EWC Club Championship, put them one step closer to a higher payout of that $20 million available. Reminder that one of the viable clubs needs to win at least one of those tournaments to be able to be crowned the best club in the world. That does it for the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. Now, I think the question I'm going to ask is, this is always one of those segments that's a little bit more challenging to discuss, as we're all focused on our individual games. Which club or team do you think is the most disappointed by how their tournament has ended? I want some spicy takes.
Complexity.
You don't have any elements yet. Complexity?
Spirit. Yeah.
Oh, okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Give me some chime-ins here for these last few before we move on.
Well,
Why complexity?
I'm not 100% sure if Complexity even have teams in other games at the moment, but they went out first, lost.
Well, I've just found out that we need to actually move on. I don't have as much time as I thought. So as we're closing out the ending of the night, let's check in the best moments in our Kidia play of the day. We have 3 plays to show you, and the first one comes from Shan from Tianba. Eliminates Alliance in a 1v3. What do you make of this one, Toby?
I mean, we talked tonight about this exact play. This is part of the reason why Liquid came out victorious. When you have a solo player causing so much havoc for a 3-man team, arguably the best position, comes up, gets the first one with the nade, peeks on out, takes down the remaining 2. The POV wasn't on him the whole time, so it's a little hard to see the knocks coming through, but able to get a 1v2 in that moment and survive with the amount of HP he does here. Insane, and setting, well, effectively Liquid up for the win.
The thing is, Team Liquid wanted those eliminations, so I consider those stolen kills.
3 teams gone away, true.
How dare you sponge those points from Knight and his boys. Next up, the number 2 play is going to come in from Munisi. He eliminates Virtus Pro with a 1v3 clutch. Big Mac, over to you.
Yeah, I only saw the last kill of this. I didn't realize it was a 1v3 to close out the series, so I'm going to be seeing this as you guys get to see it as well. Molly going
Ooh, what?
Ooh, that is nuts. That's actually crazy.
And he goes,
oh!
Bit of BM.
You know
Love
what?
to see it.
He's just saying goodbye, boys. Have a good evening.
If he could pick him up and put him over his shoulder, he would have done that
and
too.
punch him to death like someone did.
Did we actually show that clip while Nicola was on the sofa with us? Woo, that's a little bit spicy.
Did you?
So, nevertheless, I don't know if we did. I mean, it's part of the replay package, so I'm not sure.
I was on the other side of the screen.
G2 Esports doing very, very well. And of course, your number 1 play is Yuppie from Harame Bro with the golden grenade in PUBG. I hope I said those names right. Jappy? Yuppie? How do we say that? Yuppie?
That's great.
Okay. Where's the grenade?
There you go. Here it comes flying in. All of them eliminated. Arguably the fastest way to secure 4 points.
You know what I love? I'm so sorry. Is it possible to play that one more time? Because it looks like they get put into coffins immediately after they're down.
They do. There's the thing in mobile that you don't want to have. I mean, it's a lot of games where you don't want to have corpses lying around. So look at that.
Man, that was
Nate
sick.
come down. He's going for the rest. He gets them right on point, and they all fall because.
And look at the coffins. Bink! There you go. Now
There
you're
you
all
go.
buried.
That's awesome.
Buried in the desert. So very nicely done. Harame Bro. I'm going to say that one correctly. Of course, we've only got a couple minutes left. So what is still happening today? Well, the end of the 3rd and final map of the semi-final for Counter-Strike 2. It is currently 4-0 in favor of Na'Vi. That map you can continue to watch over at twitch.tv/EWC_CS2. We will be saying our goodbyes. Shannon, I'll give you the first chance to say goodbye. Toby, we're going to end on you and you do something funny.
Goodbye, everybody. This is going to be a sick Game 3, by the way. I need to watch this in our group.
Yeah.
We can do that. We've got some prep to do for tomorrow's show, so we'll keep this on in the background. Big Mac, what's up next?
I just want to say congratulations to Shen for, of course, getting that play.
Thank you.
The players of the day.
Appreciate it.
So that was really good.
That was fantastic. Oh, one
I'm
other
a pro
thing.
in PUBG M as well.
One other thing, because of the game that you're pitching, we need to see some sort of shawarma god. Okay, so we're gonna lobby for it. It has to happen. The last thing that I'd like to do is if we can just get a camera on Toby, and then what's happening in PUBG?
I just want to say thank you so much to Dota, to CS, 2 games that have been here for a long time, the boomers of esports, the real places, PUBG, the best esport in the world.
Thank you so much on that spicy note. We love you. Good night. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 7 until 11 for EWC Central. Arrivederci.